This is Daily Story. Dating apps promise love, adventure, and excitement. But what really happens after you match? Some people find soulmates, some find heartbreak, and others find themselves trapped in a story that changes everything. Tonight, we take you beyond the swipe, into the unforgettable world of dating apps he pulled a locket from, and that is when I realized, truly realized, how fragile everything was. How quickly the world you thought you knew could shatter into a million terrifying pieces. How the most comforting spaces could become the most chilling. I used to think my home was my sanctuary, a place where I could truly be myself, safe from the chaos and judgment of the outside world. I used to think that, until it was not, until my sanctuary became my cage, and the walls I thought protected me only served to trap me with something unspeakable. My name's Alex. I am just a regular guy. You know, mid-30s, work from home, live alone in a pretty quiet suburban neighborhood. My house is not anything fancy, just a two-bedroom ranch with a decent-sized yard. I bought it a few years ago, and for the most part, it has been great. Peaceful, predictable, the kind of place where nothing really happens. And that is exactly how I liked it. I spent a lot of time in my house. My job as a freelance graphic designer means I am usually holed up in my office, staring at a screen for hours. My routine is pretty set: wake up, coffee, work, maybe a quick run if the weather's good, dinner, a movie or a book, then bed. Rinse and repeat. It is not exciting, I will admit, but it was mine. It was safe. The first hint that something was off, that the predictability of my life was starting to unravel, was so subtle I almost dismissed it. It was a Tuesday. I think I would have been working on a particularly frustrating project all morning, and by lunchtime, my brain was fried. I decided to make myself a sandwich. I went into the kitchen, opened the fridge, and then I paused. My milk carton, which I was sure I would left on the right side of the top shelf, was now on the left, and it was slightly turned, like someone had just put it back in a hurry. Now, I know what you are thinking. Alex, you are being paranoid. You probably just put it there yourself and forgot. And believe me, that is exactly what I told myself. I am a creature of habit, but I am not infallible. Maybe I was half asleep when I got out for my coffee that morning. I shrugged it off, made my sandwich, and went back to work. But then, a few days later, it happened again. This time, it was my remote control. I always leave it on the coffee table, right next to my favorite coaster. Always. That night after dinner, I went to turn on the TV, and it was not there. I searched everywhere, under the cushions on the floor, even checked the kitchen, thinking maybe I would carry it in there absent-mindedly. Nothing. I was starting to get annoyed. Had I lost my mind? Finally, I found it. It was on the bookshelf, tucked behind a row of books I had not touched in months. I stared at it for a good minute, my brow furrowed. I never put the remote there. Never. A chill, faint but undeniable, started to creep into my bones. It was not just misplacing things anymore. It was like things were being moved. Deliberately. But by whom? I live alone. I do not have a cleaning service. My friends rarely visit, and when they do, they are not rummaging through my bookshelves. I started paying more attention. I mean, really paying attention. I would make a mental note of where I left my keys, my wallet, my glasses. And sure enough, over the next couple weeks, small things continued to shift. A book I would have been reading would be closed and placed face down, even though I would left it open on my nightstand. My toothbrush would be in the wrong slot in the holder. My laptop charger would be neatly coiled on my desk, when I knew for a fact I would just left it haphazardly plugged into the wall. Each time, I would try to rationalize it. Maybe it is a cat. Alex, I would tell myself, even though I do not have a cat, maybe you are just stressed. But the rationalizations were starting to wear thin. A knot of unease began to tighten in my stomach, a constant low hum of anxiety that followed me around my own home. My sanctuary felt observed. I checked my locks. All secure. Windows, too. I even walked around the perimeter of the house, looking for any signs of forced entry, any disturbed bushes, anything. Nothing. The house was sealed tight, just as it always was. I started locking my bedroom door at night, which felt ridiculous, like something a kid would do after watching a scary movie. But it gave me a sliver of comfort, a thin barrier against the growing sense that I was not alone. Then came the package. It was a Monday morning, a little over a month after the milk carton incident. I was getting the mail, and there was a small, unassuming brown box, about the size of a shoebox, sitting on my porch. No return address, just my name and address typed neatly on a label. The postmark was local, from a town not far from mine. My first thought was that it was a delivery I would forgotten about, maybe something from Amazon. But I had not ordered anything recently, and the packaging felt different. Too plain, too anonymous. I carried it inside, a strange prickle of apprehension crawling up my spine. My hands trembled slightly as I found a knife and carefully cut through the tape. Inside, nestled among some crinkled newspaper, was a stack of photographs. My heart hammered against my ribs as I pulled them out. They were glossy, professionally printed, and in full color. I flipped through the first one. It was a picture of me. I was sitting at my desk, hunched over my computer, completely absorbed in my work. My hair was a mess. I was wearing an old t-shirt, and there was a half-eaten bowl of cereal next to my keyboard. It was a perfectly normal, mundane moment, except for one thing: the angle. The photo was taken from behind me, slightly to my left, looking over my shoulder. It was an angle that would be impossible for me to take myself. And more importantly, it was taken from inside my office, from inside my house. A cold wave of dread washed over me, so potent it made my vision swim. I dropped the picture, my hands shaking uncontrollably, my breath hitched in my throat. I picked it up again, my eyes scanning every detail, desperate to find an explanation, a trick of the light, anything. But there was nothing. It was unmistakably my office, unmistakably me. I forced myself to look at the next photo. And the next. The second one was of me making coffee in the kitchen. I was reaching for the sugar, my back to the camera. The shot was taken from the doorway, looking in, again inside my house. The third. Me on the couch, reading a book, my feet propped up on the coffee table. The angle was from the corner of the living room, partially obscured by the armchair. The fourth. Me, sleeping. This one was the worst. It was a close-up taken from the foot of my bed. My mouth was slightly open, my hair splayed on the pillow. The blanket was pulled up to my chin. I remember that night. I would had a bad dream and woken up disoriented before falling back asleep. The photo captured that vulnerable, unconscious moment. My blood ran cold. My entire body felt like it was encased in ice. These were not old photos. These were recent. I recognized the clothes I was wearing, the books on my shelf, the specific mess on my desk. The sleeping photo, I distinctly remember the details of that night. Someone had been in my house, not just once, but multiple times. And they had been watching me, taking pictures of me in my most private moments when I was completely unaware. The subtle shifts of my belongings, the feeling of being watched, it all clicked into place with a horrifying, sickening thud. I stumbled backward, dropping the entire stack of photos onto the floor. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it would burst out of my chest. I felt like I could not breathe. My home, my sanctuary, had been utterly violated. It was no longer a safe space. It was a stage, and I was the unwitting performer in some sick, twisted show. My first instinct was to call the police. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers clumsy. But then I hesitated. What would I tell them? Someone sent me pictures of myself in my own house. They would probably think I was crazy or that it was a prank. And what if the person who sent them found out I called the police? What would they do then? The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I needed to check everything. Again, more thoroughly this time. I walked through every room, my eyes darting into every shadow, every corner. I checked the windows, the locks on the doors. I looked under beds, in closets, behind curtains. I even went into the attic, shining my phone's flashlight into the dusty corners. Nothing. No hidden cameras, no signs of forced entry. It was like they just materialized inside. The silence of the house, which I usually found comforting, now felt oppressive. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside made me jump. I felt exposed, vulnerable. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see a face in the reflection of a window or a shadow detach itself from the wall. That night, I did not sleep. I sat in the living room, the lights on, a baseball bat clutched tightly in my hands. Every noise was amplified. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist into menacing shapes. I kept replaying the images in my mind, unsuspecting, going about my day, while someone else was there lurking, documenting my life. The sheer audacity of it, the violation, was almost too much to bear. The next day, I called a locksmith. I had all the locks changed, even though I knew deep down it probably would not help. If someone could get in without leaving a trace, new locks would not stop them. But I needed to do something. I also bought a few cheap motion activated cameras and set them up in key areas: my living room, kitchen, and hallway. I knew they were not professional grade, but maybe, just maybe, they would catch something. For a few days, nothing happened. The cameras showed nothing but my own lonely movements. The house felt quiet again, almost peaceful. I started to wonder if maybe, just maybe it was over. Maybe sending the photos was the point, a sick warning, and they were done with me. I was wrong. About a week later, I came home from a quick grocery run. As I unlocked my front door, I noticed something tucked into the frame, almost invisible unless you're looking for it. It was a small, folded piece of paper. My heart immediately plummeted. My hands were shaking again as I unfolded it. It was not a note. It was another photograph. This one was different. It was not a picture of me. It was a picture of my living room. Specifically, it was a picture of the small motion activated camera I had set up on my bookshelf, aimed at the couch. The photo showed the camera, clearly visible, and in the background, out of focus, was the empty space where I usually sat. But here's the kicker: the camera in the photo was facing away from the angle the picture was taken. Meaning, the person who took this photo was standing behind my own security camera. They were in the room with my camera, taking a picture of it, and they knew exactly where it was. It was a taunt, a message. I see your attempts to catch me. They are futile. My blood ran cold for the second time. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. They were not just getting in. They were always here. Or they had access whenever they wanted. They were watching me install the cameras. They were probably watching me right now. I ripped the camera off the bookshelf, my hands trembling with a mixture of fear and rage. I threw it across the room, watching it shatter against the wall. What was the point? What was the point of any of it? Locks, cameras, vigilance, it was all useless. My entire perception of reality warped. Every shadow became a lurking figure. Every creak became a footstep. I could not stand to be in my house anymore, but I could not leave either. Where would I go? They knew where I lived. They knew my routine. I started leaving the lights on all night, every single one. I would try to sleep on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, with a baseball bat next to me. But sleep would not come. My mind raced, replaying every moment, every subtle shift, every photograph. Who was doing this? Why me? What did they want? The anonymity was the worst part. If I knew who it was, I could fight back. I could understand. But this was an invisible enemy, a ghost in my own home, slowly, deliberately dismantling my sanity. One evening, I was in the kitchen, trying to force down some food. My appetite had vanished days ago. I was just staring at my plate, lost in thought, when I heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible click. It came from the living room. My entire body stiffened. I held my breath, straining my ears. The house was silent again, save for the frantic pounding of my own heart. I slowly, carefully, reached for the carving knife I would left on the counter. I crept towards the living room, my bare feet silent on the hardwood floor. My eyes darted around, searching for anything out of place. The room looked normal. The couch, the coffee table, the bookshelf, then I saw it. On the coffee table, it was a small, intricately folded paper crane. White, delicate, perfectly formed. It had not been there before. I knew it had not. I had cleared the table just an hour ago. The blood drained from my face. This was not just about photos anymore. This was a direct, undeniable presence. They were here. They had been here just moments ago. While I was in the kitchen, they had folded this crane, left it as a calling card, a chilling reminder that they could enter and exit my home at will. My breath hitched. I felt a cold gust of air on the back of my neck. I spun around, the carving knife held aloft, my eyes wide with terror. Nothing, just the empty hallway, the closed doors, the shadows of my own home. But I knew they were still there, or they had just left, or they would be back. I dropped the knife. My legs gave out, and I sank to the floor, my back against the wall, staring at that small, innocent paper crane. It was the most terrifying thing I had ever seen. It was not a threat, not overtly, but it was a statement of absolute control. My home was no longer mine. My life was no longer private. I was being watched every second of every day by an unseen entity that knew me better than I knew myself. And there was nothing I could do about it. I spent the next few days in a haze of fear. I barely ate, barely slept. I could not shake the feeling that I was constantly being observed. I would walk into a room, and the air would feel heavy, as if someone had just been there. I would catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, only for it to vanish when I turned my head. My own reflection in the window seemed to mock me, a pale, haunted face staring back. I started talking to myself, whispering into the empty rooms, begging for it to stop. "What do you want?" I would plead, my voice hoarse. "Just tell me what you want." But there was never an answer, only the chilling silence of my house, which had become a tomb of my own sanity. The paper crane remained on the coffee table. I could not bring myself to touch it, let alone throw it away. It was a monument to my terror, a constant reminder of my helplessness. I would sit on the far end of the couch, staring at it, my mind racing, trying to piece together the identity of my tormentor. Was it someone I knew? Someone from my past? A complete stranger? The not knowing was a torture all its own. One morning, I woke up, if you could even call it waking up, after another fitful hour of sleep. My eyes felt gritty, my head throbbed. I dragged myself into the kitchen to get some water, moving like a zombie. As I passed the living room, something caught my eye. It was a new paper crane. This one was red, and it was sitting right next to the white one on the coffee table. My heart leaped into my throat. They had been here again. While I was asleep, while I was in my most vulnerable state, they had walked into my living room, sat down, and meticulously folded a second paper crane right next to the first one. And I had not heard a thing. A primal scream tore through my chest, but it was silent, trapped in my throat. I felt a wave of nausea so intense that I had to brace myself against the doorframe. My legs felt like jelly. I was paralyzed by a fear, so profound it bordered on madness. This was not just about terror anymore. This was about possession. My home, my life, my very being had been claimed by this unseen entity. They were playing with me, toying with my mind, pushing me to the brink. And I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that they would not stop. They would never stop. I ran out of the house that day. I did not grab my wallet, my phone, or even my keys. I just ran. I did not know where I was going or what I would do, but I could not stay there. Not anymore. My home, the place I once cherished, had become the most terrifying place on earth. It was no longer a sanctuary. It was a monument to my unraveling, a testament to the fact that some horrors do not lurk in the dark corners of the world, but in the most intimate spaces of your own life. And once they find you, once they get inside, there is no escape. You are just another piece in their collection, another photo in their album, forever watched, forever trapped. And I knew, as I ran down the street, leaving my house behind, that I would never truly be safe again. Because even if I found a new place, a new sanctuary, the eyes that watched me in my old home, they would still be there, etched into the back of my mind, waiting, always waiting. The aroma of artisanal coffee and blueberry pancakes usually brought me a sliver of joy, a small comfort in the chaos of my life. But today, sitting across from Chloe and Sarah at our usual brunch spot, the scent was cloying, almost sickening. My hands, clasped tightly under the table, were clammy. Every laugh from a nearby table, every clatter of cutlery, felt like a hammer blow against the fragile shell of my composure. This was it. Brunch with my friends. The next pre-written event in Arthur's twisted script. I tried to focus on Chloe recounting her latest dating disaster, A. Guy who showed up in a full medieval night costume, but my eyes kept darting to the restaurant entrance, to the street outside, to every reflection in the windows. Was he here? Was he watching? Or was he just waiting for me to play my part, confident that I would, because I always did? And then he asked if I wanted to be his fair maiden and ride into the sunset on his Vespa. Chloe finished, rolling her eyes, and Sarah burst into laughter. I managed a weak smile, a hollow sound escaping my lips. Wow, Chloe, that is a new one, right? I mean, I appreciate commitment, but come on, she said, taking a sip of her mimosa. What about you? Narrator name. Any updates on Arthur? You have been quiet about him lately. My heart seized in my chest. Updates on Arthur. The words felt like a physical blow. How could I tell them? How could I explain that the charming, witty man they would briefly met was a puppet master, pulling my strings, orchestrating my life, possibly even my thoughts? They would think I was insane. Or worse, they would think I was being dramatic, still caught up in the honeymoon phase. He is good. I mumbled, picking at a loose thread on my napkin. Things are moving along. Moving along. That is it. Sarah leaned forward, a playful glint in her eye. Do not tell me you two are getting serious already. You have only been on a few dates. A few dates. It felt like a lifetime. A lifetime I no longer controlled. It is just intense. I said, trying to choose my words carefully, hoping to convey a fraction of the horror, without revealing the whole, unbelievable truth. He is very attentive, very present. Oh, I know what that means. Chloe winked. He is practically glued to your side, right? Planning everything. My ex was like that. Sweet at first, then suffocating. Just make sure you still have your own space. The irony was a bitter taste in my mouth. My own space. My own thoughts. I did not even have those anymore. I excused myself to the restroom, needing a moment to breathe, to escape their well-meaning but utterly oblivious questions. Splashing cold water on my face. I stared at my reflection. My eyes looked haunted, dark circles smudged beneath them. I had not slept properly in days. Every shadow seemed to hold a secret, every silence a threat. When I returned to the table, Arthur was there. He was not sitting with them. He was standing by the hostess stand, talking to the maitre d', his back to us. He was wearing the same casual, yet perfectly put together outfit he would worn on our first date, a light blue button-down shirt, dark jeans. He looked effortlessly charming and utterly terrifying. My breath hitched. He had not been mentioned in the journal for brunch. Just I was supposed to be here. Had I missed an entry? Or was this his way of showing me he was always watching, always near, even when not explicitly written into the script? Chloe nudged me. Is not that Arthur? Oh, wow, it is, Sarah exclaimed. What a coincidence. You did not tell us he was coming. I did not know. I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. My hands started to tremble again. Arthur turned then, as if sensing our gaze. His eyes met mine and a slow, knowing smile spread across his face. It was not a friendly smile. It was a predator's smile, full of triumph and a chilling sense of ownership. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod, a silent acknowledgement of my presence, of his presence. He then smoothly excused himself from the maitre d', walked past our table, and paused. Ladies, he said, his voice calm and pleasant, just loud enough to be heard over the restaurant chatter. Enjoying brunch. Arthur was surprised. Chloe said, beaming, we were just talking about you. All good things. I hope. He chuckled, his eyes fixed on me, a flicker of something unreadable in their depths. Of course. Sarah chimed in. You are quite the catch. Narrator name was just telling us. My cheeks flushed, partly from embarrassment, partly from fear. I could not meet his gaze. Well, I am glad to hear it, Arthur said, his smile widening, bearing just a hint of teeth. I was just picking up a takeout order for my sister. She is not feeling well, but it was lovely to see you all. Enjoy the rest of your meal. He gave a small wave and walked towards the takeout counter. My friends immediately launched into a flurry of questions and comments. Oh my God, he is even cuter in person. So charming. And he is doing something sweet for his sister. Total package. I could only nod, my mind racing. His sister. He would never mention the sister. Was that a lie? A convenient excuse to be here, to remind me of his omnipresence. Or was it another piece of the puzzle, a detail I was meant to discover, a carefully laid trap? The rest of brunch was a blur. I picked at my food, my appetite completely gone. Every time the restaurant door opened, I flinched, expecting Arthur to reappear. But he did not. He had made his statement, delivered his chilling reminder, and then vanished. When we finally paid the bill and stepped out onto the bustling street, a sense of profound dread settled over me. He was playing with me, toying with me. He was not just predicting, he was actively participating, inserting himself into the timeline in ways the journal did not even explicitly state. This was a whole new level of control. I am heading home, I told Chloe and Sarah, forcing a cheerful tone. Got some errands to run. Okay, honey. Text us later. Chloe called out as they headed in the opposite direction. As soon as they were out of sight, my forced cheer evaporated. I did not want to go home. Home felt like a cage, a place where I was waiting for the next instruction, the next pre-written scene. I needed to do something, anything, to feel like I had an ounce of control back. And then an idea, born of desperation and a sliver of defiance, sparked in my mind. Arthur's house. It was insane. I knew, walking into the lion's den. But if I could just get my hands on that journal again, if I could find anything else, any clue, any weakness, maybe, just maybe, I could find a way out. My attempt to defy the hike had failed spectacularly, only proving his power. Perhaps direct confrontation, or at least direct investigation, was the only path left. I pulled out my phone, my fingers trembling slightly as I typed his address into the GPS. He would given it to me once, casually during our first date, saying, "You should come over sometime for movie night." It was in the journal. Movie night, my favorite obscure thriller. It was coming. The drive was agonizing. Every turn felt like I was driving deeper into a nightmare. His house was in a quiet, tree-lined neighborhood, a charming, somewhat old-fashioned two-story with a neatly manicured lawn. It looked perfectly normal. Innocent, even, which only made it more sinister. I parked a few houses down, my heart hammering against my ribs. I sat there for a long moment, watching the house, trying to muster the courage to get out of the car. What was I even going to say if he was home? "Hi, Arthur. Just thought I would drop by unannounced to snoop through your belongings." No, I had to assume he was not home. He would just picked up food for his sick sister. Maybe he was still at her place. This was my window. Taking a deep breath, I got out of the car. My legs felt like lead, each step heavy and deliberate. The air was still and warm, the only sound the distant barking of a dog. I walked up the pathway, my eyes scanning for any sign of movement, any indication that I was being watched. Nothing. I reached the front door, a heavy oak panel with a brass knocker. My hand hovered over the doorbell. No, I could not ring it. I needed to be discreet. I tried the doorknob. It was unlocked. A shiver ran down my spine, cold and sharp. He would left it unlocked. For me, was this part of the script too? A test? An invitation? Or did he simply not care, confident that I was already under his control, that I would not dare do anything he had not accounted for? Pushing the door open slowly, I stepped inside. The house was quiet, almost eerily so. The air inside was cool, carrying a faint scent of old paper and something else, something metallic and faintly sweet, like old blood and roses. It was unsettling. "Arthur," I called out, my voice barely a whisper, hoping for no answer. Silence, just the thumping of my own heart in my ears. The living room was tastefully decorated, a mix of antique furniture and modern art. Everything was neat, orderly, almost sterile. There were no personal photos, no clutter, nothing that spoke of a lived-in space. It felt like a display home, or a trap. I moved through the house, my senses on high alert. The kitchen was spotless. The dining room, pristine. I made my way upstairs, my footsteps soft on the carpeted stairs. The upstairs hallway was lined with closed doors. I tried the first one. It was a guest bedroom, neatly made. The second was a home office, a large wooden desk dominating the room. My eyes immediately went to the desk, and there it was, lying open on the desk, as if waiting for me. The journal. My breath caught in my throat. It was the same worn leather, the same thick, creamy pages, and it was open to an entry, fresh ink still gleaming. I approached it slowly, my hand trembling as I reached for it. This was it, the source of my terror, the key to my prison. I scanned the page, my eyes devouring the familiar, precise handwriting. It detailed the rest of my week movie night at my place, a visit from Emily, my birthday plans. All the things I already knew, all the things I was dreading. But then, my gaze fell upon a new entry, a small, almost hidden paragraph at the bottom of the page, written in a slightly different, hurried hand. It was not a prediction. It was a note, a reflection, a chilling addendum. She will find the journal again. She will try to understand. She will try to find a way out. She will not succeed. Her curiosity will lead her to the basement. Her fear will keep her there. The blood drained from my face. He knew. He knew I would come here. He knew I would find the journal. He knew I would read this. And he knew I would go to the basement. My heart was now a frantic drum solo against my ribs. This was not just a script, it was a psychological torture device. He was playing with my mind, dangling the illusion of choice, of defiance. only to reveal that even my attempts to resist were meticulously planned, accounted for. My eyes darted around the office. How could he know? Was he watching me now? Was there a camera? I saw nothing. But the feeling of being observed, of being manipulated, was overwhelming. The basement. The note said my curiosity would lead me there. My fear would keep me there. I had to resist. I had to turn and run. Flee this house, this town, this nightmare. But the words, the sheer audacity of his prediction, held me captive. He was daring me to prove him wrong. And a part of me, a tiny, desperate, foolish part, wanted to. I closed the journal, placing it back exactly as I found it. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely control them. I needed to leave, but the pull toward the basement, the morbid curiosity he had so carefully cultivated, was a physical weight, dragging me down. I descended the stairs, my movement stiff like a robot. The house was still silent, but now the silence felt heavy, oppressive, like a blanket thrown over a scream. I remembered seeing a door near the kitchen, a plain, unremarkable door that I would dismissed earlier. Now it loomed in my mind. I walked back through the living room, my eyes fixed on that door. It was at the very end of a short hallway, almost hidden from view. As I approached, a faint, almost imperceptible sound reached my ears. A whisper. My blood ran cold. I stopped dead in my tracks, straining to hear. It was so faint, so muffled. I thought I might be imagining it. But then it came again. A soft, rhythmic sound, like someone breathing or perhaps crying. The door was ajar, just a crack. A sliver of darkness visible within. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to turn and flee, to never look back. But the note in the journal echoed in my mind. Her curiosity will lead her to the basement. Her fear will keep her there. He was right. My curiosity, mingled with a desperate need to understand, to find an answer, was dragging me forward. I pushed the door open slowly. It groaned on its hinges, a sound that seemed deafening in the profound silence of the house. Beyond the door, a flight of steep, wooden stairs descended into absolute darkness. The air that wafted up was cold and damp, carrying that same metallic, sweet scent I would notice earlier, but much stronger now. And beneath it, a faint, undeniable smell of something else. Something organic. Something decaying. The whisper grew a little clearer now. It was a woman's voice. Soft, almost a murmur, but filled with an unbearable sorrow. It was not speaking words. Not yet. It was more like a mournful hum, a desperate plea. "Hello." I whispered, my voice trembling, barely audible. The humming stopped abruptly. A sharp intake of breath. Then a gasp. "Is anyone there?" The voice said, clearer now, but still strained, raspy, as if used. "Please help me." My heart leaped into my throat. It was real. There was someone down there. Someone trapped. "Who are you?" I stammered, my hand gripping the doorframe so tightly my knuckles were white. A long silence. Then a sob. "I do not know. I can't remember. Please, I am so cold. I am so hungry." My mind reeled. She did not know who she was. This was beyond anything I would imagine. This was not just about Arthur controlling my life. This was about something far more sinister, far more horrifying. "How long have you been down there?" I asked, forcing the words out. Another sob. "A long time. Weeks, maybe months. He comes sometimes. He brings food. He talks." Her voice broke, full of terror. "He says, I am his project. He says, I am just like all the others." All the others. The words echoed in my mind, a chilling confirmation of my worst fears. Arthur was not just doing this to me. He was doing it to multiple people. He was collecting them, controlling them, turning them into his projects. Are you hurt?" I asked, my voice thick with emotion. My leg, it hurts. In my head, I think he hit me. When I tried to run, she whimpered, "Please, I have a sister. She will be looking for me. My sister, Emily. Please tell Emily." My blood ran cold. My entire body went numb. Emily, my sister. This could not be happening. It could not be Emily. The journal. My birthday. Emily was supposed to be there. She was supposed to be safe. "What did you say?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Emily." The voice repeated, a raw desperation in the sound. "My sister. She is named Emily. She will know. She will find me. Please, tell her I am here. Tell her I love her." A wave of nausea washed over me. It was too specific, too real. This woman, trapped in Arthur's basement, believing her sister was Emily. Was it a coincidence? A cruel trick of fate? Or was Arthur so utterly depraved that he was using Emily's name, knowing it would break me? Or, the most horrifying thought of all, was this really Emily? And the journal, the predictions for my birthday, were all a lie, a carefully constructed facade to keep me compliant while he held my sister captive. A floorboard creaked upstairs. My heart leaped into my throat, a sudden, piercing fear replacing the shock. He was home. Arthur was home. The voice from the basement gasped, a terrified, muffled sound. "He is here. He is coming. Please help me." I slammed the basement door shut, the sound echoing through the silent house. My breath was coming in ragged gasps. I had to move. Now. I scrambled back toward the living room, my eyes darting around, searching for a place to hide, a way out. But the sound of footsteps on the stairs, slow and deliberate, was getting closer. He was not rushing. He was taking his time. He knew I was here. He knew I had found the basement. He knew I had heard the voice. I froze, pressed against a wall, my body trembling uncontrollably. I could hear him now, walking to the hallway, his footsteps measured, unhurried. He was coming for me. "I knew you would come." Arthur's voice drifted from the hallway, calm, almost amused. "And I knew you would find the basement. Such a predictable curiosity. Would not you say?" He stepped into the living room, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. His eyes, dark and unblinking, fixed on me. There was no anger in them, no surprise. Only that same chilling, knowing glint. "And I suppose you heard my project down there," he continued, his voice devoid of any emotion. A rather persistent one, actually, keeps trying to remember her name, keeps calling for her sister. It is a fascinating study in the human mind, do not you think? The way they cling to these little details, these connections, even when everything else has been stripped away. He took a step closer, and then another. I was trapped, cornered. "Who is she?" I whispered, my voice hoarse, barely able to form the words. Is she really Emily?" Arthur's lips curved into a slow, terrifying smile. "Ah, yes, Emily. A name that resonates with you. Does not it? Such a powerful emotional trigger. It makes the experiment so much more engaging." He paused, his gaze boring into mine. "Whether she is your Emily or just a figment of fractured mind, does it truly matter? What matters is the effect. The horror, the understanding that everything you hold dear, every person you love, every future you envision, it is all just a story. And I am the author." He took another step, closing the distance between us. My back was pressed against the cold wall, nowhere left to go. The metallic, sweet scent from the basement seemed to fill the room, suffocating me. "You see," Arthur said, his voice dropping to a low, intimate tone, "your journal, it is not just a script for your life. It is a script for all my projects. A master plan. And you, my dear, are a crucial part of it. Your journey, your resistance, your ultimate acceptance, it is all quite beautifully written. Would not you agree?" He reached out, his hand gently touching my cheek. His touch was cold like a statue. I flinched, but I could not pull away. I was paralyzed, utterly consumed by terror. The next entry, as you know, is movie night, he murmured, his thumb stroking my cheekbone. At your apartment, your favorite obscure thriller. And then your birthday, with your sister, Emily. He leaned in close, his breath ghosting over my ear. Oh, do not worry about Emily. She will be there, just as the journal says. A very special guest at a very special celebration. You see, I always deliver on my promises. Every single word of the script. He pulled back, his eyes gleaming with a chilling satisfaction. Now, I believe it is time for you to go home. Get some rest. You will need it. Movie night is tomorrow after all. And we would not want you to be too tired for your next scene, would we? He gave me a polite, almost normal smile. But his eyes, they held the cold, calculating gaze of a puppeteer who would just tighten every string, ensuring his puppet would dance exactly as he commanded, even as it screamed in silent terror. I stumbled backward, away from him, my mind a whirlpool of despair. The woman in the basement, Emily, the journal, my future. It was all a meticulously crafted nightmare, and I was trapped in it, playing a role I never auditioned for, with no hope of escape. I was nothing more than a character in Arthur's horrifying story, and the ending, I knew with a dreadful certainty, was already written, and it was not going to be a happy one. Finally, I saw him, standing across the street from my apartment building. It was late, past midnight, and I was just coming home from an extra shift. The streetlights cast long, distorted shadows, but there was no mistaking him. Mark. He was just standing there, perfectly still, his silhouette a stark, unsettling cutout against the dim glow of the city. He was not doing anything, not waving, not calling out, just watching. And in that moment, all the flimsy walls I would build around myself, all the self-defense classes, the mace, the new locks, they crumbled. The police had been useless. HR had been a temporary band-aid. This was not just a gray area. Anymore, this was my life being systematically dismantled by a man who believed we had some cosmic, unspoken bond. That night, I did not sleep. I sat by the window, watching him until he finally disappeared, sometime before the first hint of dawn. But even after he was gone, I could still feel his eyes on me, burning through glass, through the walls, into my very soul. That is when I knew I had to leave, not just change apartments, but disappear, erase myself from his world entirely. The next few weeks were a blur of panic and frantic planning. I called my landlord, citing an urgent family matter, and broke my lease. I told my job I was moving out of state and put in my 2 weeks' notice. I packed only the essentials, everything else given away or thrown out. I did not want to leave anything for him to find, no breadcrumbs to follow. I drove for 2 days straight, putting hundreds of miles between us, until I ended up in a city I would only ever visited once, years ago, on a whim. It was big enough to get lost in, anonymous enough to feel safe. My new apartment was smaller, on the 3rd floor of an old brick building. It had creaky floorboards and a view of a noisy alley, but it felt like a fortress. I changed my number, created new email addresses, and deleted all my old social media accounts. For the first time in months, I felt a fragile sense of peace. The paranoia did not vanish entirely, of course. Every time my phone buzzed with an unknown number, my heart leaped into my throat. Every time I saw a man who vaguely resembled Mark from a distance, I would duck into a store or across the street. But the constant, suffocating dread began to recede, replaced by a dull ache of loneliness. I was utterly alone in this new city. No friends, no family, just me and the ghosts of my past. I got a new job, a mundane office gig that paid the bills but offered little social interaction. Weeks turned into months. The silence in my apartment at night became deafening. I miss having someone to talk to, someone to share a laugh with, someone to simply be with. I missed the simple normalcy of human connection. One particularly quiet Friday night, after staring at the same four walls for hours, I found myself scrolling through Tinder. It felt wrong, somehow after everything, like I was tempting fate. But the loneliness was a deeper, colder fear than any phantom Mark could conjure at that moment. I swiped cautiously, rejecting most profiles, until I came across Julian. His profile was unassuming, a few pictures of him hiking, a cat, a friendly smile. His bio was short and sweet, something about enjoying quiet evenings and good conversation. He seemed safe, normal. We matched. His first message was polite, articulate. We chatted for a few days, and he seemed genuinely kind, a good listener. He was not overly eager, which I appreciated. We decided to meet for coffee. The first date was surprisingly pleasant. Julian was a little reserved, but in a charming, thoughtful way. He had kind eyes and a gentle laugh. We talked about our jobs, our hobbies, our favorite books. I did not mention Mark, of course. I just said I would move for a change of scenery. He seemed to understand, nodding empathetically. By the end of the evening, I felt a flicker of something I had not felt in a long time. Hope. We went on a second date a week later, this time for dinner. It went even better. We found ourselves talking for hours, lost in conversation. He walked me back to my apartment building, and we stood outside for a moment, the streetlights casting long shadows behind us. He leaned in, and I thought he was going to kiss me, but he just smiled, a gentle, almost shy smile, and said, "I had a really good time." Elara. That was it. That was the moment. He called me Elara. Not my full name, not my preferred short name, but Elara, the pet name from my childhood, the one Mark had used in his chilling note. My blood ran cold. My heart hammered against my ribs. I froze, my mind racing, trying to process it. Had I mentioned it? No, never. My Tinder profile used my full name. Had he found out? Had Mark found me? Was Julian a part of it? He must have seen the sudden shift in my expression, the fear clouding my eyes. His smile faltered. "Is everything okay?" he asked, his voice soft, concerned. I forced a shaky smile. Yeah, just a long day. I should probably head up." I wanted to run, to scream, but he was right there, looking at me with those kind eyes, and I could not bring myself to accuse him, not without proof. Not after all the paranoia I would live through. "Of course," he said, stepping back. "Text me when you get in." I nodded, managed another weak smile, and practically sprinted inside. I did not text him. I spent the night wide awake, staring at the ceiling, convinced that Mark had found me again, that this new city was just another trap. The next day, I started researching Julian online. LinkedIn. I U2B if he had one. Anything. I found nothing suspicious. His LinkedIn was professional. His IU2B, which was mostly private, showed mundane posts from years ago. No connection to Mark. No red flags. The name, though, Elara. It gnawed at me. I replayed our conversations, trying to remember if I was slipped up. I had not. It was impossible. Unless he would seen it somewhere. But where? My old life was gone. My new identity was airtight. After a few days of agonizing, I decided it had to be a coincidence. A strange, unsettling coincidence, but a coincidence nonetheless. Maybe he knew someone else named Elara, and it just slipped out. Or maybe he would misheard something. My fear of Mark had made me hypersensitive, seeing threats where there were none. I did not want to live like that anymore. I wanted to reclaim my life, and that meant pushing past the fear. When Julian texted again, asking if I was okay and if I wanted to hang out, I hesitated, then replied, agreeing to another date. I told myself I would be vigilant. I would watch him, but I would not let my past dictate my future. He suggested we stay in, watch a movie at my place. It was a bold request for a third date, but I figured it was a good way to observe him in a more relaxed setting. I could control the environment. I could see if he made any more strange slips. I said yes. He arrived with a bottle of wine and a bag of gourmet popcorn. He was charming, easy to talk to, and seemed genuinely excited to spend time with me. We settled on the couch, a rom-com playing softly on the TV. The wine loosened me up, and for a while, I almost forgot my apprehension. He was sweet, attentive, and made me laugh. It felt normal, blissfully normal. About an hour into the movie, Julian excused himself to use the bathroom. "Be right back," he said, flashing me a quick smile before heading down the short hallway to the bathroom door. I was alone in the living room, the soft glow of the TV illuminating the space. I took a sip of my wine, feeling a warmth spread through me. It was nice, this feeling, this comfortable silence. My gaze drifted idly across the room, past the flickering screen, past the bookshelves, to the wall beside the armchair where Julian had been sitting just moments before. And then I saw it, a patch of shadow, deeper, more intense than the ambient gloom of the room. It was clinging to the wall, just where his shoulder had been. It was not just a shadow cast by the TV or the lamps. It was more. It was a void, a hungry, inky blackness that seemed to absorb the light around it. It was too dark, too still. It should not have been there. My breath hitched. My heart, which had just begun to settle, lurched back into a frantic rhythm. I stared at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. My eyes darted around the room, searching for a logical explanation. The angle of the TV, a trick of the light from the street outside. But no, the blinds were drawn. The TV was the only light source, and it was a soft, diffuse glow. The shadow was sharp, distinct, almost three-dimensional. It was shaped like a human shoulder and arm pressed against the wall. A silhouette, but without a body to cast it. It was just there. I blinked hard, rubbing my eyes. When I opened them again, it was still there. Fixed, motionless. My mind screamed, "You are seeing things. Ilara, it is the wine. It is the stress. It is Mark's paranoia finally breaking you." I gripped my wine glass, my knuckles white. I forced myself to look away, to focus on the movie, to breathe. It is nothing. It is nothing. I told myself. Just then, the bathroom door creaked open and Julian reappeared. He walked back into the living room, a casual stride, and sat down on the couch beside me. As he moved, his own shadow, cast by the TV, stretched and shifted behind him. And as he settled back into the spot, I watched horrified as a lingering patch of darkness on the wall seemed to recede, to merge with Julian's own moving shadow, until it was gone, absorbed, vanished. My blood ran cold. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. It was not a trick of the light. It was not my imagination. The shadow had been there, and it had disappeared when Julian returned, as if it was part of him, but also not. I tried to act normal. "Everything okay?" Julian asked, picking up his popcorn. "Yeah," I croaked, my voice sounding thin and reedy. "Just zoning out." I forced a smile, but I could feel it trembling on my lips. My heart was still hammering, a frantic drum against my ribs. I could not look at him. Not really. All I could see was that shadow, that impossibly dark patch clinging to the wall, and the way it seemed to melt back into him. The rest of the evening was a blur. I pretended to watch the movie, pretended to laugh at the jokes, but my mind was a frantic mess. I kept glancing at Julian, then at the wall behind him, trying to catch another glimpse, trying to understand. He seemed oblivious, completely normal, engrossed in the film. He did not seem to notice anything out of the ordinary. Finally, the movie ended. Julian gathered his things, thanked me for the evening, and kissed me lightly on the cheek before heading out. I had a really wonderful time. Ilara he said, his eyes warm. Me too. I lied, my voice barely a whisper. As soon as the door clicked shut behind him, I sprang up, my heart still pounding. I rushed to the spot where the shadow had been. Nothing. Just a plain, cream-colored wall. I ran my hand over it, as if expecting to feel a cold spot, a lingering trace of that unnatural darkness. But there was nothing. It was just a wall. I spent the rest of the night pacing, my mind racing. What had I seen? Was it possible I was finally losing it? Was Mark's psychological torment finally manifesting in hallucinations? But it felt so real, so undeniably there. I tried to rationalize it again. Maybe the light from the TV had caught a wrinkle in the curtains just so, creating a temporary, deep shadow that just happened to be where Julian was. Maybe, but the way it had receded when he came back, that was the part that did not fit. The next morning, I woke up with a pounding headache and a lingering sense of dread. I checked my apartment again, meticulously, as if expecting to find some physical evidence of the shadow. Nothing. Just my ordinary, slightly messy living room. I made myself coffee, trying to shake off the unsettling feeling. I told myself it was my overactive imagination, fueled by fear and a bit too much wine. I had to believe that. The alternative was too terrifying. Julian texted me that afternoon, asking if I want to go hiking next weekend. I hesitated. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to say no, to cut ties, to run. But another part of me, the part desperate for normalcy, for human connection, argued that I could not let my trauma turn me into a recluse. I needed to face this, whatever this was. If it was my imagination, then I needed to prove it to myself. If it was not, then I needed to find out what it was. I agreed. The hike was beautiful, the weather perfect. Julian was a great companion, knowledgeable about the local trails and genuinely enthusiastic. We talked easily and for a while. I almost forgot about the shadow. Almost. But I found myself constantly observing him, my eyes darting to his feet, to the ground around him, to the shadows his body cast. He stopped at a scenic overlook, pointing out a distant waterfall. "Is not that incredible?" he asked, turning to me, his face alight with genuine wonder. I nodded, my gaze fixed not on the waterfall, but on the ground at his feet. The sun was high, casting sharp, distinct shadows. Julian's shadow stretched long and thin behind him, a perfect outline of his form. But as he turned, his shadow seemed to lag, just for a split second. It did not quite follow his movement. It was like a piece of cloth caught on something, momentarily held back, before snapping into place. My breath caught in my throat. I watched it intently. He took another step, shifting his weight. And again, the shadow seemed to hesitate, to drag, before catching up. It was so subtle, so brief, that anyone else would have missed it. But I did not miss it. My hypervigilance, honed by months of terror, picked up on every minute deviation from normal. I felt a cold knot of fear tighten in my stomach. It was not a trick of the light. It was not the wine. The shadow was behaving unnaturally. I spent the rest of the hike trying to observe it without being obvious. Every time he moved, I watched, and every time, I saw the same subtle lag, the same almost independent movement. It was like his shadow was a separate entity, tethered to him, but with a will of its own, a fraction of a second behind, always trying to catch up. That night, back in my apartment, the fear was back, stronger than ever. It was not Mark. This was something else entirely. Something colder, more insidious. I tried to research it online. Shadow that lags. Shadow that moves independently. Shadow people. I found forums discussing shadow figures or Hatman phenomena, but those were usually full manifestations, not just a subtle distortion of a person's own shadow. Nothing quite fit what I was seeing. I started to feel isolated again, trapped. Who could I tell? My Tinder date's shadow moves weirdly. They would think I was insane. After the Mark situation, I knew how dismissive people could be of things they did not understand. Julian kept texting. He seemed genuinely interested, genuinely kind, and that made it worse. He was so normal, so sweet. How could something so unsettling be attached to him? Was he even aware of it? I started making excuses to avoid seeing him. Busy with work, catching a cold, visiting family. He was understanding but persistent. No worries, he would text. Let me know when you are free. Hope you feel better. His kindness, once a comfort, now felt like a suffocating blanket, pulling me deeper into this unsettling mystery. Then, the shadows started appearing when Julian was not there. It began subtly. A corner of my living room, usually well lit by the window, would suddenly feel colder, darker. I would glance over, and for a split second, I would see it a deeper patch of blackness, clinging to the wall or the floor, before it vanished when I focused on it directly, always in my peripheral vision, always fleeting. One evening, I was making dinner, chopping vegetables at my kitchen counter. The overhead light was on, bright and clear. I reached for a spice jar, and as my hand moved, I saw it, a shadow, a human-like outline, standing just behind me, reflected in the polished surface of my toaster oven. It was too tall, too thin, too dark. My own shadow should have been on the wall behind me, cast by the overhead light. This one was behind me, in the reflection, where nothing should have been. I froze, my hands started reaching, my heart hammered. I slowly, carefully turned my head. Nothing, just the empty space of my kitchen. The reflection in the toaster oven was now just my own face, pale and terrified. I dropped the spice jar. It clattered to the floor, scattering paprika everywhere. I stood there, trembling, staring at the empty space. Then, at my reflection, I was not crazy. I could not be. I had seen it. A shadow that was not mine. A shadow that did not belong. The appearances grew bolder. I would be reading in bed, and a deeper darkness would pool in the corner of my room, just beyond the reach of my bedside lamp. I would hear a faint scuttling sound, like something brushing against the wall, and then see the shadow shrink back, as if startled by my attention. It was like a living thing, lurking just at the edge of my perception, observing me. It was always silent, always still, until I looked directly at it. Then it would dissolve or shrink, or just seem to melt back into the normal shadows of the room. It was playing a game, a terrifying, silent game. I started leaving lights on everywhere, even when I left the room. My apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt like a trap. I slept with a knife under my pillow, though I knew it would be useless against something intangible. I felt watched constantly, even when I was alone. The feeling was worse than anything Mark had put me through, because this was an enemy I could not understand, could not fight, could not even prove existed. I knew I could not keep making excuses to Julian. I had to see him again. I had to observe the shadow up close, to understand what it was. Or, more accurately, what he was. I agreed to meet him for coffee. When I arrived at the cafe, he was already there, sitting at a small table by the window, sipping a latte. He looked up and smiled that same kind, gentle smile. Ilara, glad you could make it. I was starting to think you were avoiding me. He chuckled, a light, easy sound. My stomach clenched. No, just been really busy. I lied, forcing a smile. I sat down opposite him, my eyes immediately drawn to the floor beneath his chair. His shadow was there, a normal, dark shape cast by the window light. Nothing seemed out of place. We talked, and I tried to steer the conversation towards his past, his family, anything that might give me a clue. He was vague in a polite way. Just a normal upbringing, he would say. Nothing exciting. He never volunteered much information, but he was always happy to listen to me. Have you ever experienced anything strange? I asked, trying to sound casual, as if I was just making conversation. Like, unusual things happening around you, or seen anything that did not quite make sense. He paused, looking thoughtful. Strange. Like what? I do not know. I said, waving my hand vaguely, like a sense of being watched, or things moving on their own, or shadows acting weird. He chuckled again, a soft, dismissive sound. No, can't say I have. Sounds a bit spooky, though. Are you into ghost stories? I forced a laugh. Something like that. He seemed completely oblivious. Or a very good actor. Then he got to order us more coffee. Be right back, he said, just like before. My eyes snapped to the floor where he had been sitting. His shadow, it was still there, not fading, not moving with him. It was still there, a perfect, dark outline of a sitting form, clinging to the floor beneath his vacated chair. It was slightly distorted by the cafe's ambient lighting, but it was undeniably a human silhouette, frozen in place. My breath hitched. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trying to escape its cage. I stared at it, unable to look away, unable to move. It was utterly still, a void in the brightly lit cafe. Then, slowly, imperceptibly at first, the shadow began to move. It did not slide or shift. It seemed to ripple, like ink spreading on water. Then it began to stretch, elongating, growing taller, thinner, until it was standing upright, a tall, gaunt figure of pure darkness beside the empty chair. It was facing me. Its head, a featureless void, was tilted slightly, as if observing me. I felt a scream building in my throat, but it was trapped there, suffocated by terror. My hands gripped the edge of the table, my knuckles white. This was not a trick. This was not my imagination. This was real, and it was staring at me. It stayed there for what felt like an eternity, a silent, unmoving sentinel of pure darkness. Then, I heard Julian's footsteps approaching from the counter. The shadow seemed to sense him. It rippled again, shrinking, compressing, until it was just a dark, amorphous blob on the floor. And as Julian reached the table and sat back down, the blob seemed to lurch towards him, then snapped back into place, becoming his normal, living shadow once more. Julian placed the coffees on the table. Here you go, freshly brewed. He smiled, completely unaware, completely oblivious of the horror that had just unfolded right in front of him. I could not speak. I just stared at him, then at his shadow, then back at him. My mind was screaming. What are you? What is that thing? Elara, you look a little pale. Are you feeling okay? He asked, his brow furrowed with concern. I forced myself to breathe, to push the words out. I just remembered I have something urgent. I have to go. I stood up abruptly, nearly knocking over my chair. I am so sorry. Julian, I really have to go. His face fell. Oh. Okay. Is everything all right? No. I whispered, my voice barely audible. No, it is not. I did not wait for his reply. I practically ran out of the cafe, leaving him sitting there, alone, with his perfectly normal, terrifying shadow. I did not stop running until I was back in my apartment. The door locked, barricaded, everything light-filled. I flipped on every single light switch, chasing away every corner of darkness. But it was useless. The shadow was already here. It started subtly again, as if testing the waters. A deeper patch of darkness in the hallway. A fleeting glimpse in the bathroom mirror, just behind my own reflection. But now I knew what it was. I knew it was not my imagination. And it was no longer just Julian's shadow. It was here, in my home. I tried to call Julian, to confront him, to demand answers. But my hand hovered over the phone, trembling. What would I say? Your shadow is stalking me. He would not believe me. He would think I was crazy. And what if he was not aware of it? What if he was just a host, a carrier for this parasitic darkness. The shadow grew bolder. I would walk into a room, and it would be there, a tall, gaunt figure pressed against a wall, perfectly still, watching me. It no longer dissolved when I looked at it directly. It would just wait. It was a void, a hungry emptiness that seemed to drain the light from a room. One night, I was sitting on my couch, huddled under a blanket, the TV on for background noise, every light in the apartment blazing. I had barely slept in days. I was exhausted, terrified, and utterly alone. I saw it then, standing in the corner of my living room, opposite the TV. It was taller than Julian, thinner, its form wavering slightly, like smoke. Its head was tilted, as if listening. I stared at it, my heart a frantic drum in my chest. "What do you want?" I whispered, my voice raw with fear. The shadow did not move. It just stood there, a silent, terrifying sentinel. Then, slowly, it began to expand. It stretched not outwards, but inwards, becoming denser, darker, absorbing the light around it, making the corner of the room feel like a black hole. The air grew cold, a biting, unnatural chill that seeped into my bones. I watched frozen, as the edges of the shadow began to ripple, to extend. Not just a flat silhouette anymore. It was forming, solidifying, becoming three-dimensional. I could almost make out limbs, a torso, a head. But it was still pure darkness, a living void. It took a step, a silent, gliding movement across the floor. Towards me, my breath caught in my throat. I scrambled backwards on the couch, pressing myself against the cushions. It kept coming, slowly, deliberately, its form growing more defined with each silent glide. I could feel the cold radiating from it, a palpable presence. It stopped a few feet from me, and then it raised an arm, a long, spectral limb of darkness, stretching towards me. It was not reaching for me, not exactly. It was reaching into me. I felt a cold, crushing weight descend upon me. A suffocating presence that pressed the crunch of Emily's tires on the gravel driveway was the sound of my world collapsing, not with a bang, but with a sickening, drawn-out grind. It was the sound of my sister, my sweet, unsuspecting Emily, driving straight into a trap I had failed to prevent. My heart, already a bruised and battered thing, seemed to shrivel in my chest, a desperate, silent scream caught in my throat. Arthur, his hand still clamped around my arm, squeezed, a silent warning. His smile, wide and utterly devoid of warmth, was fixed on the approaching car. "Showtime, my dear," he murmured, his voice a low, chilling purr that only I could hear. "Smile for our audience." My muscles protested, stiff with terror, but I forced my lips into something that might have passed for a smile to a casual observer. To Emily, it would just look like relief, happiness to see her. The irony was a bitter taste in my mouth, metallic and sharp. Emily's little red hatchback, a beacon of normalcy in this twisted nightmare, rolled to a stop. The engine cut out, and for a moment, the only sound was a distant whisper of the wind through the pines. Then, the car door opened, and there she was. She looked exactly like herself, which was the most heartbreaking thing of all. Her bright, inquisitive eyes scanned the cabin, a slight frown creasing her brow at the sheer number of windows, reflecting the setting sun in a dizzying display. She probably thought it was quirky, maybe a little eccentric, but nothing more. She carried a small overnight bag, slung casually over her shoulder, and a bright, excited grin spread across her face when she saw me standing there, next to Arthur. "Hey," she called out, her voice a melody of pure joy, utterly untainted by the horror that surrounded us. She started walking towards us, her steps light and carefree. Wow, this place is something else. Art, so many windows. Arthur's grip on my arm tightened almost imperceptibly as he stepped forward, releasing me only to meet Emily halfway. He enveloped her in a hug, a picture of the perfect, doting boyfriend. My stomach churned. I watched him, his face a mask of genuine affection, and I felt a fresh wave of nausea. How could anyone be so convincingly evil? Emily, my love, "You made it," he exclaimed, his voice warm and inviting. "Happy early birthday. This is just the start of your special weekend." He pulled back, holding her at arm's length, beaming. "What do you think of my little retreat?" Emily laughed, a sound like wind chimes, so out of place here. "It is unique. Definitely a lot of glass, but cozy in a weird way." She glanced at me, her eyes sparkling. "Hey, you okay? You look a little pale." I forced another smile, a painful contortion of my face. "Just a long drive. And I am so happy you are here." The lie felt like ash in my mouth. I wanted to scream, to grab her, to tell her to run, to sprint back to her car and never look back. But Arthur was watching me, his eyes like daggers, promising unspeakable consequences if I dared to break character. "Come on in, both of you," Arthur said, ushering us toward the cabin door, his hand resting lightly on the small of Emily's back. "Let us get you settled. Emily, I have prepared a delicious birthday dinner just for us." As we stepped inside, the mirrors assaulted me again. Every angle, every surface, reflected our distorted images, stretching and warping our forms. Emily gasped, but it was a sound of wonder, not dread. "Whoa, this is intense. It is like a fun house. Art." "Exactly." Arthur chuckled, his voice echoing eerily in the mirrored space. "An immersive experience. I want you both to feel completely present, completely seen." He paused, let his gaze linger on my reflection, then on Emily's. Every angle, every emotion, perfectly captured. My blood ran cold. He was not just talking about the mirrors. He was talking about his sick, twisted narrative. And Emily was now trapped right in the middle of it. He led Emily to a small, elegantly made-up guest bedroom, also lined with mirrors, though fewer than the main living area. It was unsettling, but Emily, still caught up in the novelty, seemed more amused and disturbed. She tossed her bag onto the bed. "This is really something. Art, you really went all out. Only the best of my favorite people," he said, his arm casually draped around my shoulders, pulling me close, a possessive gesture that made my skin crawl. Emily did not notice. She was too busy admiring the view from the window, which offered nothing but endless, dense forest. "I will give you a moment to freshen up. Emily," Arthur said, "dinner will be ready shortly. We have a lot to celebrate." He steered me out of the room, closing the door softly behind us. The moment we were alone, his charming facade dropped like a stone. His eyes, now cold and hard, bored into mine. A flawless performance. Would not you agree? "My dear, you played your part beautifully. Keep it up, and perhaps our little Emily will even get to see her next birthday." The thinly veiled threat hung in the air, a poisonous fog. My knees felt weak. He was enjoying this, every agonizing second of my terror, every forced smile, every silent plea. He was feeding on it. Now, he continued, his voice regaining a semblance of its earlier warmth, though the underlying menace remained. "I prepared a special meal. I will need your help in the kitchen." My stomach clenched. The kitchen? What horrors awaited me there? The kitchen was surprisingly normal, at least at first glance. Stainless steel appliances, granite countertops, a large island in the middle. No mirrors in here. Thank God. But the normalcy felt like a trick, a brief respite before the next wave of terror. Arthur moved with an unsettling grace, pulling out ingredients, humming a tuneless melody. He handed me a cutting board and a knife. "Chop these vegetables, please." Finally, precision is key. I took the knife, my hand trembling slightly. It felt heavy, cold. A weapon or a tool. In Arthur's world, the line was blurred. I focused on the mundane task, trying to quiet the frantic drumming of my heart. Every slice of the carrot felt like an act of defiance, a small assertion of control in a situation where I had none. Emily reappeared, looking refreshed, Her hair pulled back in a casual ponytail. Smells amazing in here. What are we having? My famous roasted chicken with herb potatoes and a seasonal vegetable medley. Arthur announced proudly. A classic, but elevated. He winked at Emily. And for dessert, a special birthday cake I picked up in town. He was so good at this. So utterly convincing. Emily was completely disarmed. She came over to the island, watching me chop. Need any help, sis? No, I am fine. I managed, my voice a little too strained. I risked a glance at Arthur. He was watching us, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk playing on his lips. He was enjoying the charade, this twisted family dinner. We ate in the main living area at a small, elegant dining table that Arthur had set up. The mirrors reflected our faces. 3 figures caught in an endless loop. Arthur was charming, engaging Emily in conversation about her work, her friends, her plans. He seemed genuinely interested, asking thoughtful questions. He even made me laugh once, a short, nervous burst that felt completely alien. It was a performance, a masterful one, designed to lull Emily into a false sense of security. And it was working. I tried to send her subtle signals. A prolonged look, a slight shake of my head when Arthur was not looking. But she just smiled, thinking I was tired or a little off. How could I convey the sheer, unadulterated horror without giving myself away, without putting her in even more danger? After dinner, Arthur insisted on doing the dishes, shooing us out of the kitchen. It is your birthday weekend. Emily, you relax. And you, he said, looking at me, you have helped enough. Go spend some time with your sister. It was an order, not an offer. He wanted us together, alone, so he could observe us, control the narrative. Emily and I sat on a plush sofa, surrounded by our reflections. She was scrolling through her phone, probably checking messages, unaware that we were in a dead zone, no signal reaching this isolated cabin. Arthur had made sure of that. This is really nice, though, is not it? Emily said, leaning her head on my shoulder. Arthur is so sweet. I mean, I know you guys broke up, but he really went out of his way for my birthday. He is a good guy, deep down. My stomach twisted. A good guy. My sister was praising the monster who had kidnapped me, who was about to turn her into his next victim. I wanted to scream, to shake her, to tell her everything. But how? What if he was listening? What if he had hidden cameras? He was meticulous, calculating. I started, my voice barely a whisper. We need to talk. Before I could say anything else, Arthur reappeared, a wide, triumphant grin on his face. Ladies, I have a surprise. He was holding a beautifully wrapped gift. Emily, this is for you. From both of us. Emily's eyes lit up. She loved presents. She tore open the paper, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. Inside, nestled on a velvet cushion, was a delicate silver locket. It was identical to the one he would given me, except this one had Emily's photo in it. A candid shot of her laughing, taken God knows when. And engraved on the back, the initials E.M. My breath caught in my throat. He was giving her my locket, the one he had just given me. But with her picture, he was replacing me. Or perhaps this was a part of his twisted collection, a pair of lockets for a pair of sisters. Emily gasped, touched. Oh, Arthur, it is beautiful. And my picture. How did you even get this? Arthur chuckled, a dark, unsettling sound. A little bird told me you would love it. I have my ways. He looked at me, a flicker of cold amusement in his eyes. Do not worry, darling. I have something special for you too. Later, my blood ran cold. He had something special for me too. Something that would undoubtedly be another piece of his terrifying game. The night wore on. Arthur suggested a board game, charades, anything to keep us engaged, to keep the illusion alive. I played along, my mind a frantic scramble of escape plans, of ways to warn Emily. But every avenue seemed blocked. The windows were too high, the doors locked, the isolation absolute. And Arthur's eyes were everywhere, reflected in every mirror, watching my every move. Finally, Emily yawned. I am exhausted. That drive was longer than I thought. I think I'm going to head to bed. Of course, my dear, Arthur said, ever the perfect host. Sweet dreams. He walked at her room, his hand on her back, a possessive gesture that made me want to vomit. When he returned, his smile was gone. The air in the room grew heavy, suffocating. Your turn, my protagonist, he said, his voice a low growl. Tonight, you and I have some things to discuss. And tomorrow is the climax. He led me to a different part of the cabin, a hallway I had not noticed before, poorly lit. At the end of it was a single, heavy wooden door. It looked out of place, not like the other modern, mirrored doors. He unlocked it with a key he pulled from his pocket, the click echoing ominously in the silence. After you, he said a mock bow. The room inside was dark. He flicked a switch, and the clink of silverware against porcelain was the only sound I could register, a metallic echo in the cavernous silence of my own terror. Arthur, across the table, was a picture of serene contentment, his perfect boyfriend facade firmly in place. He talked about his day, about some tedious work project, about plans for my upcoming birthday. Every word was a hammer blow against a fragile wall I was trying to build around my sanity. Because just moments before, I would seen it. The photo, me, asleep, in my own bed, last night, my sanctuary, violated, my home no longer safe, my life no longer my own. He had been there, in my room, watching me, and the thought, a cold, venomous tendril wrapped around my throat, squeezing. He had not just been there, he would been there with his phone, documenting it, a part of script. I felt a tremor run through me, but I forced it down, forced a smile, forced a nod. My heart was a frantic hummingbird trapped in a cage of ribs, beating a desperate rhythm against the silence. His eyes, flat obsidian, met mine across the table, and for a split second, I saw it not warmth, not affection, but a flicker of something calculating, something utterly devoid of human emotion. He knew I would seen it. And that empty smile, it widened just a fraction. You are quiet tonight, sweetheart, he said, his voice smooth as polished stone. Something on your mind. My mind was a maelstrom, a hurricane of fear and disbelief. Yes, Arthur, you work in my bedroom. You photographed me sleeping. You are a monster. But the words caught in my throat, tangled in a web of pure, unadulterated terror. He had confirmed my worst fears in his damp basement, with the captive woman's whispered plea for Emily still echoing in my ears. He saw me as a character, my life as his twisted play. And now this was the opening act of a new horror. Just tired. I managed, my voice a thin, reedy thing that barely sounded like my own. Long day. He nodded, accepting the lie, or pretending to. Well, you deserve a break. Your birthday is just around the corner. After all, I got something truly special planned for you. His smile deepened, and this time, it sent a shiver straight down my spine that had nothing to do with the cool evening air. A little retreat. Just us. Away from everything. A chance to really reflect. The word hung in the air, heavy and ominous. Reflect. I could feel his gaze on me, peeling back layers, seeing past the forced calm, right into the raw, pulsating fear beneath. He was enjoying this. He was enjoying my terror. That night was a blur of sleepless paranoia. Every creak of the house, every whisper of the wind against the window pane, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I checked the locks 3 times, for times, knowing it was useless. He had a key. He had been in my room. He could be there again any minute. I pulled the covers up to my chin, but the darkness pressed in, full of phantom shapes and the chilling image of his empty smile. My sanctuary was gone. It had been an illusion all along. The next morning, the air was thick with a manufactured normalcy. Arthur was chipper, making coffee, humming a tune. He acted as if nothing had happened, as if he had not ripped the last shred of safety from under me. He talked about the surprise trip again, his eyes gleaming with an unnatural excitement. Pack a bag, he instructed, his tone light, but with an underlying current of absolute authority. Just for a few days. Do not worry about a thing. I have taken care of everything. My stomach churned. Taken care of everything. That phrase in his mouth was a death sentence. I wanted to scream, to run, to call the police, but the words were lodged somewhere deep inside, choked by fear. Who would believe me? He was so charming, so convincing. He was a perfect boyfriend. And I was just paranoid. A character in his drama. I packed the bag mechanically, my hands shaking. A few clothes, toiletries, my phone. No signal. I suspected. No escape. The thought was a cold knot in my gut. This was not a surprise trip. This was an abduction. The drive was long, stretching out into an endless, suffocating tunnel of dread. We left the city, then the suburbs, then even the small towns, turning onto narrower and narrower roads. The asphalt gave way to gravel, then to a dirt track barely wide enough for one car. Towering pine trees, thick and ancient, pressing on either side, their branches interlocking overhead, creating a canopy that swallowed the sunlight. The air grew colder, heavier, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves. Each mile deepened the sense of isolation, of being cut off from the world, from help, from any chance of escape. Arthur drove with an unsettling calm, one hand resting casually on the steering wheel, the other tapping a gentle rhythm on his thigh. He talked, his voice a low, hypnotic drone. He spoke of his vision, his art, how everything had to be just so. You see, he began, his eyes fixed on the winding road ahead. Most people just live their lives. They bumble along, reacting. No narrative, no arc. It is messy, but with a little direction, a little careful planning, life can be so much more. A story, a masterpiece. He glanced at me, his flat obsidian eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight through the trees. And you, my dear, are the perfect protagonist. My blood ran cold. Protagonist, not a person, a character, a thing to be manipulated, to be pushed and pulled for his entertainment. I wanted to scream, to grab the wheel, to throw myself in the moving car, but I was paralyzed. My hands were clammy, my breath shallow. The car felt like a coffin on wheels, carrying me to my own burial. Emily, I whispered, the name catching in my throat. Why Emily? He smiled, a slow, predatory curve of his lips. Emily is the catalyst, the emotional core, the ultimate motivation. Her presence will elevate the stakes. Do not you think? Imagine the reunion, the tension, the raw emotion. It is going to be exquisite. He talked about her as if she were a prop, a plot device. My own sister. The thought of Emily being dragged into this, into his twisted world, ignited a spark of desperate fury within me, pushing back against the icy grip of fear. I had to protect her. But how? I was utterly helpless. The drive seemed to last forever, but eventually, the trees thinned, giving way to a small clearing. And there it was, the cabin. It was rustic, weathered, built of dark, rough-hewn logs. Unassuming, almost quaint, nestled deep in the forest. It looked like something out of fairy tale, a place where you might expect to find warmth and comfort. But as Arthur killed the engine, plunging us into an eerie silence broken only by the chirping of crickets, a profound sense of dread washed over me. This was no fairy tale. This was a nightmare. Welcome home, Arthur said, his smile stretching wider. He got out, and I hesitated, my hand hovering over the door handle. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to hide, to claw my way back to civilization. But the forest was a dark, unknown entity, and Arthur was already waiting, holding the door open for me. His eyes, unblinking, held me captive. I stepped out of the car, my legs wobbly. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. No self-service. I knew it. My phone was a useless brick in my pocket. He led me to the cabin door, a heavy, darkwood slab. He produced a key, a large, old-fashioned iron thing, and turned it in the lock with a resounding clunk. The sound echoed in the stillness, sealing my fate. Then he pushed the door open. My breath hitched. My heart stopped. The world tilted. It was not just a cabin. It was a kaleidoscope, a dizzying, disorienting hall of mirrors. Every single surface, from floor to ceiling, wall to wall, was covered in them. Not just regular mirrors, but antique, ornate ones. Some framed in tarnished silver, others in dark, carved wood. Some were small, like portholes, others massive, stretching from the floor to the vaulted ceiling. They reflected each other endlessly, creating a labyrinth of infinite reflections, a dizzying, suffocating expanse of fractured light and distorted images. I stood on the threshold, frozen, my mind struggling to process the visual assault. 1,000 versions of myself stared back, wide-eyed and terrified. 1,000 Arthurs, their empty smiles multiplied into a grotesque legion. The room seemed to stretch on forever, a boundless, inescapable prison of my own image. Is not it perfect? Arthur's voice, calm and pleased, cut through the cacophony of reflections. He stepped inside, and his reflection, 1,000 times over, moved with him, surrounding me. A stage designed for introspection and observation. I could not move. My eyes darted from one reflection to another, trying to find a focal point, a patch of solid wall, anything to ground myself. But there was nothing, just glass. Endless, unblinking glass. It is disorienting. I managed, my voice barely a whisper, lost in the echoing void. Precisely, he said, his voice laced with strange, almost academic satisfaction. It strips away the pretense, forces you to confront yourself, to confront your reactions. And I, of course, get to observe every nuance. He gestured around the room with an open hand, as if presenting a grand masterpiece. Every angle, every expression, no hiding here. He was right. There was no hiding. Every movement I made was amplified, mirrored, dissected. I felt like an insect under a microscope, magnified and exposed. My fear, my panic, my very essence was on display, reflected back at me 1,000 times. I tried to walk further into the room, but the mirrors on the floor made it feel like I was stepping onto a precipice, into an abyss. My reflection beneath me was a ghostly, inverted image, my legs seeming to stretch into infinity. I felt a wave of nausea. Careful. Arthur chuckled, a low, unnerving sound. It takes some getting used to, but you will adapt. You will learn to move within the narrative. I looked around desperately, trying to find a window, a door, anything that was not glass. But the mirrors were seamless, fitted together with unnerving precision. They were not just decorative, they were structural. This cabin was the mirrors. Suddenly, a flicker in my peripheral vision, a distorted face, not quite mine, not quite Arthur's. It was gaunt, terrified, eyes wide with a silent scream. I spun around, but it was gone, absorbed back into the infinite reflections. My breath hitched. Was it my imagination? The psychological toll of this place was already beginning to warp my perception. What is this place? I demanded, my voice trembling. Arthur walked past me, his reflections following a procession of empty smiles. He stopped in the center of the room, looking at his own image, admiring it. This, my dear, is where the script truly comes alive, where the raw emotions are laid bare, where the true self is revealed. He turned to me, his obsidian eyes glinting in the fractured light. And it is where Emily will join us. For the grand finale of your birthday, the thought of Emily here, in this suffocating, disorienting prison, sent a fresh wave of terror through me. She could not come here. I had to stop her, but I was trapped. I started to feel dizzy. The constant reflections, the endless copies of myself and Arthur, began to blur, to merge. I felt like I was dissolving, my identity fracturing into a million pieces. Is anyone else been here? I asked, the words catching in my throat. The captive woman. Her whispered plea for Emily. Was she here? Had she been here? Arthur's smile did not falter. Oh, yes. A few previous rehearsals. They never quite understood the depth of the narrative, though. They lacked your particular intensity. He gestured vaguely towards one of the larger mirrors, its surface slightly warped, giving my reflection a stretched, almost monstrous appearance. One of them, a rather dramatic young woman, actually thought she could break the fourth wall. Quite amusing, really. My gaze followed his hand. On the surface of the mirror, almost imperceptible unless you knew to look, was a faint, spiderweb-like scratch. Not a crack, but a series of thin, desperate lines, as if someone had tried to claw their way out. And then, I saw it, faintly, almost erased, a single etched letter. My blood ran cold. Emily. No, it could not be. Was it a message? Or just a cruel coincidence? She tried to leave a message. Arthur mused, as if reading my thoughts. Pathetic, really, but it only made her performance more compelling. The desperation, the futility, it was all part of the story. He was talking about the captive woman, the one who whispered Emily's name. She had been here, in this very room, and she had not escaped. The implication hit me like a physical blow. I was not the first. Emily was not the first target. This was a pattern, a horrific, meticulously planned pattern. Arthur was not just writing a story, he was creating a gallery of suffering, a museum of terror. I walked to the mirror, my reflection a trembling, distorted mess. I traced a faint E with my fingertip. It was a ghost, a whisper from the past, a warning from a victim who had met her end in this very room. The captive woman. She had probably looked into these same mirrors, her eyes wide with the same terror, her heart pounding with the same desperate hope. Arthur watched me, his head cocked slightly, a connoisseur observing a rare piece of art. She had a certain flair for the dramatic. But you, my dear, you have a natural talent for authentic fear. It is truly a gift. I felt a surge of adrenaline, cold and sharp. I had to get out. I had to warn Emily. I had to do something. I scanned the room again, my eyes more desperate now, searching for any weakness, any flaw in this endless glass prison. The reflections multiplied my panic, turning it into a cacophony of terror. There is no escape, Arthur said, his voice soft, almost soothing, as if he could read the frantic thoughts racing through my mind. Not from here, not from the script. Every door, every window is sealed, and even if you could break the glass, the forest out there is vast and unforgiving. No one would hear you. No one would find you. He was right. I knew he was right. The isolation was absolute. The mirrors were impenetrable. I was trapped. Over the next few days, the cabin became a living hell. The mirrors were relentless. They never let me forget where I was, what I was. They were a constant, unblinking reminder of my captivity, of Arthur's absolute control. I started to lose track of time. The reflections blurred, sometimes morphing into grotesque caricatures of myself, sometimes showing fleeting glimpses of other faces of gaunt, terrified face of the captive woman. Emily's smiling face, innocent and unaware, then twisted into a mass of horror. I could not tell what was real and what was a hallucination induced by the relentless visual assault. Arthur would leave me alone for hours, sometimes an entire day, only to return, his empty smile firmly in place. He would bring me food, water, and then he would just watch. He would sit in a chair, perfectly still, observing my every move, every tremor, every desperate glance at the glass walls. He would make notes in a small, leather-bound journal, his pen scratching softly in the suffocating silence. Fascinating. He would murmur, more to himself than to me, the way the eyes dart, the subtle clenching of the jaw, pure, unadulterated terror. It is exquisite. I tried to fight it. I tried to ignore the mirrors, to focus on a single point, but it was impossible. Every movement brought a cascade of reflections. Every turn of my head created a new, disorienting vista of myself in the endless room. My own reflection became my enemy, a constant reminder of my helplessness, 1,000 pairs of my own eyes watching me, judging me. I started talking to my reflections, whispering to them, begging them to help me, to find a way out. Sometimes one of them would seem to answer, a phantom voice echoing my own fear. I knew I was losing my mind, but the alternative, the silent, crushing reality of my situation was even worse. One evening, Arthur returned with a small, wrapped package. My heart pounded. It was my birthday. "Happy birthday, my dear," he said, his voice dripping with mock sincerity. A little something to mark the occasion, and a prelude to our grand event. I unwrapped the package with trembling fingers. Inside was a delicate silver locket. It was beautiful, antique, intricately carved. But as I opened it, my blood ran cold. On one side was a tiny photo of me, smiling from before all of this. On the other side was an empty space, waiting to be filled. And etched on the back, almost invisibly, were the initials E.M. Emily. Emily will be here soon. Arthur said, his voice a low purr. She is on her way. She thinks it is a surprise party, a little getaway for us all. She is so excited. She even picked out a special gift for you. He paused, letting the words sink in. And she will be staying right here, in the cabin, with us. My breath caught in my throat. Emily, here, in this mirror-lined hell. The captive woman's faint on the mirror flashed in my mind. Was this the same locket? Had she worn it? Was the E.M. for Emily or for the other Emily, the one who had suffered here before? No, I whispered, my voice hoarse. You can't. Leave her out of this. Arthur chuckled, a cold, dry sound. Oh, but she is integral to the narrative. The climax, if you will. The moment of truth. Imagine her face, her terror, when she realizes everything. It will be glorious. He pulled out his phone. My heart leapt. Could I grab it? Could I call for help? But he just held it up, showing me a photo. It was Emily, smiling, standing by a road sign at Red Pine Ridge Forest. She was close. Too close. She will be here any minute, he said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The final act is about to begin. And you, my dear, get a front row seat to your own undoing. He then did something that completely broke me. He held up a small, rectangular piece of paper. It was a photo of me, taken just moments ago, looking terrified, standing in the middle of the mirror cabin. He had taken it when I was unwrapping the locket. He was documenting my breakdown, my despair as it happened. He placed the locket around my neck, his cold fingers brushing against my skin. The silver felt like a branding iron. I looked into the nearest mirror, and 1,000 versions of me stared back. 1,000 empty eyes, 1,000 faces contorted in silent horror. The locket hung heavy on my chest, a symbol of my impending doom and of Emily's. Then, I heard it. A faint sound carried on the wind. The crunch of tires on the gravel path. Emily. She was here. My heart hammered against my ribs, a desperate drumbeat of terror. I had failed. I could not protect her. I was just a character, trapped in his twisted script, forced to watch as my sister walked into the lion's den. Arthur's smile was wider than I had ever seen it, a chilling, triumphant grin that stretched from ear to ear. "Showtime," he whispered, his eyes fixed on my reflection, on the pure, unadulterated horror etched on my face. "Now, let's go greet our special guest. And remember, darling," he added, his voice dropping to a low, menacing growl, smile. For the audience, he took my arm, his grip like steel, and began to guide me toward the door. My legs felt like lead, but I was powerless to resist. My reflection in the mirror showed a girl, broken and utterly defeated, being led to her final, terrifying performance. And in the distance, I could hear Emily's cheerful voice calling my name, completely unaware of the horrifying stage that awaited her, filled with endless reflections of her sister's despair, and a monster's empty, satisfied smile. The mirrors watched, unblinking, ready to capture every single moment of the unfolding tragedy. My heart was a frantic hummingbird trapped in a cage of ribs, hammering against the bone as Arthur's words hung in the air, thick and suffocating. "Your sister, Emily, will be at your birthday, just as my script dictates." The casual way he said it, like he was discussing the weather, was far more terrifying than any scream or threat. I was nothing more than a character, a pawn, and my life, my very existence, was being written by a monster. The basement air, already heavy with the smell of damp earth, and something else I could not quite place, something metallic and faintly sweet, like old blood, seemed to press in on me, stealing what little breath I had left. The woman's whispered plea, "Help me, all the others, Emily," echoed in my ears, a ghostly chorus to Arthur's chilling monologue. My Emily, my sweet, oblivious sister. Was she already entangled in his web? Was she another one of his projects? Arthur stepped closer, his shadow falling over me, eclipsing what little light filtered in from the single, grimy bulb hanging precariously overhead. He reached out, and for a split second, I braced myself for a blow, a shove, anything violent. Instead, his fingers gently brushed a stray strand of hair from my face. His touch was cold, almost clinical, and I recoiled internally, a wave of nausea washing over me. "There's no need for dramatics, my dear," he said, his voice a low, soothing rumble that did nothing to quell the rising panic in my chest. "You are an intelligent woman. You understand the situation. Resisting will only make things unpleasant." He smiled then, a slow, deliberate curving of his lips that did not reach his eyes. His eyes, those beautiful, deceptive eyes, were flat, empty, like two chips of polished obsidian. I wanted to scream, to fight, to run. But where would I go? He knew everything. He was everywhere. The sheer audacity of his control, the meticulous planning, it paralyzed me. I was a deer caught in headlights, utterly helpless. "Let us go upstairs," he said, turning and heading towards a narrow, creaking stairs. He did not wait for me, did not look back, as if he knew I would follow. And I did. My legs felt like lead, each step in agony. But I climbed, the image of the woman's terrified eyes, the sound of her desperate whisper, burning into my mind. I did not know if she was still there, if she was even alive. But her plea for Emily, that was my anchor, my one burning question. Back in his pristine living room, bathed in the soft glow of designer lamps, it was as if the basement, the woman, the confession, had never happened. Arthur moved with an unsettling grace, pouring 2 glasses of sparkling water from a crystal carafe. He offered one to me. My hand trembled as I took it, the condensation cold against my skin. I could not bring myself to drink. "You are thirsty," he observed, his gaze unwavering. "You have had a long day." He gestured to the plush sofa. "Sit. We need to talk." Talk, like we were discussing a bad investment or a difficult client. Not my life, my sister, and the horrifying truth of his madness. I sat, sinking into the soft cushions, feeling like I was drowning. "You were wondering about Emily," he began, as if reading my thoughts. "And the woman downstairs. Let me assure you, they are both quite safe. For now, He took a sip of his water, his eyes never leaving mine. The woman downstairs, let us call her Subject A. She is a fascinating study. And Emily is your emotional anchor, is not she? Your Achilles heel. My blood ran cold. He knew me, knew my vulnerabilities better than I knew myself. What do you want? Arthur. I managed to choke out, my voice barely a whisper. He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. What I want, my dear, is to complete my masterpiece. Your life, your reactions, your choices, they are all part of a grand narrative I am crafting. And you are the star. He talked for what felt like hours, detailing his sick philosophy, his twisted sense of control. He spoke of human nature, of predictable patterns, of illusion of free will. He believed he was an artist, his medium, human lives. He saw me as his most intricate work yet, and Emily as a crucial plot device. He did not threaten me directly, not with physical harm, but with something far worse, the complete obliteration of my autonomy, the theft of my entire future. Eventually, the exhaustion, the terror, the sheer psychological assault became too much. I must have zoned out, my mind retreating some dark corner for self-preservation. When I finally registered his voice again, he was saying, "You are tired. I will drive you home." The drive home was a blur. I remember the silence, broken only by the hum of his luxury car. I remember the oppressive weight of his presence beside me, even as he focused on the road. I remember the feeling of being watched, of being utterly vulnerable. He walked me to my door, a perfect gentleman. "I will pick you up tomorrow evening," he said, his hand resting lightly on my arm. "Dinner. There's a new French place downtown I think you will like." I nodded numbly, incapable of forming a coherent refusal. I just wanted him gone, wanted to be alone in my own space, even if I knew it was not truly mine anymore. He leaned in, a soft kiss on my forehead. "Sweet dreams, my love." The words were a dagger. Sweet dreams. Knowing what I knew, knowing he was the architect of my nightmares. I locked the door behind him, triple locked it, then leaned against it, gasping for air. My apartment, once my sanctuary, now felt like a stage, every corner a potential hiding place for his unseen eyes. I checked every window, every closet, under the bed. Paranoia clawed at me, whispering that he had cameras, microphones, that he was watching me right now. Sleep did not come that night. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my mind replaying every horrifying detail of the day. The woman's voice, Arthur's calm smile, Emily's name. I felt like I was losing my mind, spiraling into a madness I could not escape. The next day was a waking nightmare. I called Chloe and Sarah, trying to sound normal, try to gauge if they were okay, if they had noticed anything off about Arthur. Chloe was chipper, talking about a new workout class. Sarah was busy with work, complaining about a deadline. Neither of them mentioned Arthur or anything suspicious. It was like I was screaming into a void, and no one could hear me. I could not tell them. Not without sounding completely insane, not without putting them in danger. Arthur was too powerful, too clever. That evening, Arthur arrived precisely on time. He was impeccably dressed, a charming smile on his face, a bouquet of my favorite flowers in his hand. To the outside world, we were the perfect couple. To me, he was a wolf at my door, dressed in sheep's clothing. He opened the car door for me, his touch light almost imperceptible. The restaurant was elegant, dimly lit, with soft jazz playing in the background. It was the kind of place you went for a romantic evening, not to feel like a prisoner on display. Throughout dinner, he was the epitome of a perfect boyfriend. He listened intently, laughed at my forced jokes, held my hand across the table. He talked about his day, about art, about future plans, our future plans. Every word was a lie, every gesture a calculated performance. I played my part too, forcing smiles, nodding at appropriate moments, my stomach churning with dread. I tried to subtly observe him, searching for a crack in his facade, but he was flawless. His eyes, however, still held that unsettling emptiness, that depthless void that betrayed the monster within. Midway through our main course, his phone buzzed. He glanced at it, then set it face up on the table, next to his plate. It was a new phone, sleek and black, something I had not seen before. I tried not to stare, but my eyes were drawn to the screen. The wallpaper was a photo, and then I saw it. My breath hitched in my throat, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. It was a picture of me, sleeping. My heart stopped. The world around me blurred, the soft jazz, the clinking of silverware, the murmur of conversations, it all faded into a distant hum. All I could see was that image me in my bed, my hair splayed across the pillow, my mouth slightly open, completely vulnerable, completely unaware. It was from last night. I knew it was last night because of the specific way my blanket was bunched, the angle of the moonlight streaming through my window. A wave of ice-cold terror washed over me, so potent it made my vision swim. He had been in my apartment, while I was sleeping, while I was lying there completely defenseless. He had been standing over me, watching, taking pictures. The sweet dreams from last night echoed in my ears, now twisted into a sinister mockery. My hand flew to my mouth, a silent gasp escaping. I must have made some sound, some involuntary movement, because Arthur looked up from his plate, his eyes meeting mine. He did not need to ask what was wrong. He knew I had seen it. A slow, knowing smile spread across his face, not charming this time, but utterly predatory. It was a smile that promised absolute dominion, a smile that confirmed every single one of my worst fears. He did not apologize, did not explain, did not even try to hide it. He just looked at me, his eyes gleaming with a chilling triumph. "Is everything all right, my dear?" he asked, his voice still smooth, still perfectly calm, but with an undercurrent of something dark and triumphant. I could not speak. My throat had closed up, my mind reeling. The picture was not just a violation, it was a declaration. A declaration that there was no safe place, no private moment, no escape from his gaze. He was not just controlling my life, he was living it with me, a silent, unseen shadow, always present. "You look a little pale," he continued, reaching across the table to gently squeeze my hand. His touch, usually a source of unease, now felt like a brand searing my skin. "Perhaps you are tired. We can leave if you like." He offered me an out, a chance to escape this immediate horror, but I knew it was just another part of his game. Leaving the restaurant would not free me, it would just move the stage. The image of my sleeping face, a snapshot of my stolen vulnerability, was burned into my mind. I managed to choke. "I think I need some air." He nodded, still smiling that awful, knowing smile. He signaled for the waiter, paid the bill with effortless grace, and then escorted me out of the restaurant, his hand firm on the small of my back, guiding me, controlling me. The cool night air did nothing to clear my head. My mind was a maelstrom of fear and disbelief. He had been in my apartment. How many times? Had he installed cameras? Had he cloned my keys? Had he just walked in? The thought made my skin crawl. Every shadow seemed to hold a pair of watching eyes. Every rustle of leaves a whispered threat. In the car, the silence was deafening. I could not bring myself to look at him. I just stared out the window, watching the city lights blur, feeling more alone than I had ever felt in my life. The woman in the basement, her plea, her sister Emily, it all clicked into place with horrifying clarity. This was not just about me. This was a pattern, a meticulous, terrifying pattern of control and manipulation. When we arrived at my apartment, he again walked me to the door. This time, there was no gentle kiss, no sweet dreams. He simply looked at me, his gaze intense, piercing. "Do not worry," he said, his voice barely a whisper, but it resonated with chilling finality. "I am always watching over you. Always. Then he turned and walked away, disappearing into the night. I stumbled inside, locking the door and leaning against it, my body trembling uncontrollably. I did not know what to do. Call the police. What would I tell them? My charming, successful boyfriend is a psychopath who keeps women in his basement and takes pictures of me sleeping. They would think I was crazy. And even if they believed me, Arthur was too smart. He covered his tracks. He had me convinced of that. I walked through my apartment, a stranger in my own home. Every object felt tainted. Every corner a potential hiding spot for his intrusion. I pulled out my phone, my fingers fumbling. I needed to call Emily. I needed to warn her. But what would I say? Do not come to my birthday. Our boyfriend is a monster who has another woman downstairs and watches me sleep. The thought of Emily, so innocent, so trusting, being drawn into this nightmare, filled me with a desperate, burning resolve. I could not let Arthur touch her. I could not let her become another one of his projects. I started pacing, my mind racing, trying to find a way out. He had said he controlled my life, that I was a character in his script. But even characters sometimes found a way to rewrite their own stories. Then, a new wave of nausea hit me. The others. The woman in the basement had said all the others. Was it just her? Or were there more? And if so, where were they? And what happened to them? I remembered Arthur's journal, the one I found open on his desk, predicting my arrival. He expected me. He wanted me to find it. He wanted me to go to the basement. It was all part of script. He was playing me every step of the way. My birthday. That was the next major event in his twisted narrative. Emily would be there. I had to do something before then. I had to find a way to break free, not just for myself, but for Emily. I spent the rest of the night checking every inch of my apartment, searching for cameras, for bugs, for any sign of his intrusion. I found nothing, which, in a way, was even more terrifying. It meant he was either incredibly good, or he did not need them. He had simply walked in. As dawn approached, painting the sky in hues of gray and pink, I felt a flicker of something I had not felt in days: anger. A cold, hard anger that began to push back against the suffocating fear. He thought he had me. He thought he had written my story. But he did not know me, not truly. He did not know the fight that was simmering beneath my terror. I knew I could not go to the police. I could not trust Chloe or Sarah, not yet. I was on my own, but I was not completely helpless. I had my mind, and I had a desperate need to protect my sister. My phone buzzed, vibrating on the bedside table. I jumped, my heart leaping into my throat. It was a text message from Arthur. "Good morning, my love. Just checking in. Sleep well." The words were innocent, charming, but they were a fresh wave of ice-cold dread. He knew I had not slept. He was mocking me. He was reminding me that he was always watching. I did not reply. I just stared at the message, the words mocking me from the screen. He was always watching. But maybe, just maybe, if I was careful, if I was smart, I could watch him back. I could find a way to flip his script, to write my own ending. The thought was terrifying, but it was also the first spark of hope I had felt in days. A dangerous, desperate hope. My birthday was only a week away. Emily was coming. The clock was ticking. I had to figure out what Arthur's script for my birthday entailed, and I had to find a way to burn it to ashes before it consumed us all. I had to save Emily. And maybe, just maybe, I could save myself and the woman in the basement, too. But first, I had to understand the monster. And that meant playing along. For now, it meant smiling, nodding, and pretending I was still his perfect character, while secretly planning my escape from his horrifying story. Thoroughly jaded. Yeah, jaded is probably the right word. After countless awkward coffee dates, conversations that went nowhere, and the occasional outright bizarre encounter. I was pretty much ready to throw in the towel. My phone was a graveyard of dating apps I would install, deleted, and then reinstalled in moments of weakness or particularly lonely Friday nights. It was a cycle, you would swipe, you would match, you would exchange pleasantries, maybe even meet up, and then it would just fizzle. Every time. It was exhausting. I would start to wonder if there was something fundamentally wrong with me, or if the entire concept of finding a genuine connection online was just a cruel joke played on single people. But like a moth to a flame, or maybe a goldfish to a particularly shiny new pellet, I would always find myself back on one of those apps. Just one more try. I would tell myself, maybe this time. And then, a few months ago, I saw his profile. His name was Arthur. His pictures were normal, not overly filtered, not trying too hard. Just a guy smiling, a shot of him hiking, another one with a dog that I assumed was his. He looked kind, intelligent. His bio was short, witty, and did not mention anything about good vibes, only or fluent in sarcasm. A rare find, let me tell you. I swiped right. To my surprise, we matched almost instantly. Our initial messages were easy, flowing. We talked about books, our favorite local breweries, the absurdity of modern life. He seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say, and I found myself looking forward to his replies. It was refreshing, a stark contrast to the usual "hey, what is up?" or the immediate request for my Instagram handle. After a few days, he suggested we meet for coffee. A low stakes, no pressure first date. Perfect. The coffee shop was one of those trendy places downtown, all exposed brick and artisanal lattes. I arrived a few minutes early, grabbed a small table by the window, and tried to calm the usual first date jitters. When Arthur walked in, I recognized him immediately. He had a friendly smile, exactly like in his pictures, and a relaxed demeanor. He was a little taller than I expected, with kind eyes and a neatly trimmed beard. He was dressed casually dark jeans, a simple crew neck sweater, looking comfortable and confident. "Hey, Sarah," he asked, spotting me. His voice was warm, a little deeper than I would imagined. "Arthur, hi." I stood up, feeling a genuine smile spread across my face. We shook hands, and his grip was firm, but not crushing. So far, so good. We ordered our drinks, and the conversation picked up right where our messages had left off. He was engaging, a good listener, and had a great sense of humor. He worked as an archivist at a historical society, which sounded fascinating. I told him about my job in marketing, and he asked thoughtful questions, making me feel like he was actually absorbing what I said, not just waiting for his turn to talk. It was nice. Unnervingly nice, almost. I kept waiting for the catch, for the red flag to pop up, but it never did. About 45 minutes into our conversation, Arthur said he needed to use the restroom. "Be right back," he said, pushing his chair back. He stood up, and as he did, a small, leather-bound journal slipped out of the side pocket of his messenger bag, which was draped over the back of his chair. It landed with a soft thud on the tiled floor, right by his feet. "Oh, careful," I said, pointing. He glanced down. "Ah, my journal. Thanks." He bent down, picked it up, and for a fleeting moment, he hesitated. He held it in his hand, almost as if he was contemplating putting it back in his bag, but then he just placed it on the table, right next to his half-finished coffee, before heading off toward the back of the shop. Now, I am not usually one to snoop. I really, truly am not. My no-nonsense, grounded personality usually dictates that I mind my own business. But something about that journal, sitting there, almost abandoned, just called to me. It was not a sleek, modern notebook. It looked old, well-worn, with a deep brown leather cover that felt smooth and almost warm to the touch. It had no clasp, no lock, just a simple, elegant piece of leather wrapped around it to keep it closed. My curiosity, a rare but potent beast, started gnawing at me. What kind of person carries a journal like that? An archivist, Sure, but it felt more personal and professional. Was it a diary? A sketchbook? Part of me thought it was rude, inappropriate even, to even consider looking. But another part, the part that had been thoroughly jaded by online dating, whispered. Just a peek. See if he is a secret poet or a serial killer, or just incredibly boring. My eyes darted to the restroom door, then back to the journal. It was sitting there, innocently, but it felt like it was humming with unspoken secrets. I picked it up. It was heavier than I expected. The leather felt supple, almost alive. My fingers traced the intricate, almost faded pattern on the cover. I hesitated for a split second, my internal moral compass spinning wildly. Do not do it. Sarah, you will regret it. But the other voice, the jaded, curious one, won out. He left it out. It is practically an invitation. With a quick glance around the coffee shop, no one was paying attention to our table. Everyone was engrossed in their own conversations or screens. I carefully unwrapped the leather strap. The journal opened with a soft sigh of old paper. The first few pages were filled with elegant, neat handwriting. It was not a diary in the traditional sense. It looked more like a planner or a log. Dates, times, short descriptions. I saw things like Tuesday, May 14 coffee with Sarah. The daily grind, 2 p.m. My heart did a little jump. Okay, so he is organized. He logs his dates. A little quirky, but not a deal breaker. I flipped a few more pages. Wednesday, May 15th dinner with Sarah. Trattoria Bella, 7 p.m. My eyes widened slightly. We had not even discussed a second date yet. Was he just planning ahead? Optimistic, maybe? A flicker of unease, like a cold draft, snaked its way up my spine. I kept flipping, my fingers trembling slightly. The entries continued, all in the same neat hand. Saturday, May 18th hike with Sarah. Stone Creek Trail, 9 a.m. Pack water and snacks. Sunday, May 19th brunch with Sarah and her friends. The Gilded Spoon, 11 a.m. Tuesday, May 21st movie night at Sarah's apartment. The Endless Night. She prefers thrillers, 8 p.m. My breath hitched. My friends. I had not even mentioned them. And The Endless Night. That was my absolute favorite. Slightly obscure, psychological thriller. How could he possibly know that? I would never put on any dating profile. Never mentioned it in our messages. A cold dread started to spread through my chest, pushing out the warmth of the coffee shop. This was not just planning ahead. This was impossible. My eyes scanned the pages faster, a frantic energy seizing me. The entries went on and on. Weeks, even months into the future. My future. Things I had not even thought about, let alone planned. June 7th, Sarah's birthday dinner. Her parents' house. My birthday was in June, but I had not even decided what I was doing, let alone told him anything about my parents. July 4th fireworks display. Lakeside with Sarah and her sister. Emily. Emily was my sister, but how could he know her name? This was beyond creepy. This was something else entirely. My mind, the grounded, no-nonsense mind that scoffed at ghost stories and conspiracy theories, was reeling. There had to be a rational explanation. He was a stalker. He would done an incredible amount of research. But even then, how could he know about my sister? Emily, and a fireworks display we had not even considered. It felt too specific, too personal, too prophetic. A flush of panic rose in my cheeks. I heard the distant flush of a toilet. He was coming back. My heart hammered against my ribs. I had to close it, put it back, pretend I had not seen anything. My hands fumbled with the journal, trying to wrap the leather strap around it, but my fingers felt like clumsy sausages. The dread was so strong, so suffocating, that I felt a cold sweat prickle my hairline. Just as the restroom door creaked open, I managed to snap the journal shut and place it back exactly where it had been. I picked up my coffee cup, trying to appear casual, but my hand was shaking so badly that a few drops sloshed over the rim. Arthur returned, a calm smile on his face. "Sorry about that," he said, sitting back down. He glanced at his journal, then at me. "Everything all right? You look a little flushed." "Oh yeah, totally fine." I stammered, trying to force a natural smile. It felt like a grimace. "Just warm in here, is not it?" He chuckled softly. "A little, I suppose. So, where were we? You were telling me about that disastrous marketing campaign you worked on last year." I tried to pick up the conversation, to act normal, but my mind was a whirlwind of terror. Every word he spoke felt loaded. Every glance felt knowing. I kept replaying the entries in my head. Hike with Sarah. Stone Creek Trail. Pack water and snacks. I loved that trail. I had not been in ages. And the snacks, I always packed trail mix and an AP bow. It was too specific. The rest of the date was a blur. I nodded, smiled, laughed at appropriate moments, but my internal monologue was screaming. I wanted to run. I wanted to confront him. I wanted to pretend it had all been a hallucination. My rational brain was fighting a losing battle against the chilling evidence of that journal. When he walked me to my car, he asked, "So, would you be open to dinner sometime this week? I know a great little Italian place. Trattoria Bella. They have the best lasagna." My blood ran cold. Wednesday, May 15th, dinner with Sarah. Trattoria Bella, 7 p.m. It was Tuesday. Tomorrow. "Oh," I said, my voice thin. Yeah, that sounds great." I forced another smile. "I will check my calendar and let you know." I needed time. Time to process. Time to think. Time to figure out what the hell is going on. "Perfect," he said, his smile unwavering. "I will text you tomorrow morning." He gave a small wave and walked away, leaving me standing by my car, my hands clammy, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. I practically dove into my car, locking the doors immediately. I sat there for a long moment, just breathing, trying to regain some semblance of control. My first thought was to call the police. But what would I say? My date has a journal that predicts my future. They would laugh me out of the station. He had not threatened me, had not done anything overtly criminal. He was just eerily prescient. I drove home in a daze, the city lights blurring around me. My apartment, usually a sanctuary, felt suddenly vulnerable. I checked all the locks, peered out the blinds, feeling an unsettling sense of being watched. My rational mind, the one I would relied on for decades, was struggling. It tried to find explanations. Maybe he is a professional psychic, and this is his weird dating strategy. No, that is insane. Maybe he planted subtle suggestions in our messages, and I just did not notice. But the endless night and my sister Emily, that was too much. I spent the entire evening pacing, replaying the date, the journal, his calm smile. I even Googled Trattoria Bella lasagna, just to confirm it was a real place. It was. I also looked up the endless night and my sister's name. Emily. Everything checked out. The details were too precise to be coincidence. I knew I should not go on that second date. Every instinct screamed at me to block his number, change my name, move to a different country. But another, darker impulse, born from my inherent skepticism, urged me on. I had to know. I had to prove it was a trick. I had to find the flaw in his bizarre, terrifying scheme. If I just ran, I would always wonder. And deep down, a part of me, the part that called myself no nonsense, refused to believe in anything supernatural or truly impossible. This had to be a very elaborate, very disturbing prank. The next morning, Arthur texted me as promised. "Hey, Sarah. Still good for a Trattoria Bella tonight at 7. Let me know." My fingers hovered over the keyboard. I could just ghost him, but the thought of him, with his knowing smile, knowing I would ghost him, or knowing I would not and would show up anyway was too much. It felt like he was already pulling the strings. I had to try and break the pattern. Yes, that works for me. I typed, a knot forming in my stomach, looking forward to it. I spent the day in a state of heightened anxiety. Every shadow seemed deeper. Every unexpected sound made me jump. I tried to focus on work, but my mind kept drifting back to the journal. What if I changed my mind last minute? What if I went to a different restaurant? Would the journal entry somehow change? Or would he just know? That evening, I dressed carefully, choosing an outfit that felt both confident and a little defiant. I arrived at Trattoria Bella a few minutes early, heart pounding. The restaurant was cozy, dimly lit, with a comforting aroma of garlic and tomato sauce. I scanned the room, looking for Arthur. He was already there, sitting at a small table in the corner, a book open in front of him. He looked up as I approached, his familiar, calm smile greeting me. "Sarah, you made it," he said, closing his book and standing. "I got us a nice quiet table. Looks great," I said, trying to sound normal. My eyes darted to his messenger bag, draped over the back of his chair. No journal in sight. Good. Or was it bad? Did he already know I would look? The dinner started off like any other date. He was charming, attentive. We talked about our day, about current events. I kept trying to subtly steer the conversation towards things that might contradict the journal. Entries. You know, I was thinking about going hiking this weekend, but I might just stay in and catch up on some shows instead. I said, testing the waters. The journal said hike with Sarah. Stone Creek Trail. Arthur simply smiled. "Oh, that is a shame. Stone Creek Trail is particularly beautiful this time of year, but a cozy weekend and sounds nice too." His tone was neutral, but I felt a prickle of alarm. He did not challenge me. He did not seem surprised. Then, later, he mentioned, "You know, I have been meaning to rewatch The Endless Night again. It is such a brilliant film, is not it? The way it plays with your mind." My fork clattered against my plate. "You have seen it?" I asked, trying to sound casual, but my voice was a little too high. "Oh yeah, a few times," he said, completely unfazed. "It is one of my favorites. I always thought it was a bit niche, though. Not many people I have met are into those kinds of psychological thrillers." He paused, looking directly at me. "But I had a feeling you might be." My blood ran cold again. He had a feeling. Or he read it. In the journal. My heart was thumping, so hard I was sure he could hear it. It was not just a prediction. It was like he was actively guiding me towards those events. Or perhaps subtly revealing that they were already set in stone. I ate my lasagna, which was indeed delicious, but tasted like ash in my mouth. I felt trapped, like a fly caught in a spider's web. Every polite question, every shared laugh, felt like a strand tightening around me. When the bill came, Arthur reached for his wallet. As he did, his messenger bag shifted on the chair, and there it was, peeking out from the side pocket, just barely visible, was a familiar dark leather spine of the journal. My eyes fixated on it. My mind raced. I had to see it again. I had to know if my attempts to deviate had altered anything. It was a desperate, dangerous thought, but I could not shake it. "I need to use the restroom," I said, standing up abruptly. "Be right back." I made sure to leave my purse on the table, a clear signal I was returning. I practically sprinted to the ladies' room, splashed cold water on my face, and took a few deep, shaky breaths. This is insane. Sarah, you are losing your mind. But the images of those entries, my future, were burned into my brain. I had to check. When I returned, Arthur was still at the table, scrolling on his phone. The journal was still there, peeking out of his bag. I sat down, trying to act natural, but my hands were clammy. Everything all right? He asked, looking up. Yep, fine, I said, forcing a smile. Just a quick refresh. I took a sip of water, trying to compose myself. I needed him to leave the table again. How could I make that happen? I could not just ask him to go to the bathroom. Then, as if on cue, he said, "You know, I think I will grab another espresso before we head out. Would you like anything?" "Oh, no thanks. I am good," I said, my heart leaping. This was my chance. He stood up. "All right, I will be right back then." He walked toward the counter, leaving his bag and the journal behind. My hands flew to the bag. I pulled out the journal, my fingers fumbling with the leather strap. I opened it to the page I remembered. Saturday, May 18th hike with Sarah. Stone Creek Trail, 9 a.m. Pack water and snacks. Sunday, May 19th brunch with Sarah and her friends. The Gilded Spoon, 11 a.m. Tuesday, May 21st movie night at Sarah's apartment. The Endless Night. She prefers thrillers, 8 p.m. The entries were unchanged. My casual comment about staying in for the weekend had not altered a thing. It was all still there, written in that neat, unsettling hand. My stomach churned. It was not just a prediction. It was a blueprint. Then, my eyes caught something new. Something that had not been there before, or at least, I had not noticed it in my initial panic. Below the entry for movie night at Sarah's apartment, there was a new line, slightly smaller, almost like a footnote. Note she will try to resist. She will try to change the timeline. It will not work. A gasp escaped my lips, a choked, terrified sound. My eyes widened, fixed on that horrifying sentence. It was directly about me, about my defiance, my struggle. He knew. He knew I had looked in the journal. He knew I was trying to fight it. The sound of footsteps approaching made me jump. I slammed the journal shut, shoved it back into the bag, and sat bolt upright, trying to compose myself before Arthur returned. My breath was coming in ragged gasps. My face felt hot, then cold. Arthur walked back to the table, an espresso in hand. He looked at me, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. "Everything all right?" "Sarah," he asked, his voice calm, but with an edge I had not noticed before. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I could not speak. The words were stuck in my throat, choked by terror. He knew. He absolutely knew. The journal was not just a record, it was a testament to his power, to my utter lack of control. "I need to go," I stammered, scrambling to grab my purse. "I am not feeling well." He did not try to stop me. He simply watched, his smile widening slightly, his eyes holding a depth of understanding that chilled me to the bone. "Of course," he said, his voice soft, almost soothing. "It has been a lovely evening. Sarah, I look forward to our hike on Saturday." I did not respond. I practically fled the restaurant, leaving him sitting there, alone at the table, sipping his espresso, the journal safely tucked away. I could feel his gaze on my back until I was out of sight. I drove home in a state of sheer terror, breaking speed limits without even realizing it. My mind was a frantic mess. The no-nonsense part of me was completely shattered. This was not a prank. This was not a stalker who did good research. This was something far, far worse. This was a man who held my future in his hands, who had written it down, and who knew every move I would make, even my attempt to defy him. I locked my apartment door, then deadbolted, then chained it. I pushed a chair against it for good measure. I felt completely exposed, vulnerable. Every window seemed like a potential entry point. Was he watching me right now? Did he have a camera in my apartment? Or was it something more insidious, something that transcended physical surveillance? I pulled out my phone, my fingers shaking. I wanted to call someone, anyone, but what would I say? My date is a time-traveling prophet who has my life mapped out in a journal, and he knows I looked at it and tried to change things. They would think I was having a breakdown. I tried to rationalize it one last time. Maybe it was a custom-made journal, a trick, but the detail, the specificity, my sister's name, my obscure favorite movie, it was too perfect. And that last note she will try to resist. She will try to change. The timeline. It will not work. It was a direct address to me, a chilling confirmation that he knew everything. Sleep was impossible. I spent the night huddled in my bed, staring at the ceiling, every creak of the building sending shivers down my spine. The image of Arthur's calm, knowing smile was seared into my mind. He had not been angry that I looked. He had been amused. He had expected it. The next morning, I called in sick to work. I could not face the world. I sat in my living room, curtains drawn, trying to think, what could I do? If he knew everything, if my future was already written, then I had no free will. I was just acting out a script. But I refused to believe that. I was a grounded, no-nonsense person. I made my own choices. This could not be real. I had to fight it. The journal said Saturday, May 18th hike with Sarah. Stone Creek Trail, 9 a.m., pack water and snacks. I decided I would not go. I would stay home. I would defy the journal. If I could break one entry, just one, then maybe I could break free from his horrifying control. It was a desperate hope, but it was all I had. Saturday morning arrived, a bright, sunny day, perfect for a hike. I stayed in bed, pulling the covers over my head, deliberately ignoring the beautiful weather. I did not open my blinds. I did not even make coffee. I just lay there, tense, waiting. Waiting for what? For a knock on the door. For a text from Arthur. For the world to implode, because I had dared to deviate from his script. The morning passed slowly. No knock. No text. Just an eerie, suffocating silence. A small flicker of hope ignited within me. Maybe it worked. Maybe I had broken it. Maybe I was free. Around 11 a.m., my phone rang. It was Emily, my sister. Hey, what is up? I asked, trying to sound casual, but my voice was still a bit hoarse from anxiety. Hey, just checking in, she said. You feeling any better? Mom said you called in sick. Yeah, a little. I lied. Just a nasty bug. Well, too bad you missed out, she said. I just got back from Stone Creek Trail. The weather was gorgeous. I even saw Arthur there. You know, that guy you went on a few dates with. My blood ran cold. My heart slammed against my ribs. Arthur. I whispered, the name of foreign, terrifying sound on my tongue. Yeah, he was hiking with some friends. I guess. He said he was hoping to run into you. Thought you might be out enjoying the weather. He was even carrying a little picnic basket with water and snacks. Said he usually hikes with someone who likes trail mix and apples, and he had extra. Emily chuckled. He is cute. You should definitely go on that hike with him sometime. The phone slipped from my grasp, clattering onto the floor. I stared at the wall, my mind completely blank with terror. He had gone to the trail. He had packed water and snacks. He had even accounted for my absence by going with friends, and then telling Emily he was hoping to run into me. It was not that I could not change my actions. It was that his actions and the world around me would simply adjust to ensure the journal's entries remained true, regardless of what I did. I was a character in his story, and my refusal to play my part simply meant he would find another way to fulfill the prophecy. My free will was an illusion. The terror was absolute, paralyzing. I was not just being watched. I was being written. My life, my choices, my very existence were preordained by a man I would met on a dating app. A man who carried my future in a leather-bound journal. The next entry Sunday. May 19th brunch with Sarah and her friends. The Gilded Spoon, 11 a.m. I looked at the clock. It was almost 11 a.m. My phone buzzed. A text from my friend. Lisa, hey, we are at the Gilded Spoon. Just got a table. Where are you? Brunch time. I stare at the text, then at the clock. My friends, the Gilded Spoon. 11 a.m. It was all happening, exactly as written. I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that if I did not go, my friends would still be there. Maybe Arthur would show up instead, making some excuse about running into them. Or maybe they would just have brunch without me, and the journal entry would still be fulfilled in spirit, a testament to my inability to escape. I was trapped, truly, irrevocably trapped. The thought was a cold, heavy stone in my stomach. My grounded, no-nonsense self was gone, replaced by a terrified, helpless puppet. I got up, slowly, woodenly. I walked to my closet, picked out an outfit. Then I went to the bathroom, looked at my reflection. My eyes were wide, haunted. I looked like someone who had just seen a ghost, just as Arthur had said. I did not want to go to brunch. I wanted to curl up in a ball and disappear. But what was the point? My resistance was futile. Every attempt to deviate only confirmed his control. He was not just observing my future, he was orchestrating it. Or perhaps worse, he was simply reading a script that had already been written, a script that I was compelled to follow. I picked up my phone, my fingers trembling as I typed a reply to Lisa. On my way. See you there. As I walked out the door, the bright sunlight felt like a spotlight, exposing my terror. I felt a chill despite the warmth of the day. I was heading toward a future that was already decided, a future written in a dark letter journal, held by a man with a calm smile and knowing eyes. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my very soul, that there was nothing I could do to change it. My life was no longer my own. It was Arthur's story, and I was just living it out, one terrifying, pre-written entry at a time. And the next one was movie night at Sarah's apartment. The endless night. She prefers thrillers, 8 p.m. I wondered if he would bring popcorn. The cold night air bit at me as I tried to get my old Ford Explorer started. The engine just groaned, a pathetic, dying sound that echoed in the absolute silence of the backwoods road. I would taken a wrong turn, way off the main highway, trying to find a shortcut to my cousin's cabin. That is always how these things start, is not it? A simple mistake, a little detour, and suddenly you are in a different world, one you never knew existed, and one you desperately wish you could forget. My phone was dead, no signal for miles, and the gas gauge was hovering precariously close to E. It was late, probably past midnight, and the moon was just a sliver, barely cutting through the thick canopy of trees that lined the winding dirt road. The air was heavy with the smell of damp earth and pine, and a chill that seemed to sink right into your bones. I shivered, not just from the cold, but from that prickling sensation on the back of your neck that tells you are not alone, even when all logic says you are. I tried the ignition one last time, hoping for a miracle, but the Explorer just gave a final, wheezy sigh and went completely silent. Great. Just great. I leaned my head back against the headrest, staring up at the dark ceiling of the car, trying to figure out my next move. Walking was my only option. I had no idea how far I would stray from anything resembling civilization, but staying put meant freezing. So, I grabbed my backpack, mostly just snacks and a water bottle, and stepped out into the oppressive darkness. The moment my feet hit the gravel, the silence seemed to magnify, pressing it on me from all sides. It was not just quiet, it was an absence of sound, the kind that makes your ears ring. I started walking, picking a direction at random, hoping to stumble upon a house, a town, anything. I walked for what felt like an hour, maybe more. My legs were aching, and the cold was really starting to seep in. Just when I was about to give up, to huddle under a tree and wait for dawn. I saw it, a faint, flickering light in the distance, barely visible through the dense trees. It was dim, yellowish, and seemed to pulse like an old oil lamp or a dying fire. But it was light, and that meant people. A wave of relief washed over me, so strong it almost made me dizzy. I pushed through the underbrush, tripping over roots and branches, my eyes fixed on that tiny beacon. The light grew steadily, and soon I could make out the silhouette of a house, an old farmhouse, nestled deep within a clearing. It was large, 2 stories, with a wide porch that wrapped around the front. Most of the windows were dark, but one on the ground floor and another on the second cast that faint, sickly yellow glow. As I got closer, I saw that the house was in surprisingly good condition for being so isolated. No broken windows, the paint, though faded, was not peeling too badly. There was even a neat, if overgrown, garden out front. A thin wisp of smoke curled from the chimney, a comforting sign of life and warmth. I walked up the creaky wooden steps, my heart pounding with a mix of hope and apprehension. It was late, after all, and I was a stranger showing up on their doorstep in the middle of nowhere. I took a deep breath and knocked, a little louder than I intended, the sound echoing unervingly in the quiet night. For a moment, nothing. I was about to knock again when I heard shuffling inside, slow and deliberate, like someone dragging their feet. The light in the downstairs window seemed to brighten slightly, then dim. A chain rattled, a lock clicked, and a heavy wooden door slowly creaked open, revealing a sliver of the warm, lamp-lit interior. An old woman stood in the doorway. She was tiny, stooped, with a face like a road map of wrinkles. Her hair, what little I could see beneath a faded scarf, was a wispy white. Her eyes, though, were what struck me. They were a piercing, vivid blue, and they stared at me with an intensity that made me instinctively take a step back. Can I help you?" I stammered, feeling suddenly awkward and out of place. My car broke down a few miles back. I got lost. I was hoping you could help me out. Maybe let me use your phone." The old woman did not answer. She just kept staring, her blue eyes wide, a strange, almost disbelieving smile slowly spreading across her face. It was not a welcoming smile. Not really. It was something else. Something I could not quite place. But it sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold. Then she let out a soft gasp, a sound that was more a choked sob than anything else. "My goodness," she whispered, her voice raspy and thin. "It is him. It is really him." Before I could respond, before I could even process what she meant, she turned her head, her gaze still fixed on me, and called out into the depths of the house. Her voice, though still thin, carried an urgency that made the hairs on my arms stand up. "He is here. He has finally come back." "Oh, thank the Lord. He has returned at last." And that is when things really started to get weird. Another figure emerged from the shadows behind her, an old man, even more stooped than the woman. He had a thick white beard and eyes that, even in the dim light, seemed to glint with a feverish intensity. He pushed past the woman, his gaze locking onto mine. He looked me up and down, a slow, deliberate assessment, and then his face broke into an identical, unsettling smile. "Caleb," he rasped, his voice deep and gravelly. "Is that truly you, boy?" "Caleb. My name is not Caleb." I opened my mouth to correct him, to explain the misunderstanding, but the old woman was already reaching out, her hand trembling as she touched my arm. Her grip, despite her apparent frailty, was surprisingly strong. "Oh, Caleb, my dear, dear boy," she murmured, tears welling in her bright blue eyes. "We knew you would come back. We always knew. There's been a mistake." I said, trying to keep my voice calm, even though a knot of unease was tightening in my stomach. "My name is not Caleb. It is Mark Miller. My car broke down, and I just need to use a phone." The old man chuckled, a dry, rattling sound. "Mark, is it? Always with the jokes. Our Caleb. Always trying to pull a fast one." He winked at the old woman, who nodded, a knowing look on her face. "But we know you, boy. We know you." This was beyond strange. They were not just mistaken, they were convinced. And the way they looked at me, with such possessive adoration was starting to genuinely freak me out. I tried to pull my arm away from the old woman, but her grip tightened and her smile faltered slightly. "Do not tease your old grandma. Caleb," she said, her voice taking on a slightly sharper edge. "It has been too long. Grandma, my real grandmother, had passed away years ago." I swallowed, my throat suddenly dry. "Look, I am really sorry, but I am not who you think I am. I am just a stranger who needs help. If you could just let me use your phone, I will be on my way." The old man stepped forward, placing a surprisingly firm hand on my shoulder. "Nonsense, son. You are home. You have come back for the harvest, just as we prayed you would. No need to be shy." He gestured inside the house with his other hand. Come in, come in. You must be freezing. And hungry, I imagine." Before I could protest further, he gently but firmly guided me over the threshold. The warmth inside was immediate and inviting, a stark contrast to the biting cold outside. The air was thick with the scent of wood smoke, old spices, and something else, something sweet and cloying that I could not quite identify. The living room was dimly lit by a single oil lamp on a heavy wooden table. The furniture was old, dark, and heavy, covered in faded tapestries. The walls were adorned with framed photographs, sepia-toned and yellow with age. As my eyes adjusted, I saw that many of them featured a young man, a striking resemblance to me, but clearly not me. He had the same jawline, the same shape of eyes, even a similar hairline. But the clothes were from another era, and there was a subtle difference in the set of his mouth, a slight melancholy I did not possess. My breath hitched. This was why they were so convinced. I looked like their Caleb, an uncanny resemblance. See, the old woman, who I now assumed was Grandma, said, following my gaze to one of the photos, "That is you, dear, from your 18th birthday. You were such a handsome young man." I stared at the picture, then back at her. "That is not me," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "That is someone else." The old man, Grandpa, chuckled again, still with the jokes. "I see. Come, sit by the fire. We have got stew on the stove. And then you can tell us all about where you've been all these years." They led me to a large, worn armchair by a roaring stone fireplace. The heat felt good, but the warmth did little thaw the ice forming in my gut. I sat down, feeling completely overwhelmed. This was not just a misunderstanding, it was a delusion, a deeply ingrained belief that I was their long-lost relative. How was I going to convince them otherwise? As I tried to formulate a plan, two more people emerged from a doorway at the back of the room. A middle-aged couple, a man and a woman, both with the same piercing blue eyes as the old woman. They stopped dead when they saw me, their faces mirroring the same disbelieving joy. "Caleb," the woman cried, her voice choked with emotion. She rushed forward, throwing her arms around me in a tight embrace that smelled faintly of lavender and something earthy. "Oh, my boy, my precious boy. You are finally home." I stiffened, uncomfortable and increasingly terrified. This was too much. Four of them, all completely convinced. The man, presumably the middle-aged woman's husband, just stood there, a wide, unblinking smile on his face, his eyes never leaving mine. It was a kind of smile that did not reach his eyes, a fixed, unsettling grin. "You have grown, son," he said, his voice flat, devoid of any real warmth, despite his words. "But you have not changed a bit." I felt like an insect caught in a spider web, every movement just tangling me further. "Please," I said, my voice a little louder now, try and project some authority. "My name is Mark. I am not Caleb. I am a stranger. My car broke down. I need help." They all looked at each other, then back at me, their smiles unwavering. "He is still a bit disoriented from his journey." Grandma said, patting my arm, "It has been a long time, dear. You must be tired. We will get you settled in." The middle-aged woman, who introduced herself as Aunt Martha, said, her voice syrupy sweet, "Your old room, of course. Everything's just as you left it." My old room. The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. I tried to stand up to make a run for the door, but Grandpa placed a hand on my knee, a surprisingly heavy weight. His grip was firm, almost warning. Now. Caleb," he said, his voice low. "No need to be hasty. You just got here. We have a lot to catch up on." I felt a cold, dread seep into my bones. These people were not going to let me leave. Not yet, anyway. Maybe not ever. Aunt Martha brought me a bowl of stew. It smelled savory, but I could not bring myself to eat much. Every time I looked up, one of them was watching me, their eyes fixed, expectant. They talked amongst themselves, reminiscing about Caleb's childhood, recalling anecdotes that were completely foreign to me. They would laugh, sometimes a little too loudly, and then their eyes would dart back to me, waiting for my reaction, for a sign of recognition. "Remember that time you climbed the old oak tree and got stuck?" "Caleb," Grandpa asked, a twinkle in his eye. "Had to call the fire department. Even though we lived miles from anywhere, your mother was beside herself." I just nodded vaguely, my mind racing. How could I escape? There was only one door I would see, and it seemed they were all subtly blocking my access to it. The windows were dark, and I had no idea what was outside beyond the immediate clearing. Aunt Martha's husband, Uncle Silas, finally spoke again. "It is good you are back for the harvest. Caleb, it has been a lean few years without you." His tone was still flat, emotionless, but the words sent a fresh wave of unease through me. Harvest? What kind of harvest? After what felt like an eternity, Grandma announced it was time for bed. "You must be exhausted." "Dear," she said, her voice softening, "a good night's sleep will do you wonders. You will feel more like yourself in the morning." I did not feel like myself now. I felt like a ghost, an imposter, trapped in a nightmare. Aunt Martha led me upstairs, her hand resting on the small of my back, guiding me. The staircase creaked under our weight, and the shadows danced eerily on the walls, cast by the single oil lamp she carried. The hallway upstairs was lined with more photographs, more images of the young man, who looked so much like me. I tried to avoid looking at them, but my eyes kept being drawn to his face, to the subtle differences that screamed, "This is not you." She opened a door at the end of the hall. "Here we are, dear. Your room." The room was small but cozy, with a four-poster bed covered in a handmade quilt. A worn wooden desk sat by the window, and a faded rug covered most of the floor. On the desk, there was a small leather-bound journal. My eyes were immediately drawn to it. "We kept everything just as you left it," Aunt Martha said, her voice thick with sentiment. "We knew you would appreciate it." I walked over to the desk, my gaze fixed on the journal. It looked old, well used. Tentatively, I reached out and picked it up. The leather was smooth and cool beneath my fingers. I flipped it open to a random page. The handwriting was neat, flowing, and definitely not mine. "Dear Journal," I read silently. "Another day, another chore. Papa says the crops won't last the winter if we do not work harder. I wish I could leave this place, see the world beyond these woods. But Mama says it is my duty to stay, to protect the family, to honor the old ways. She says the harvest depends on it." My blood ran cold. The harvest again. And the yearning to leave, to escape. This Caleb, whoever he was, had felt it too. "Good night." "Caleb," Aunt Martha said from the doorway, her voice pulling me back to present. "Sleep well. We will have a big breakfast for you in the morning." She closed the door softly, and I heard the faint click of a lock. A lock. From the outside. Panic, cold and sharp, shot through me. I rushed to the door, twisting the doorknob. It turned freely, but the door would not budge. I rattled it, then pounded on it, my heart hammering against my ribs. Hey, let me out. I need to leave. Silence. Only the sound of my own ragged breathing filled the room. I pressed my ear against the wood, listening intently, but heard nothing. No footsteps, no voices, just the oppressive quiet of the old house. I backed away from the door, my mind racing. I was trapped. These people were insane, and they thought I was someone else. Someone named Caleb, who was apparently crucial for some mysterious harvest. I looked around the room, desperately searching for another way out. The window. I ran to it, throwing back the heavy curtains. It was a single pane, old and grimy. I tried to push it open, but it was painted shut, sealed tight. I leaned my shoulder against it, pushing with all my might, but it did not budge. The glass was thick, reinforced. Frustrated, I turned away from the window, my gaze falling back on the journal. Maybe there were answers in there. Maybe I could figure out who this Caleb was, what happened to him, and what this harvest truly meant. I sat back down at the desk, my hands trembling as I opened the journal again. I started from the beginning, flipping past the first few blank pages. The entries were dated, stretching back years, even decades. This Caleb had been writing in this journal for a very long time. He wrote about his life on the isolated farm, the endless chores his parents, his grandparents, all the same people who were now downstairs, convinced I was him. He wrote about his dreams of escaping, of seeing the world. He wrote about his family's strange beliefs, their old ways. They believed they were guardians of something ancient, something that needed to be kept hidden from the outside world. And the harvest was a central part of it. The entries grew darker as I read on. Caleb wrote about a growing sense of dread, a feeling that he was being watched, that his family's love was more like a cage. He detailed their strange rituals, their insistence on certain diets, their prayers to something he only referred to as the root. He wrote about a specific day, a recurring date that seemed to fill him with terror. It was the day of the harvest, and it was approaching. Then an entry, dated exactly 1 year ago today. My blood ran cold as I saw the date. October 27th. Today is the day. Caleb had written. They are preparing. Mama says I must be strong. Papa says it is my destiny. Grandpa and Grandma watch me with those eyes, those hungry eyes. I do not want to do it. I do not want to be the one. But there is no escape. They say it is for the family, for the land, for the root. They say I must return, that I always do. But I do not want to return this time. I want to be free. The next entry was horrifying. It was short, scrawled, almost illegible, as if written in a desperate hurry. October 28th. They did it. They took me. The root. It hungers. I can feel it. I am becoming it. But a part of me remains a seed. I will return. I always return. And when I do, I will be the key. The harvest will be complete. But it won't be me. It will be another. My hands shook so violently I almost dropped the journal. Another. He met me. I was the another. I was his replacement. I slammed the journal shut, my mind reeling. This was not just a case of mistaken identity. It was something far more sinister. They had not just lost Caleb, they had sacrificed him. And they were going to do the same to me. The harvest was not about crops, it was about people. And the root was not some spiritual concept, it was something real, something that hungered. I needed to get out. Now, I looked around the room again, my eyes scanning every inch. There had to be something. My gaze fell on the heavy, antique dresser against one wall. It looked sturdy, solid wood. Maybe. I dragged the armchair over to the dresser, then climbed onto it, reaching for the top drawer. It was locked, of course, but the top of the dresser, above the mirror, revealed a small, decorative wooden box. I pulled it down, my fingers fumbling with the clasp. It opened with a soft click. Inside, Nestled on a bed of faded velvet was a single, tarnished silver key and a small, folded piece of paper. My heart leaped. This had to be it. The key to the door or to something else useful. I snatched up the key, then unfolded the paper. It was another note written in the same neat hand as the journal. To whoever finds this, it read, "If you are reading this, it means they have brought you here. They believe you are me. Caleb, do not trust them. Do not eat their food. Do not drink their water. They will try to make you one of them to prepare you for the route. The key is to the cellar door in the kitchen. It is the only way out. Follow the tunnel. It leads to the old well. But beware. The route is everywhere now. It knows when you try to leave. It knows my scent. It will know yours. Run, and never look back. Do not let them complete the harvest." A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. The cellar, the tunnel, the route. This was beyond anything I could have imagined. These were not just delusional old people, they were a family of cultists, sacrificing their own to some unseen entity. And now it was my turn. I clutched the key, the cold metal digging into my palm. I had to be careful. If they heard me, if they suspected I knew, it would be over. I waited, listening intently. The house was silent, save for the faint creaking of old wood. It was probably past 3 a.m. by now. They were likely asleep, or at least resting. This was my chance. I crept to the door, inserting the silver key into the lock. It slid in smoothly, a perfect fit. I turned it, and with a soft, satisfying click, the lock disengaged. I slowly, carefully turned the doorknob. The door opened with barely a whisper. I peered out into the dark hallway. Shadows stretched long and distorted, making the old photographs on the wall seem to twist and leer. The air was colder out here, a different kind of chill than outside, one that seemed to carry a faint, earthy smell like damp soil. I moved silently, barefoot on the cold wooden floorboards, down the creaking staircase. Every step was agony, each creak sounding like a gunshot in the profound silence. I could hear my own heart thumping in my ears, a frantic drumbeat of fear. I reached the bottom of the stairs, my eyes darting around the living room. The oil lamp was still lit on the table, casting a soft yellow glow, but the fireplace was now just embers, casting long, dancing shadows. No one was there. I moved towards the kitchen, the direction Aunt Martha had come from earlier. The cloying, sweet smell was stronger here, mixed with the scent of old spices and something else, something metallic and faintly unpleasant. The kitchen was large and old-fashioned, with a heavy wooden table in the center and a cast iron stove. I scanned the room, looking for a cellar door. It took me a moment, but I finally spotted it, a heavy, bolted wooden door set into the floor near the back wall. It was almost hidden by a large, woven rug. I knelt, pulling back the rug. There it was. A heavy iron bolt secured the door. My silver key was small, meant for a typical lock, not this massive bolt. My heart sank. Then I saw it. Next to the bolt, almost hidden in the shadows, was a small, almost invisible keyhole. It was old, rusted, but it was there. I inserted the silver key. It clicked into place. I turned. The lock gave a groan, and then, with a soft thud, the bolt retracted. I paused, listening. Still nothing. Taking a deep breath, I slowly lifted the cellar door. It opened with a low, agonizing creak that seemed to echo through the entire house. A rush of cold, damp air assaulted me, carrying with it that strong, earthy smell, and something else. A faint, musky odor, like old blood and decaying vegetation. I peered down into the blackness. A set of rickety wooden steps led down into absolute darkness. I could not see anything. I needed light. My eyes fell on the oil lamp in the living room. It was risky, but I had no choice. I crept back into the living room, my hand trembling as I picked up the lamp. The glass was warm beneath my fingers, As I turned to go back to the cellar, a voice, low and gravelly, sliced through the silence. Leaving so soon. Caleb. I froze, the lamp almost slipping from my grasp. Grandpa. He was sitting in his armchair by the fireplace, which I had assumed was empty. His eyes, those piercing blue eyes, were wide open, fixed on me. A faint, knowing smile played on his lips. "We knew you would try," he said, his voice calm, almost amused. "You always do, but you always come back." My heart pounded like a drum against my ribs. He was not asleep. He had been waiting. "I am not Caleb," I said, my voice barely a whisper, but firm. "And I am not staying." Grandpa slowly stood up, his movement stiff but deliberate. "Oh, but you are, son. You are Caleb. And you are staying. The harvest is upon us. The root hungers. It needs its vessel." He took a step towards me. Then another. I backed away, my eyes darting towards the cellar door. "You read the journal." "Did not you," he said, his voice still calm, but with an underlying current of something cold and ancient. "Our Caleb always leaves clues. Always tries to warn the next one. But it never works. The root is patient. It always gets what it needs." He was closer now, blocking my path to the cellar. I clutched the oil lamp like a weapon, its faint light illuminating his face, making his eyes seem to glow with an unnatural intensity. "What are you talking about?" I demanded, trying to sound braver than I felt. He just smiled, a wide, unsettling grin that stretched his wrinkled face. "The root, son, the lifeblood of this land. It grows, it spreads, it demands sustenance. And for generations, our family has provided it. A vessel, a strong body, a vibrant spirit, to nourish it, to allow it to grow stronger. And you, dear Caleb, are the perfect vessel." He lunged, not with speed, but with a surprising strength for an old man. I reacted instinctively, swinging the oil lamp. The glass shattered against his head with a sickening thud, showering him with hot oil and broken shards. He cried out a guttural sound and stumbled back, clutching his head. The lamp was out. I was plunged into near darkness, only the faint embers of the fireplace providing any light. But I had an opening. I sprinted towards the cellar door, throwing myself down the creaking steps. The darkness was absolute, suffocating. I stumbled, my feet landing on something soft and squishy. A wave of nausea hit me. I did not dare think about what it was. I scrambled down the remaining steps, my hands outstretched, searching for a wall, anything to guide me. The air was thick, heavy, filled with that earthy, musky smell, now stronger, more pungent. It was a smell of something alive, something growing, something ancient and deeply wrong. "You can't escape." "Caleb." Grandpa's voice echoed from above, distorted and menacing. "The root knows you. It feels your presence." I ignored him, pushing forward into blackness. My hands finally hit a cold, damp stone wall. I started to follow it, moving slowly, my fingers tracing the rough surface. The floor was uneven, squelchy beneath my bare feet. I could hear a faint dripping sound, and something else, a soft, rustling noise, like roots shifting in the earth. The tunnel. Caleb's journal mentioned a tunnel. I pressed on, the darkness pressing in on me, my imagination conjuring horrors in every shadow. The air grew colder, wetter. The rustling sound intensified, and I could feel faint vibrations in the ground beneath my feet. Suddenly, my hand brushed against something thick and rope-like, attached to the wall. It was coarse, fibrous, and slightly damp. I recoiled, my heart leaping into my throat. Roots. The root. I tried to speed up, stumbling blindly through the tunnel. The roots were everywhere now, thicker, snaking across the floor, dangling from the ceiling. I could feel them brushing against my face, my arms, their texture rough and organic. The earthy smell was overwhelming, almost suffocating. Then, I heard another sound, a low, rhythmic thumping coming from somewhere ahead, like a slow, deliberate heartbeat, or something else, something vast and powerful, pulsating deep beneath the earth. Panic seized me. I was moving through the very thing they worshipped, the thing that consumed their family. I could feel it all around me, a living, breathing entity. The tunnel seemed to open up slightly. A faint greenish light, phosphorescent and sickly, seeped in from somewhere ahead. It illuminated a truly horrifying sight. The tunnel walls were no longer stone, but tangled, pulsating mass of thick, dark roots. They ripped the cold night air bit my exposed skin, but I barely felt it. My mind was a maelstrom of fear and grim resolve. Mark's apartment building loomed behind me, a silent tomb. Ahead, the streetlights cast long, skeletal shadows, pointing the way to Sarah's house to the labyrinth. My hand tightened around Mark's journal, its worn leather a strange comfort against my palm. The faint glow it had emitted when I defied it in Mark's apartment had faded, but I could still feel a subtle warmth emanating from it, a silent promise of protection. Or maybe just a reminder of the terrible knowledge it contained. A parasite of perception. That is what Mark had called it. Feeds on fear, possesses victims like Sarah, needs belief to exist. Deny its existence, starve it. The labyrinth Sarah's house, a powerful node, a dangerous opportunity. The words echoed in my head, a mantra against a rising tide of panic. Every rustle of leaves, every distant siren, every creak of the old buildings around me felt like it closing in. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. It was wounded, yes, but not defeated, and it knew where I was going. It knew what I planned. I walked, or rather, I stumbled, my legs feeling like lead, each step a conscious effort. The familiar streets of my neighborhood, usually a source of comfort, now felt alien, predatory. Every shadow seemed to stretch and writhe, every window a dark, watching eye. I kept my gaze fixed straight ahead, refusing to let my eyes linger, refusing to give it any purchase on my thoughts. Do not look, do not believe. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I reached the street, Sarah's house. Even from a block away, it was a blight on the otherwise ordinary suburban landscape. The boarded windows were like blind, vacant eyes, staring out into the darkness. The yard was overgrown, a tangle of dead weeds and thorny bushes that seemed to claw at the air. A crooked, rusted fence sagged around the perimeter, offering no real barrier, only a symbolic line between the normal world and whatever horror festered within. A shiver, colder than any wind, ran down my spine. This was not just an old, abandoned house. This was a wound in reality, a place where the veil between worlds was thin, stretched taut by years of fear and despair. This was the labyrinth. My breath hitched in my throat. I could feel it now, a palpable pressure in the air, a hum of malevolent energy that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. It was like standing on the precipice of a bottomless chasm, feeling the dizzying pull of the void. This was its territory, its hunting ground, its stronghold. I forced myself to take another step, then another. The gravel crunched under my worn sneakers, each sound amplified in the oppressive silence. The streetlights here seemed dimmer, their yellow glow struggling to penetrate the gloom that clung to Sarah's house like a shroud. A faint, sickening smell permeated the air, something metallic and sweet, like old blood mixed with decaying flowers. As I neared the front gate, the air grew heavy, almost suffocating. Whispers, faint and insidious, began to prickle at the edges of my hearing. They were too indistinct to make out, just a cacophony of sibilant sounds, a chorus of forgotten fears. Do not listen, I told myself, clutching the journal tighter. It is not real. It is just air. The gate creaked open with a groan that sounded like a dying breath. I pushed it wider, stepping onto the overgrown path that led to the front door. The weeds here were taller, thicker, like grasping fingers trying to trip me. I could feel eyes on me, countless unseen eyes watching my every move. The house itself seemed to swell, to breathe, its dark mass pressing down on me. The front door, a heavy, dark oak, was slightly ajar, a sliver of inky blackness visible in the gap. It looked like an open mouth, inviting me in, or perhaps daring me. There was no lock, no barrier. It wanted me inside. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, I pushed the door open the rest of the way. It swung inward silently, revealing a cavernous darkness within. The air inside was stagnant, cold, carrying that same cloy metallic scent, but stronger now, almost overwhelming. Dust motes danced in the faint moonlight filtering through a broken window high above, like spectral confetti. Hello. My voice was a weak, pathetic squeak, instantly swallowed by the vast silence. I immediately regretted it. Do not engage. Do not acknowledge. I stepped inside, the door swinging shut behind me with a soft thud that echoed like a gunshot. Darkness enveloped me, thick and absolute. My hand instinctively went for my phone, but then I remembered Mark's words that needs belief. A flashlight, a screen, that was a tool of the physical world. I was entering a different kind of reality now. My only light, my only weapon, was the journal. I held it out in front of me, and as if sensing my desperate need, the faint glow returned. It was not bright enough to illuminate the entire room, but it cast a small circle of pale, ethereal light around me, pushing back the encroaching shadows just enough to reveal my immediate surroundings. I was in a living room, or what used to be one. Furniture was overturned, lamps shattered, upholstery ripped to shreds. It looked like a tornado had torn through it, but there was a strange, deliberate quality to the destruction, as if a sentient rage had orchestrated it. On the far wall, a large, dark stain marred the wallpaper, spreading like an ink blot. My stomach churned. Mark had mentioned Sarah being possessed. Her house and node. Had this place witnessed unspeakable acts? The whispers started again, louder now, clearer. They were not coming from any specific direction, but seemed to emanate from the very air itself, from the dust, from the shadows. They were my name, twisted and drawn out, interspersed with other words, indistinct but laced with malice. Fear alone did I know. I whispered, my voice barely audible. I do not believe you. The whispers intensified, swirling around me like a tempest of sound. A cold draft snaked around my ankles, making me jump. I could feel his presence now, a heavy weight, an invisible hand pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. I forced myself to move, to explore. Mark had said this was an opportunity. I needed to find out why this house was a node, how to fight back. The journal pulsed gently in my hand, its light unwavering. I moved to the living room, stepping over debris, my eyes darting nervously into gloom beyond the journal's glow. The air grew colder, and a new smell joined the metallic tang, something putrid, like rot. I found a doorway leading to a dining room. Here, the destruction was even more pronounced. A long table lay on its side, chairs splintered. On the wall, written in what looked like dry blood, was a single word mine. A guttural laugh, deep and chilling, echoed from somewhere above me. It was the same laugh I would heard in Mark's apartment, the one that had mocked his death. It resonated in my very bones, vibrating through my teeth. You think you are brave. His voice slithered into my mind, a chorus of whispers and growls. You think you are strong. You are nothing. A mouse in my labyrinth. My heart hammered. This was it. The direct confrontation. I clutched the journal, focusing on its warmth, on Mark's words. Deny its existence. Starve it. You are not real. I said, my voice trembling but firm. You are a figment, a parasite. You only exist if I believe you do. The air around me grew impossibly cold. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to deepen, to coalesce. A dark, amorphous shape began to form at the far end of the dining room, just beyond the reach of the journal's light. It was vague, indistinct, like a smudge in the darkness, but I could feel its immense, suffocating presence. I am real, it hissed, its voice now a cacophony of screams and snarls. I am the fear that haunts your dreams. I am the shadow that takes your loved ones. I am the end of everything you hold dear. A vision flashed in my mind mark, screaming, his face contorted in terror as the shadow consumed him. Then my own apartment, the lemon meringue pie, the whispers, the flickering TV showing Sarah's vacant eyes. It was trying to overwhelm me with fear, to force me to believe in its power. I squeezed my eyes shut for a moment, then opened them, staring directly at the coalescing darkness. No, I repeated, louder this time. Those were illusions, tricks of the mind. You feed on fear, but you are not fear itself. You are a leech, and I am cutting off your supply. The amorphous shape seemed to recoil slightly, a faint wisp of its dark form dissipating. A low, furious growl rumbled through the house, shaking the very foundations. It was like a wounded beast, snarling at its tormentor. You will not escape, it hissed. This is my domain. This is my labyrinth. You will become another whisper, another scream, another empty shell. I knew I could not just stand here, shouting defiance into the darkness. I had to find out what made this place a node. Mark's journal was my only guide. I glanced down at the open page. His frantic scrawl filled the margins, circled words, frantic diagrams. He had written about conduits, anchors in the heart of the node. I moved cautiously towards a set of stairs, the journal's light illuminating the dusty, broken steps. The banister was splintered, and cobwebs, thick and heavy, hung like tattered curtains. Each step creaked ominously under my weight, a sound that seemed to echo at his mocking laughter. Upstairs, the layout was even more confusing. A narrow hallway stretched into darkness, lined with closed doors. Each door looked identical, dark wood, chip paint. This was the true labyrinth. Which way? Mark. I whispered, almost instinctively. The journal offered no direct answer, but its light seemed to pulse a little brighter as I approached the first door on the left. It was a subtle pull, a silent suggestion. I reached for the doorknob. It was cold, slick with an unknown grime. As my fingers touched it, a wave of nausea washed over me. A surge of fear, not my own, but a deep, primal terror, flooded my senses. I saw flashes of images: a young girl, crying in a corner, a man, his face bruised and broken, slumped against the wall, Sarah, her eyes wide and vacant, staring at something unseen. These were memories, echoes of the suffering that had taken place here. This is what I am. His voice slithered into my mind, laced with triumph. The pain, the despair, the horror. This house is saturated with it. Every scream feeds me. Every tear strengthens me. You are walking into a graveyard of souls. I pull my hand back, shaking my head violently. No, these are just echoes. Residual energy. You are trying to make me believe these are your power. But they're just old wounds, old fears. And I will not feed them. With renewed determination, I grasped the doorknob again, forcing myself to push through the wave of fear. This time, as I turned the knob, the surge of terror was weaker, less potent. The journal in my hand pulsed with accompanying warmth. The door creaked open, revealing a bedroom, or what used to be one. The bed was a mangled wreck of springs and torn fabric. A dresser lay on its side, its drawers pulled out, spilling clothes onto the floor. But what caught my eye was the wall directly opposite the door. It was covered in drawings, hundreds of them, childish, crayon drawings of stick figures. But they were not happy pictures. They were of monstrous, shadowy figures, with glowing red eyes, looming over smaller, terrified stick figures. And in the center of each drawing, a single, dark, swirling vortex, like a black hole. And then I saw it. On the floor near the wall was a small, wooden doll. It was old, faded, its button eyes staring blankly ahead. It was missing an arm. It looked like a child's beloved toy. And beside it, a faded, torn photograph. A little girl, smiling brightly, clutching the very same doll. Sarah, a wave of profound sadness washed over me, eclipsing the fear for a moment. This was Sarah's room. This was where it first found her, where it had begun to twist her mind, to feed on her innocent fears. This house was not just a node, it was a birthplace of its hold on Sarah, and perhaps on this entire community. She was so easy to break. It whispered, its voice now softer, more insidious, like a venomous lullaby. So full of fear, so lonely. She welcomed me in the end. She believed. My blood ran cold. The thought of a child, alone and terrified, succumbing to this thing was more horrifying than any monster. But Mark's journal had given me a weapon. Deny its existence. You tricked her. I countered, my voice low and fierce. You preyed on her vulnerability. You did not give her comfort, you gave her a cage. As I spoke, the shadowy figures in the crayon drawings on the wall seemed to flicker, to waver, as if their very existence was being challenged. A low, guttural growl vibrated through the floorboards. It was getting angrier. Good. I scanned the room, looking for anything Mark might have described as a conduit or an anchor. My eyes landed on a small, ornate music box on the top of the overturned dresser. It was the only object in the room that seemed relatively untouched by the widespread destruction. It was closed, its wooden surface smooth and polished, almost out of place. As I approached it, the whispers intensified, urging me away. Do not touch it. Leave it. It is not for you. But the journal's light seemed to focus on the music box, almost pulling me towards it. This had to be it. An anchor. Something that had held significant emotional weight. Something it could manipulate to strengthen its hold. I reached out, my fingers trembling. The moment I touched the music box, a piercing scream erupted from it. A child's scream, raw and full of terror. It was Sarah's scream. I was sure of it. Trapped within the wood, replaying her final moments of sanity. The sound was unbearable, a physical assault on my eardrums, tearing at my resolve. Listen to her. It hissed, its voice layered over the scream. Listen to the fear. It is beautiful, is not it? So pure, so absolute. This is my harvest. I stumbled back, clutching my head, trying to block out the sound. My resolve wavered. The terror was overwhelming, a wave crashing over me, threatening to drag me under. This was its power. This was what it fed on. But then, Mark's words flashed in my mind. It needs belief. If I believed the scream was its power, then it was... If I believed it was just an echo, a memory, then it was nothing more. I forced myself to breathe, to focus. The journal in my hand glowed brighter, its warmth spreading through my arm. I could feel its subtle pulse, like a heartbeat. Deny it. I took a shaky step back towards the music box, the scream still tearing through the air. This is not real. I choked out, my voice raw. This is a memory, a trick. You are trying to make me believe this is your voice, your power, but it is just Sarah's pain. And I will not let you use it. With a surge of desperate courage, I lunged forward, grabbing the music box. The scream intensified, becoming a deafening shriek that threatened to burst my eardrums. My head throbbed and black spots danced in my vision. But I held on. You are nothing. I screamed, pouring all my defiance, all my disbelief into my words. You are a lie. I will not believe in you. As I screamed, the journal in my hand flared with an intense, blinding light. It was not a gentle glow anymore, it was a white-hot beacon, pulsating with raw energy. The music box in my other hand began to vibrate violently, the child scream within it morphing into a distorted, demonic shriek, then a series of frantic, desperate whimpers, and finally a guttural, furious roar as roar. The room erupted. The crayon drawings on the wall burst into flames. Not real fire, but a dark, ethereal blaze that consumed the paper without leaving ash. The air thickened, becoming a swirling vortex of shadows and sound. Furniture flew across the room, slamming into walls with splintering crashes. The very floor beneath my feet seemed to buckle. His voice, 1,000 voices now, screamed in my head, a torrent of pure, unadulterated rage. You dare. You deny me. I am eternal. I am all. But I held fast, the journal a shield, its light pushing back against the encroaching darkness. I could feel its immense power, its ancient fury, but I could also feel its desperation, its pain. My denial was a poison to it. The light from the journal, a burning acid. I squeezed the music box, focusing all my will, all my disbelief, on that single object. You are a delusion. I yelled, my voice hoarse, barely audible over the chaos. A parasite, and I am severing your connection. With a final, desperate surge of strength, I slammed the music box onto the floor. It did not shatter. Instead, it imploded, collapsing inward with sound like tearing fabric, leaving behind only a faint wisp of dark smoke that dissipated instantly. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. The ethereal flames on the wall vanished. The flying furniture crashed to the floor. The swirling shadows dissipated, receding into the corners of the room as if pulled by an invisible force. The deafening screams and roars in my head abruptly ceased, replaced by a chilling, absolute silence. The light from the journal dimmed, returning to its gentle glow, but it still pulsed with a quiet power. I stood there, trembling, my body aching, my ears ringing. The room was a wreck, but the oppressive, suffocating presence of it was gone. The air, though still cold and stale, felt lighter, cleaner. I had done it. I had broken an anchor, but the fight was not over. The house, the labyrinth, was still here, and it, though wounded, was still out there. Mark's journal had implied there could be multiple anchors, multiple conduits. This house was a node, a place of concentrated power. Destroying one anchor would not destroy entirely, but it had certainly weakened it. I stumbled out of Sarah's room, my legs feeling like jelly. The hallway was still dark, but the sense of immediate, palpable dread was lessened. The whispers were gone. The feeling of unseen eyes watching me had receded as I made my way back down the creaking stairs. I could still feel a faint, lingering presence, a residual coldness, but it was distant, like a dying ember. It had been forced back, driven from its stronghold, at least for now. I reached the front door, pushing it open. The night air, though still cold, felt wonderfully fresh against my face. The streetlights outside seemed brighter, clearer, their yellow glow pushing back the darkness with renewed vigor. I stepped out of the labyrinth, onto the overgrown path, then through the sagging gate. I did not look back. I could not. My body was exhausted, my mind reeling, but a strange sense of triumph mingled with the lingering terror. I had faced it. I had fought back. And I had won, at least this round. But I knew this was not the end. A parasite of perception, feeding on fear and belief, was not easily destroyed. I had severed one of its lifelines, weakened its grip on this place, but it was ancient. It would adapt. It would find new ways to feed, new ways to instill fear. As I walked away from Sarah's house, the labyrinth, fading into the dark, ordinary street, I clutched Mark's journal to my chest. Its warmth was still there, a constant reminder of the terrible truth and the terrible power I now held. The power of disbelief. The nightmare was not over, but for the first time since Mark's scream, I felt a flicker of hope. I had a weapon. I had a plan. And I was no longer just a victim. I was a fighter, and it would learn to fear me. Later, on a run, the cold morning air did little to clear my head. Each stride pounded against the pavement, a desperate attempt to outrun the phantom chill Mark had left me with. His voice, so unnervingly cheerful, echoed in my ears. I knew you were going to break up with me. Narrator's name. But it is okay. We will get past this. The words themselves were not threatening. Not directly. But the casual certainty, the underlying implication that my decisions did not matter, that he knew better, it was like a suffocating blanket. And the landline. How did he get my unlisted landline number? I had not given it to anyone since I moved, not even Chloe. My usual route took me through a quiet park, past families walking dogs and joggers with headphones on. Today, every shadow seemed to stretch too long. Every rustle in the bushes sounded like a footstep. I kept glancing over my shoulder, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I knew it was paranoia, but that did not make it any less real. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming, like a physical weight pressing down on me. I imagined his fixed smile, just beyond my line of sight, always there, always unchanging. I cut my run short, practically sprinting the last few blocks home. My apartment, usually a sanctuary, now felt like a fragile shell. I double-checked the locks, pulled down the blinds, and even peered to the peepholes several times before I finally felt a sliver of safety. But the feeling was fleeting. The memory of his voice, calm and knowing, was a poison seeping into every corner of my mind. I called Chloe, my voice tight with fear. She listened patiently, as always. "Okay, that is officially creepy," she said, her tone serious now. "The landline thing, that is not a coincidence. Did you ever mention your last name to him?" "No, I am so careful about that. My online profile was just my first name and a vague job description. I do not use my real last name, or even my full first name online after, well, you know, my past trauma had taught me to be meticulously private. That is why Mark's knowledge was so terrifying. It meant he would gone looking. He would found me. Okay, so he is definitely digging." Chloe confirmed. "Look, do not ignore this. Change your locks. Get a security camera, maybe one for your front door. And if he contacts you again, anywhere, block him. Do not respond." Her practical advice was grounding, but it did not erase the knot of dread in my stomach. I spent the rest of the day in a haze of anxiety, jumping at every sound. I even considered calling the police, but what would I say? A guy I went on 3 dates would call my unlisted number and seemed to know I was going to break up with him. And he has a weird smile. They would tell me to block him and move on. They would not understand the insidious, chilling nature of his unblinking pleasantness. The next few days were a blur of hypervigilance. I changed my locks the very next morning, though I knew it was probably a futile gesture. If he could find my unlisted number, a deadbolt would not stop him. I started taking different routes to work, varying my grocery store visits, anything to break a potential pattern. I felt like a hunted animal, constantly scanning my surroundings, my nerves frayed. Then the messages started. Not on my phone, which I would block them on, but through my work email. An anonymous account, but the sender's tone was unmistakable. "Missing our chats. Hope you are doing well. Thinking of you." It was generic enough that it could have been anyone, but I knew. I felt it in my bones. It was Mark. How did he get my work email? It was not publicly listed anywhere. I forwarded it to Chloe, my hand shaking. "Okay, this is harassment." She replied immediately. "Forward it to your HR department. They might be able to trace it, or at least put a block on it from their end." I did, feeling a perverse sense of relief that there was finally something concrete, something a third party could understand. HR was sympathetic and put a filter on my inbox for that sender. For a few days, there was silence, a fragile, temporary peace. I started to breathe a little easier, telling myself he would gotten the message, that he would moved on. I was wrong. One evening, I came home to find a small, beautifully wrapped package on my doorstep. My heart leaped into my throat. It was not a delivery I was expecting. There was no return address, just a neatly printed tag for you. My first instinct was to leave it there, to call the police. But curiosity, and a morbid fascination got the better of me. I carefully picked it up, feeling a strange mix of dread and morbid curiosity. It was light. Inside, nestled in tissue paper, was a small antique silver locket. It was exquisite, intricately carved with swirling patterns, and what looked like tiny, almost imperceptible initials on the back M. A. N. E. L. My breath hitched. My first name starts with E. My middle name, which I never use, starts with L. But the M. A. Mark's initials were M. S. Attached to the locket was a small, handwritten note. In elegant script, my dearest Alara. I found it, just as I promised. It has been too long. I knew you would be here. I always find you. Yours, always, Mark Alara. That was not my name. Not exactly. My full first name is Eleanor. But in my family, some of my older relatives used to call me Alara when I was a child. A pet name. A name I had not heard in decades. A name I had never, ever shared with anyone outside my immediate family. And the locket, it was old, very old. The initials, E, L, for Alara, and M, A. For Mark, it was too specific. My blood ran cold. This was not just stalking. This was something far, far worse. This was delusional. He believed I was someone else, someone he had known from a past life. The thought was so outlandish, so utterly insane, that it almost made me laugh hysterically. But the terror was too real. I dropped the locket as if it were burning my fingers. It clattered on the hardwood floor. My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation. Had he gone through my trash? Found an old letter? No, this was too precise, too personal. It was not just information. It was an interpretation of information, twisted through his own warped perception. I called Chloe again, my voice a frantic whisper. She came over immediately, bypassing my usual protests about late-night visits. When she saw the locket and read the note, her face went ashen. Okay, this is beyond creepy. Narrator's name, she said, picking up the locket with a tissue. This is unhinged. Ilara, past life. What the actual hell? I do not know. Chloe, I do not know. I choked out, tears finally blurring my vision. He thinks I am someone else. Someone he has been looking for. We need to call the police. Chloe insisted, pulling out her phone. This is a direct threat. He knows your name, your address. He is leaving things at your door. This is harassment escalating to a whole new level. The police, however, were less than helpful. A young officer came, listened patiently, and took the locket and note as evidence. But his eyes held that familiar skepticism. Madam, while this is concerning, it is not a direct threat of violence. He has not broken into your home. He is leaving gifts. We can file a report, and if he escalates, we can look into a restraining order. But right now, it is a bit of gray area. A gray area. That is what my life had become. A murky, terrifying gray area where a man with a fixed smile believed I was his long-lost love from another lifetime. The next few weeks were a living nightmare. I could not sleep. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant siren, sent me into a panic. I installed a Ring doorbell, bought mace, and even took a self-defense class. But the fear was not just about physical safety, it was about the invasion of my identity. The chilling certainty that this man saw me not as myself, but as a vessel for some forgotten love. Mark did not leave any more packages, but his presence was undeniable. I would come home to find a single, white rose tucked into the handle of my car door. My favorite coffee shop barista would mention, "Oh, your friend Mark was asking about you again. Said he has not seen you in a while." He was always there, just at the periphery, a ghost with a perpetually pleasant face. One afternoon, I was walking home from the grocery store, my mind racing through my mental checklist of security measures. As I turned onto my street, I saw him, Mark. He was standing across the street near a large oak tree, looking directly at my apartment building. That smile was there, wide and unchanging, even from this distance. My breath caught in my throat. He was not hiding. He was just standing there, watching. It was a declaration. He was not going away. My legs felt like lead, but I forced myself to keep walking, to not show any fear. All right, so this happened to me a few years back, and even now, just thinking about it makes my skin crawl. I was in my late 20s, living in a decent apartment in the city, working a pretty standard office job. My social life was fine. I guess. I had my friends, but I was also single, and after a particularly awful string of real-life dates, I decided to give Tinder another shot. Yeah, I know, but sometimes you just get tired of the bar scene, you know? I swiped through countless profile shirtless gym selfies, guys posing with fish, blurry group photos where you could not tell who was who. It was mostly the usual, until I stumbled across Elias. His profile was different. There were only 2 pictures. One was a landscape shot, a really beautiful, eerie forest at dusk, with just a hint of figure in the distance, barely discernible. The other was a selfie, but it was almost completely dark. Like, he would take it in a room with only a sliver of light coming from somewhere far off, casting his face mostly in shadow. You could make out the sharp line of a jaw, maybe the glint of an eye, but that was it. No clear features, no bright smile. Just darkness. Looking back, that should have been my first red flag. A huge, flashing neon sign. But at the time, I was intrigued. It stood out from the sea of overly bright, filtered photos. It felt mysterious. His bio was short, too. Something about appreciating the quiet moments and finding beauty in unexpected places. No job, no hobbies, nothing specific. Just vague, poetic lines. Despite the lack of information, I swiped right. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was a desire for something different, or maybe I was just bored. To my surprise, we matched almost instantly. His first message was Chloe. It is a pleasure to connect with someone who sees beyond the surface. Okay, a little intense, but also kind of flattering, right? I responded, and we started chatting. And that is where things got really weird. Elias was incredibly articulate, witty, and surprisingly charming through text. He asked thoughtful questions, listened intently, or so it seemed, and had a way of making me feel like he truly understood me. Even though we would never met, we talked about books, philosophy, the nuances of human connection, all the deep stuff you usually do not get into with a random Tinder match. He never once mentioned his job or what he did during the day, and if I tried to ask, he would smoothly pivot the conversation back to something more abstract or to me. After about a week of this intense, almost intimate texting, I suggested we meet for coffee. Standard first date stuff. His response came a few hours later, and it was a long one. Chloe, he wrote, I appreciate the sentiment, and I would very much like to meet you. However, I have a unique preference when it comes to first encounters. I find that true connection blossoms best when distractions are minimized. Light, for me, can be a profound distraction. It reveals too much, too soon. It forces a superficial judgment. I prefer to meet in complete darkness. My eyes widened as I read the words. Complete darkness. My first thought was, is this a joke? My second thought was, is this guy a vampire? I laughed out loud, but there was a nervous edge to it. I texted back, try and keep it light. Haha, very funny. So, like, a blindfolded coffee date. His reply was immediate, not blindfolded. Just dark. Pitch black. No phones, no ambient light. Just us and our voices. A chill went down my spine. This was not a joke. He was serious. I stared at my phone, a dozen alarms going off in my head. This was beyond weird. This was creepy. I should have unmatched him right then and there. I should have blocked him and forgotten all about Elias. But that damn curiosity, that desire for something different, it gnawed at me. And his words about true connection and superficial judgment, they resonated with something in me, a part that was tired of superficial dating. I consulted my best friend, Sarah. I told her about Elias and his strange request. She nearly dropped her phone. Chloe, absolutely not. Are you insane? This sounds like the opening scene to a horror movie. He is going to kidnap you, or worse. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he has a medical condition, extreme light sensitivity, or maybe it is just a really elaborate kink. Sarah was having none of it. A kink in a pitch black room with a stranger. No way. This is dangerous. Chloe, promise me you won't do it. I promised her I would not. I really did. But the more I thought about it, the more Elias's words echoed in my mind. He had not pressured me. Not really. He would just stated his preference. And he was still incredibly engaging in our texts. We continued to chat for another few days, and every conversation pulled me deeper into his strange orbit. He made me feel seen, truly seen, in a way no one else had. And I had not even seen him. Eventually, I caved. I texted him back. Okay, Elias, I am intrigued. How would this even work? He responded with surprising speed. Excellent. I knew you were different. Chloe, there's a small, private art gallery downtown that I am connected with. They have a special sensory experience, room completely soundproofed and light sealed. I can arrange for us to have it for an hour after closing. Tomorrow night, say 9 o'clock. The specificity of it, the art gallery, the sensory experience room, it almost made it sound legitimate. Almost. I told Sarah I was going out with a new guy, a normal guy, to a normal bar. I gave her the address of the gallery and told her to call me if she did not hear from me by 10:30 p.m. I even bought a small, powerful tactical flashlight, just in case, and a can of pepper spray. Because, just in case. The next evening, my heart was pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs as I walked towards the gallery. It was a cold, clear night, the city lights shimmering around me. The gallery itself was a modern, glass-fronted building, looking utterly innocuous. I arrived a few minutes before 9, steeling myself. Exactly at 9, the main door, which I thought was locked, clicked open a sliver. I pushed it open further and stepped inside. The lobby was dimly lit but empty. A faint, almost imperceptible scent hung in the air, something earthy, like damp soil and old leaves, mixed with metallic tang. Chloe, a voice called softly from deeper within the gallery. It was Elias. His voice was exactly as I would imagine it, deep, resonant, with a smooth, almost hypnotic quality. Elias. I replied, my voice a little shaky. Follow my voice, he instructed. I am in the back by the sensory room. I walked slowly, cautiously, past abstract sculptures and paintings I could not properly see in the dim light. The silence in the gallery was profound. No street sounds, no distant sirens. Just my own footsteps and the thumping of my heart. I rounded a corner and saw a tall figure standing by a heavy, unmarked door. Even in the dim light, he was just a silhouette. He was taller than I expected and broader. He opened the door. Beyond it was absolute, unyielding blackness. Not just dark, but complete absence of light. So profound it felt like a physical presence. My breath caught in my throat. Ready? He asked, his voice now closer. As I will ever be. I managed, trying to sound braver than I felt. Good, he said, and I heard a faint click, then a soft whoosh as he pushed the heavy door open further. Step inside. I will follow and close it. I hesitated for a split second, my hand instinctively going to the pepper spray in my purse. Then, taking a deep breath, I stepped into the void. It was disorienting, My eyes strained, trying to find anything, any speck of light, but there was nothing. It was like being swallowed whole. I felt the air shift as Elias stepped in behind me, and then the heavy thud as the door closed, plunging me into an even deeper, more suffocating darkness. The sound of the latch clicking shut echoed in the silence, sealing us in. "Welcome, Chloe," Elias's voice said, now right beside me. So close I almost jumped. It was unsettling, hearing him so near, but seeing nothing. "Please, do not be alarmed. Your eyes will adjust to the lack of light, but you won't see anything. That is the point. It is intense." I admitted, my voice barely a whisper. My heart was still hammering. I felt utterly vulnerable, completely exposed, even though I was the one who could not see. "It is," he agreed, "but it also allows us to truly listen, to truly connect, without the noise of visual perception." We stood there for a moment in silence, the darkness pressing in on me. I could hear his breathing, shallow and even very close. I could almost feel him, a subtle shift in the air pressure, a faint warmth. The earthy, metallic scent was stronger in here. "Would you like to sit?" he asked. "There are 2 chairs directly in front of you, about a foot apart." I fumbled forward, my hands outstretched, and found the armrest of the chair. I carefully lowered myself into it. It was a plush, comfortable chair. I heard Elias sit in the one next to me. "So," I began, trying to sound casual, "this is certainly a unique first date." He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that seemed to vibrate through the darkness. "I told you I was different. So, tell me, Chloe, what do you truly desire?" The question was so direct, so profound that it threw me off guard. We talked for what felt like hours. He asked about my deepest fears, my biggest dreams, my childhood memories. He listened without interruption, only occasionally interjecting with surprisingly insightful comment or another probing question. It was unnerving how much he seemed to draw out of me, how easily I found myself confessing things I had not told anyone else. There was something about the darkness, about the complete absence of visual cues, that stripped away my inhibitions. I could not see his judgment, so I felt free to speak. But even as I spoke, a tiny, insistent voice in the back of my mind kept screaming, "This is wrong. This is not normal." Every now and then, I would hear a subtle sound from him, a soft sigh, a rustle of clothing, a faint, almost imperceptible click, like teeth. I would try to picture him, but my mind could only conjure the vague, shadowy figure from his profile picture, or something even more unsettling. At one point, my hand was resting on an armrest, and I felt a light brush against my fingers. I froze. Was it his hand? It felt cold and bony. I quickly pulled my hand away, my heart leaping into my throat. "Apologies," he murmured, his voice softer now. "I merely wished to feel your presence." I did not reply. My skin was prickling. I told myself it was just nerves, just the strangeness of the situation. But the cold, bony touch lingered. It did not feel like a human hand. Not quite. Eventually, he said, "Our time is almost up. I have enjoyed this immensely. Chloe, you are truly a fascinating individual. I have never experienced anything like it." I admitted, still feeling a strange mix of fear and a bizarre sense of connection. "I hope we can do this again," he said. "Perhaps soon." Before I could answer, I heard the click of the door latch, and a sliver of light appeared as he opened it. I blinked, my eyes stinging from the sudden intrusion of even the dim gallery light. Elias stood silhouetted in the doorway, exactly as he had been when I entered. He did not turn to face me fully. "Good night, Chloe," he said, his voice a smooth farewell. And then he was gone, slipping out of the room, leaving the door ajar. I walked out into the dim gallery, my legs feeling a little wobbly. I looked around, but he was nowhere to be seen. The main door of the gallery was also slightly ajar. I stepped out into the night, blinking at the city lights, feeling like I had just woken from a very strange dream. I got home, my mind buzzing. Sarah called, relieved to hear from me. I gave her a sanitized version of the date, omitting the darkness part, of course. She would have killed me, but the experience haunted me. I could not stop thinking about Elias, about his voice, about the things we had talked about, and about that cold, bony touch. Was I imagining it? Was it just the darkness playing tricks on my senses? He texted me the next day. I can't stop thinking about our conversation. You open up a part of me I thought was long dormant. I felt a strange pull. Part of me was terrified, but another part was undeniably drawn to him. He made me feel special. And I was curious. More than curious, I was obsessed. I needed to know more. I needed to see him. I tried to push the boundary. Elias, I truly enjoyed our talk, but I feel like it is time we met in the light, even just a dimly lit restaurant. His reply came quickly. Chloe, I understand your desire for conventional, but I have explained my preference. The darkness is essential for me. It allows me to be myself, and it allows me to truly see you. The last part of that message sent a fresh wave of unease through me. It allows me to truly see you. How could he see me in the dark? He clearly meant in a metaphorical sense, but it still felt like a threat, a subtle implication that he was observing me in ways I could not comprehend. I decided I had to find out. I had to see him. If he would not meet me in the light, then I would bring the light to him. My tactical flashlight was still in my purse. I agreed to a second dark date, this time suggesting a slightly different venue. How about that old abandoned observatory on the edge of town? I texted. It is completely isolated, and I hear it is completely dark inside. I figured an abandoned place would be easier to control, less chance of other people, and perhaps easier to spring my trap. He agreed almost immediately. An excellent choice. Chloe, your intuition is remarkable. Tomorrow night, midnight, meet me at the base of the hill. Midnight, of course. I spent the next day feeling a mixture of dread and morbid excitement. I told Sarah I was staying homesick. I charged my phone, made sure the flashlight batteries were fresh, and even put a small, sharp utility knife in my pocket, just in case. I felt like I was preparing for battle. The observatory was a relic, a crumbling stone structure nestled on a lonely hill overlooking the city. The road leading up to it was overgrown, and my car bumped along the gravel path until I had to park and walk the rest of the way. The moon was a thin crescent, offering almost no light. The air was cold, carrying the scent of damp earth and decay. I saw Elias at the base of the hill, a tall, impossibly still silhouette against the faint glow of the distant city. He was waiting for me. He looked even taller, even broader, in this desolate setting. Chloe, he greeted, his voice a low murmur in the night. You came. I did. I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. My heart was pounding, a frantic drum against my ribs. The entrance is around the back, he said, gesturing with a hand that seemed to melt into the darkness. It is quite a climb. We walked in silence. The only sounds a crunch of our feet on the dry leaves and the frantic pounding of my own blood in my ears. The observatory loomed ahead, a hulking, silent presence. The entrance was a gaping maw in the side of the stone structure, a blacker-than-black hole. Careful, Elias warned as I reached the opening. It is uneven inside. I stepped in. Again, that absolute, suffocating darkness. No hint of light, no distant stars visible through cracks. It was like stepping into a tomb. Elias followed, and the faint breeze from outside died as he entered, sealing us in. The earthy, metallic scent was back, stronger than before. It is a magnificent place. Is not it, he said, his voice echoing slightly in the vast, empty space. So much history, so many untold stories, and so much quiet. It is certainly quiet. I agreed, my voice barely a whisper. I could feel the cold, damp stone walls around me. The air was heavy, stagnant. Come, he said. There's a central chamber. We can sit there. I felt his hand gently take my elbow, guiding me. His touch was firm, but still cold, and I could feel the strange, almost rough texture of his skin, not quite human. I resisted the urge to pull away. I needed to play along. We walked deeper into the observatory, the darkness complete. I tried to focus on his voice, on the sound of our footsteps. He led me to what felt like a large, open space. I heard him sit, and then felt for a stone slab or bench nearby and sat down. Tell me, Chloe, he began, his voice surprisingly soft. Why did you truly come tonight? Was it merely curiosity, or do you feel the pull, too? The pull towards something deeper. I took a deep breath. This was it. Elias, I said, my voice trembling slightly. I came because I need to understand. I need to know why. Why the darkness? Why the secrecy? He was silent for a long moment. I could hear his breathing, slow and steady, but there was a faint, almost imperceptible clicking sound mixed in with it, like dry bones shifting. I told you, he finally said, the darkness allows me to be myself, and it allows me to see you truly. But I can't see you. I countered, my voice growing stronger. And that is not fair. I need to see who I am talking to. Another long silence. The clicking sound was a little more pronounced now. It was making my skin crawl. You do not need to see me. Chloe, he said, his voice taking on a different tone, a low, guttural quality that sent shivers down my spine. You only need to feel me. To hear me. To know me. No, I said, my hand fumbling in my purse for flashlight. I need to see you. You won't like what you see, he warned, his voice now a low growl, devoid of its previous charm. The clicking intensified. My fingers closed around the cold metal of the flashlight. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. I do not care. I whispered, pulling it out. I need to know. I flicked it on. The beam of light cut through the oppressive darkness like a knife, illuminating the central chamber of the observatory. Dust motes danced in the sudden illumination. And then the light fell upon Elias. My breath hitched in my throat. A scream clawed its way up my windpipe, but died there, choked by pure, unadulterated terror. He was not human, not even close. What sat across from me was a creature of nightmares. It was tall, yes, and gaunt, but its skin was not skin. It was a mottled, grayish-brown hide, like dried, cracked earth. Its limbs were disproportionately long and spindly, ending in clawed hands that were far too large, with long, blackened nails. Its head was elongated, almost skull-like, with sunken eye sockets that seemed to absorb the light, leaving only pools of deeper shadow. There were no discernible eyes, just those terrifying voids. Its mouth was a wide, lipless gash, filled with rows upon rows of needle-sharp teeth, like a shark's. And those teeth were clicking, constantly, softly, as it breathed. That was the sound I would have been hearing. The light hit it, and the creature recoiled with a guttural shriek, a sound that was pure agony and rage. It threw its arms up, shielding its face, its body writhing as if in immense pain. Smoke, or something like it, seemed to rise from its hide where the light touched it. No, it shrieked, a voice that was no longer smooth and charming, but raw, tearing, filled with ancient hatred. You fool, you ruined it. I scrambled backward, dropping the flashlight in my panic. It rolled a few feet, its beam still fixed on the creature, which was now thrashing wildly, emitting horrible, wet, tearing sounds. The smell of burning flesh, or something similar, filled the air, acrid and sickening. My mind screamed run. I scrambled to my feet, my legs like jelly, and turned to flee. The entrance was somewhere behind me, lost in the darkness that still pressed on the edges of the flashlight's beam. I tripped, falling hard onto the cold, damp stone. Behind me, The creature's shrieks turned into a terrifying, guttural roar. I heard the sound of its massive, clawed feet scraping against the stone floor, coming after me. It was moving fast, despite the light. Panic lent me strength. I pushed myself up, not daring to look back, and stumbled blindly through the darkness, my hands outstretched, searching for a wall, an exit, anything. The clicking of its teeth, now louder, faster, was right behind me. I could feel the vibrations of its footsteps through the stone floor. You can't escape me. Chloe, its voice boomed, no longer a whisper, but a monstrous roar that echoed to the observatory. I see you. I always see you. Its words struck me with a fresh wave of terror. It sees me. Even in the darkness, it had always seen me. The darkness was not for its benefit. It was to keep me from seeing it, and perhaps to keep it hidden from the world. I crashed into a wall, scraping my arm. I ran my hands along the cold stone, desperately searching for the opening. The creature was closer now. I could hear its heavy, raspy breathing right behind me, feel the foul, earthy odor of it. Then my hand found a gap, a rough edge. The entrance. I squeezed through, scraping my shoulders, and burst out into the blessed, if still dim, moonlight. I did not stop. I did not look back. I ran down the hill, stumbling and falling, my lungs burning, my throat raw from the scream I had not let out. I reached my car, fumbled with the keys, my hand shaking so violently I could barely insert it into the ignition. I started the engine, threw the car into reverse, and sped down the gravel path, not caring about the bumps or the scratches on my car. I did not stop until I was miles away, on a well-lit highway, my body trembling uncontrollably. I never went back to the observatory. I never called the police. Who would I tell? I went on a Tinder date with a creature that can only meet in darkness, and it tried to eat me. They would lock me up. I deleted Tinder, of course. I changed my phone number. I even moved apartments a few months later, just to feel a little safer. But the memory, it never leaves me. The absolute terror of that reveal, the sight of that thing, the sound of its clicking teeth, its monstrous voice, and the chilling realization that it saw me, even when I could not see it. Sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment at night, and the streetlights outside are dim, or if there's a power outage and the darkness is absolute, I feel it, that familiar, earthy metallic scent. I hear a faint, almost imperceptible clicking sound, just at the edge of my hearing, and I know it is out there. It remembers me, and it is still watching, because some things, once seen, can never truly be unseen, and some creatures once encountered never truly let you go. And sometimes, the most terrifying monsters are the ones that insist on meeting you in the dark. So, you know how sometimes you try to pick up the pieces after something shatters? My life, a while back, had been completely pulverized. I won't go into specifics, but let us just say my home, my sanctuary, became a place I could not breathe in anymore. I ran. I left everything. I started over in a new state, a new city, try and build a new life, a new me, brick by agonizing brick. It was slow, painful work, and honestly, the thought of letting anyone truly into my life again felt like a betrayal of the instinct that had screamed at me to run. But loneliness, man, it is a persistent little demon. It whispers in your ear late at night, telling you that human connection is worth the risk. So, after months of therapy, self-help books, and enough frozen dinners to stock a small bunker, I decided to dip my toe back into the dating pool. Online, of course. It felt safer, more controlled. I could screen people, read profiles, decide if they were worth a coffee date before committing to anything more. That is how I found Mark. His profile was perfect. Handsome, in a classic, understated way. Dark hair, kind eyes, a strong jawline. He was a software engineer, loved hiking, volunteered at an animal shelter, and his smile. Even in his profile pictures, It was striking, warm, genuine, reaching his eyes. It made him look approachable, trustworthy. Exactly what I needed after my last experience. We chatted for about a week online, then a couple phone calls. He had a deep, soothing voice, and he was a great listener. He remembered little details I would mention, asked thoughtful follow-up questions. He laughed easily, and every time he did, I pictured that warm smile. It felt safe. So, I agreed to meet him for dinner. The restaurant was a cozy Italian place. Not too fancy, not too casual. I got there a few minutes early, heart thumping a nervous rhythm against my ribs. Old habits die hard, and my fight or flight response was still a little jumpy. But then he walked in. He was even better in person. Taller than I expected, with easy confidence. And that smile, it lit up his face as he spotted me, a genuine warmth radiating from him. He walked over, pulled out my chair, and settled in across from me. "Sarah," he said, his voice as smooth as I remembered, "it is really great to finally meet you." "You too, Mark," I replied, feeling a little of my tension ease. He was exactly as advertised. Maybe, just maybe, this could be good. The conversation flowed effortlessly. We talked about our jobs, our hobbies, travel plans. He told me a hilarious story about a hiking trip gone wrong, and I found myself laughing, truly laughing, for the first time in what felt like ages. He was engaging, intelligent, and genuinely interested in what I had to say. It was sometime during our main course, as I was recounting a story about my ridiculously clumsy cat, that I first noticed it. I paused for a breath, expecting him to interject a comment or chuckle, but he just sat there, listening intently and smiling. It was not a problem. Of course. He was listening. He was engaged. A good listener often smiles, right? It is a sign they are receptive, enjoying the conversation. I finished my story, and he chuckled, making a witty remark that had me laughing again. The smile shifted, widened with his laugh, then settled back into that pleasant, attentive expression. We ordered dessert. As the waiter took our order, Mark turned his head slightly, watching the waiter walk away. His face was in profile, his gaze distant, clearly not focused on me. And yet, the smile remained. Just there, fixed. It was subtle, so subtle that my brain immediately jumped to rationalizations. Maybe he was just a naturally happy person. Maybe he was thinking about something pleasant. Maybe it was just his default expression. I mean, some people have resting bitch face. Maybe he had resting happy face. I pushed the thought aside. I was probably overthinking things. My past trauma had made me hypervigilant, always looking for the cracks, the inconsistencies. I needed to relax, to let myself enjoy this. By the end of the night, I felt a genuine connection. He walked me to my car, and we lingered for a moment under the soft glow of the streetlights. His smile was still there, warm and inviting. I had a really wonderful time. "Sarah," he said, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Me too, Mark." "Really?" He leaned in, hesitated, then gave me a quick, chaste kiss on the cheek. I would love to do this again soon. I would like that very much. I drove home feeling a lightness I had not felt in years. Maybe this was it. Maybe I was finally turning a corner. Maybe I could trust again. Our second date was a week later. We went to a small art gallery, then grabbed coffee. This time, the smile was harder to ignore. We were standing in front of a particularly abstract painting, and I was trying to decipher its meaning. Mark was beside me, his hands clasped loosely behind his back, his head tilted slightly as he studied the canvas. He was not speaking. He was not reacting to anything. He was just observing. And that smile was painted on his face. Not a wide grin, but that pleasant, gentle curve of his lips, the slight crinkle at the corners of his eyes. It felt less like an expression and more like a permanent fixture. I cleared my throat. "What do you think it means?" I asked, turning to him. His smile widened slightly, and he turned his head to look at me. I think it is a commentary on the fleeting nature of human perception, juxtaposed with the enduring struggle for meaning in a chaotic world. It was an eloquent, well-thought-out answer, but the way he delivered it, with that unwavering smile, fell off, like he was reciting a line, not truly feeling the weight of the words. It was like watching a perfectly programmed robot deliver a monologue. The smile did not waver, did not shift, did not tighten or relax with complexity of his thoughts. It was just there. Later, over coffee, I tried a little experiment. I started talking about something genuinely upsetting, a news story I would read about animal cruelty. My voice dropped, my brow furrowed. I watched his face intently. He listened, his head tilted, his gaze unwavering. His smile, it did not falter, not even a millimeter. The warmth in his eyes seemed to remain, even as I spoke of something truly horrific. When I finished, he paused, then said, "That is truly dreadful. Sarah, it is hard to imagine anyone capable of such malice." His words were appropriate. His tone was empathetic. But his face, it was still smiling. It was like his facial muscles were locked in place, incapable of conveying anything other than benign pleasantness. A chill, cold and sharp, traced its way down my spine. This was not just a default expression. This was something else. I went home that night feeling deeply unsettled. I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was just me. Maybe I was looking for problems where there were not any. I called my friend, Chloe, hoping she would talk some sense into me. He just always smiles. I explained, trying to make it sound less insane than it felt. Even when he is not talking, even when he is just thinking, even when I am talking about something sad, it is like it is glued on. Chloe laughed. Sounds like a nice problem to have, honestly. Most guys I date look like they are perpetually constipated. Maybe he is just a really positive person. Sarah, you have been through a lot. Maybe you are just a little jumpy. Her words, meant to be reassuring, only made me feel more isolated. She did not get it. She had not seen it. The unnaturalness of it. The fixity. Despite my unease, I agreed to a third date. Part of me was morbidly curious. Part of me was desperate for the connection I thought I would found. And part of me, the part that had been traumatized before, felt like I had to know. I had to understand what I was seeing. This time, we went for a walk in a park. It was a beautiful autumn day, leaves crunching underfoot. We talked, we laughed. But every time I glanced at Mark, that smile was there, unchanging, unwavering. I started to feel like I was talking to a mannequin, a very handsome, very articulate mannequin. His eyes, though they crinkled when he laughed, never quite lost that underlying stillness. His gestures were fluid, his body language open, but there was an unnatural grace to it, like a perfectly executed dance. At one point, a small child, chasing a ball, tripped and scraped her knee. She let out a wail, and her mother rushed over. My heart went out to the little girl. I looked at Mark, expecting to see a flicker of concern, a softening of his features. Nothing. The smile remained. He watched the scene with the same benign pleasantness as he watched the ducks on the pond. He did not offer to help, did not even acknowledge it beyond a brief glance. When the mother had comforted the child and they walked away, he turned back to me, that smile still in place. "Shall we continue?" he asked, his voice even and calm. My blood ran cold. This was not just a quirk. This was not just a positive attitude. This was a complete disconnect. I started to feel a growing sense of dread, a primal fear bubbling up from deep within me. This man, he was not right. There was something fundamentally wrong with him. I cut the date short, pleading a sudden headache. He was, of course, understanding. His smile never faltered as he said, "I hope you feel better. Sarah, let me know if you need anything." I drove home in a daze, my mind racing. I replayed every interaction, every conversation. The smile, always the smile. It was not friendly, anymore it was menacing. It was a mask, and behind it, I suspected, was something utterly devoid of human emotion. That night, I could not sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face, that unchanging smile. It started to feel predatory, like the fixed grin of a shark. It was watching me, even when he was not there. I decided I could not see him again. It felt dangerous. Not physically, not yet, but in a way that threatened my sanity. I drafted a polite text message, explaining that I did not think we were a match. I stared at it for a long time, my thumb hovering over the send button. Then I deleted it. I realized I could not just send a text. I needed to be clear. I needed to make sure he understood, without ambiguity, that I was done. I decided I would call him the next day. A phone call felt more definitive. The next morning, my phone rang. It was an unknown number. I hesitated, then answered. Hello. Good morning. Sarah. It was Mark's voice. Smooth, calm. And I could hear the smile in his tone. It was in the unwavering pitch, the slight lilt at the end of his words. My heart leaped into my throat. Mark, how did you get this number? I did not give it to you. I had only given him my cell number, which was now blocked for unknown callers. This was my landline, a number only a handful of people knew. Oh, it was not hard to find, he said, his voice still cheerful. I just wanted to check on you. You seemed unwell yesterday. How's your headache? His concern felt like a mockery, like a predator playing with its prey. I am fine. Mark, listen, I need to talk to you. I know, he said, his voice dropping slightly, but the cheerful undertone remained. You want to tell me you do not think we are a match? My stomach churned. How did he know? I understand completely. He continued, before I could speak. You are looking for someone who can offer you a deeper, more authentic connection. And I admire that. Mark, I do not think this is going to work out. I finally managed to stammer. I am sorry to hear that, he said, and I swear I could hear his smile widening. I truly enjoyed our time together. Sarah, you are a fascinating woman. Thank you, but I really think we should just leave it here. Of course, he said, his voice still unervingly pleasant. I respect your decision, but I will miss you. Sarah, goodbye. Mark. I hung up, my hand shaking. I felt a momentary wave of relief. It was over, but then a new wave of fear washed over me. He knew my landline number. He knew what I was going to say before I said it. He had found me. I spent the rest of the day in a state of high alert. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every creak of the floorboards sounded like footsteps. I felt like I was being watched again, just like before. The memory of those photos, the paper cranes, flooded back. Had I escaped one nightmare, only to walk into another? That evening, I decided to go for a run, to clear my head. It was stupid, I know, but I felt trapped in my apartment. I needed to move, to feel the wind on my face, to try and outrun the fear. I put on my headphones, started my running app, and headed out. The sun was setting, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples. I tried to focus on the rhythm of my feet on the pavement, the music in my ears. I ran past the park where Mark and I had our third date. My eyes darted to the spot where the little girl had fallen. I shuddered, remembering his unmoving smile. As I rounded a corner onto a quieter residential street, my heart leaped into my throat. There, across the street, standing under a large oak tree, was Mark. He was facing away from me, seemingly looking at something in the distance. He was wearing the same jacket he would worn on our first date. And even from that distance, even from behind, I knew he was smiling. I could feel it like a palpable force. The back of his head, the way his shoulders were held, The very stillness of his posture it screamed of that fixed, unchanging expression. My breath hitched. He was not supposed to be here. He was not supposed to be anywhere near me. I froze, hidden partially by a hedge. My mind screamed at me to run, to turn around, to disappear. But I could not move. I was mesmerized by the sheer audacity of his presence, the unnerving certainty that he was there, waiting. Suddenly, he turned his head, slowly, deliberately. His eyes locked onto mine. And there it was, that smile. It was wider now, stretched almost unnaturally across his face. It was not a friendly smile. It was a mask of pure, unadulterated malevolence, devoid of joy, devoid of humanity. It was a smile of something that had found what it was looking for. My blood ran cold. This was not a man who just happened to be in the park. He was waiting. For me. Every instinct screamed at me. Run. I turned and sprinted, not caring where I was going, just away. My legs burned, my lungs ached, but the image of that smile, impossibly wide and fixed, spurred me on. I glanced over my shoulder. He was walking now, not running, just walking, with that same terrifyingly casual pace. But he was gaining on me, and that smile, it did not falter. It just kept getting wider, more grotesque, like a rictus of pure, unchanging evil. I ducked down an alley, scrambling over overflowing trash cans. My phone, still playing music, slipped from my hand, clattering to the ground. I did not stop. I could not. I could hear his footsteps behind me, calm, measured, utterly relentless. He was not out of breath. He was not even exerting himself. He was just coming. I burst out onto a main street, weaving through startled pedestrians, my heart hammering against my ribs. I saw a small convenience store, its fluorescent lights a beacon in the twilight. I threw myself inside, gasping for breath, fumbling for the lock on the door. The cashier, a bored-looking teenager, stared at me. "Whoa, lady, you okay?" He is coming. I choked out, pointing vaguely back at the door. I peered through the glass. Mark was there, standing calmly on the sidewalk, just outside the store. His head was tilted, his hands clasped behind his back. And that smile, it was still plastered on his face, unchanging, unwavering. But now, in the harsh glare of the streetlights, it looked less like a human expression and more like something carved from stone. His eyes, though still crinkling at the corners, held an emptiness that chilled me to the bone. He did not try to open the door. He just stood there, watching me, his smile the only thing moving on his face. It seemed, it stretched just a fraction, a silent, terrifying acknowledgement. I backed away from the door, stumbling over a display of chips. The cashier was now staring at Mark, then back at me, his eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and fear. Mark did not move. He just stood there, smiling. I did not know how long he stayed. It felt like an eternity. Eventually, a police car drove by, its siren wailing faintly in the distance. Mark turned his head, his smile still fixed, and watched it pass. Then, slowly, deliberately, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the deepening gloom. I stayed in that store for another hour, shaking, trying to explain to the bewildered cashier what had happened. He probably thought I was crazy. I did not go home that night. I checked into a cheap motel on the outskirts of town, paid in cash, and spent the entire night huddled in the corner of the room, staring at the door, convinced I would see that smile peering through the peephole. I never saw Mark again. Not in person. Anyway, I moved again, changed my name, cut off contact with everyone I knew. I live a quiet, solitary life now. I avoid public places. I never make eye contact, and I certainly never, ever date. But sometimes, late at night, when the house is silent and the shadows stretch long and dark, I see it, in the reflection of a window, in the distorted lines of a half-forgotten dream. That smile, unchanging, unwavering, It is etched into my mind, a permanent scar. I know he is still out there, and I know with a terrifying certainty that somewhere right now he is still smiling. Always. And he is waiting, always waiting, for someone else to notice, for someone else to realize the horror of a smile that never fades. You know, I have always been a pretty level-headed guy, not prone to dramatics, certainly not one to believe in ghost stories or conspiracy theories. My life, up until a few months ago, was as vanilla as it gets. Work, gym, a few beers with friends on a weekend, and occasional, usually disappointing, foray into the world of online dating. I would swipe right on enough profiles to know the drill, the memory of those nailed-up windows. The ones I would smash through was a splinter in my mind that just would not work its way out. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw them crude planks hammered haphazardly, trapping me in that suffocating darkness. And then, when the police finally went to investigate, they found the house abandoned, the windows boarded from the outside. That detail, that one impossible contradiction, had shattered something fundamental inside me. It was not just Sarah who was gone. My perception of reality had vanished with her. For months, the world felt like a poorly constructed set piece. Every shadow held a flicker of movement. Every quiet moment was filled with a metallic tang of fear, the same scent that had hung so heavily in Sarah's house. I would jump at the slightest sound, my heart hammering against my ribs, convinced that whatever monstrous thing the previous victims had warned about was lurking just beyond my peripheral vision. The police, bless their well-meaning but utterly clueless hearts, had offered therapy. I went. I talked. I nodded. But how do you explain a makeshift cell in a basement? Messages scrawled by unseen hands, and a woman who knew your favorite dessert without ever being told. How do you explain a house that changes its outward appearance to mock your sanity? They diagnosed me with acute PTSD, generalized anxiety, and a touch of delusional ideation. I just nodded. It was easier than trying to articulate the sheer, bone-deep terror of it, or the chilling realization that my escape might have just been a temporary reprieve. Loneliness. That is what had driven me to Tinder in the first place. That desperate yearning for connection. Now, loneliness felt like a welcome shield, a protective bubble against a world that had revealed its true, grotesque face. I quit my job, a quiet, unassuming office position that suddenly felt too exposed, too vulnerable. I moved apartments, hoping a new environment would cleanse the lingering dread. But the metallic smell followed me, a phantom odor that only I could detect. I spent my days holed up, curtains drawn, the TV a constant drone of white noise against the silence that seemed to hum with unseen presence. My friends tried to reach out, but I pushed them away. How could I explain that the world was not safe, that something was out there, and it knew my favorite dessert? Eventually, though, the sheer weight of isolation became too much. The human need for connection, even after such a profound betrayal, is a stubborn thing. I found myself, late one night, scrolling through dating apps again, a grim sense of deja vu washing over me. It was a stupid, reckless thing to do. I knew it, but a part of me, a small, hopeful, and perhaps masochistic part, still craved normalcy, still yearned for a life where houses did not shift their architecture and people did not know your deepest secrets. That is how I met Mark. His profile picture was a little blurry, taken in what looked like a dimly lit bar, but his smile was kind, his eyes, though shadowed, seemed warm. He worked as a freelance graphic designer, he said, which explained his flexible hours. He liked obscure indie films and hiking, though he admitted he preferred the cooler, shadier trails. We chatted for a few days, and it was normal, comfortingly, boringly normal. He did not ask probing questions, did not have an unsettling intensity. He just seemed like a regular guy. Our first date was at a quiet coffee shop. I chose it specifically because it was bright, bustling, and public. I needed light. I needed witnesses. I needed to feel safe. Mark arrived a few minutes late, apologizing profusely. He was dressed casually, a dark hoodie pulled up, though not over his head. When he sat down opposite me, I noticed he picked a chair with its back to the large, sun-drenched window. I did not think much of it then. Maybe he just did not like glare. We talked for an hour. Easy conversation about our favorite movies, our worst dating app experiences. I, of course, omitted the Sarah story entirely. He was charming, a little shy, and genuinely seemed interested in what I had to say. As we were leaving, the sun, which had been mild earlier, suddenly broke through the clouds with a fierce intensity. I squinted, reaching for my sunglasses. Mark, however, flinched, his hand coming up instinctively to shield his eyes, even though he was already in the shadow of the awning. He hurried out, keeping to the sliver of shade cast by the buildings, almost jogging to his car. It was a brief, odd moment, easily dismissed as an aversion to bright light, perhaps sensitive eyes. My own eyes were sensitive after months of drawn curtains. Our second date was dinner. Mark suggested a restaurant with a low-lit, intimate atmosphere. I prefer places where you can actually hear each other talk, he would explain, and it sounded reasonable enough. But as the evening progressed, I started noticing a pattern. He always seemed to angle himself away from any direct light source. The small candle on our table, the overhead track lighting, he never quite faced him head on. If a waiter came by and cast a shadow over him, he seemed to relax, his posture easing. When a burst of light came from the kitchen door opening, he would subtly shift, his eyes narrowing almost imperceptibly. My internal alarm bells, which had been muted by weeks of therapy and the dulling passage of time, began to clang. Not loudly, not yet. More like a soft, insistent tapping. Is this my paranoia acting up again? I wondered, am I projecting? Am I seeing connections where there are none, simply because my brain is wired to find danger in every shadow? I tried to test it, subtly. It is a beautiful evening. I said, looking towards a window. We should grab a drink on a patio sometime. Mark smiled, but his eyes did not quite meet mine. Oh, I am not much of a patio person. Too much glare. I prefer the indoors, less distractions. Another tap. Over the next few weeks, we went on more dates. Always in the evening, always indoors, always in places with subdued lighting. I started paying close attention. He wore long sleeves, even on warmer evenings. His skin, when I caught a glimpse of it, seemed unusually pale, almost translucent. I never saw him in direct sunlight. Not once. If we were walking somewhere, he would instinctively gravitate toward the shadier side of the street, even if it meant taking a slightly longer route. If a car's headlights swept across him, he would blink rapidly, his pupils constricting to pinpricks, almost painfully. My heart began to pound a familiar rhythm of dread. This was not just an aversion, it was an active, almost visceral avoidance. It was like he was actively trying to escape the light. It reminded me, in a chilling, distant way, of something else that thrived in darkness, something that had been kept in the basement, away from a world. The memories of Sarah's house, of the locked door, of the basement cell, they all came flooding back with renewed, sickening intensity. I started having nightmares again, vivid and terrifying. I would wake up in a cold sweat, the metallic smell thick in my nostrils, convinced I could hear the faint scratching of nails on wood. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he was just sensitive to light, an extreme case of photophobia. Maybe he worked nights, and his body clock was just off. But the way he moved, the way he seemed to cringe from even indirect light, it felt deeper than that. It felt unnatural. One afternoon, I decided to try something. I called him, feigning a spontaneous desire for a daytime activity. "Hey, Mark," I said, trying to keep my voice light. "I am heading to the botanical gardens. It is supposed to be beautiful today. Perfect weather. Want to join me?" There was a beat of silence on the other end, a pause that stretched just a little too long. The gardens. Today. His voice sounded strained, almost hesitant. I can't actually. Got a deadline. Super slammed. Rain check. It is gloriously sunny. I pressed, perhaps a little too insistently. Would not it be nice to get some fresh air? Yeah, no. I wish, he said, and I could practically hear him wincing. But I really can't. Sorry. Maybe an evening walk later. I agreed, feigning disappointment. But inside, a cold certainty was hardening into place. He could not be in the sun. He would not be in the sun. My paranoia, once a crippling burden, now felt like a finely tuned instrument, warning me of danger. I started doing some digging. Not on Mark specifically, not yet, but about photophobia, about people who avoided light. I found articles about rare medical conditions, about albinism, about certain psychiatric disorders. None of it quite fit the almost predatory way he shied away from light. Then my search history, perhaps sensing my underlying fear, started suggesting other things. Folklore, vampires, creatures of the night. I scoffed at first, but the suggestions lingered, a nagging thought in the back of my mind. I remember the messages in Sarah's basement trapped. He comes at night, and the ominous it. The police had found nothing. No messages, no cell, just an empty house. But I knew what I had seen. And if it existed, if it was something that preferred the dark, then Mark's behavior was not just a quirk. It was a sign. I decided I needed more proof. I needed to see his reaction to direct sunlight, undeniable, unambiguous. The next time we met, it was for dinner at another one of his preferred dimly lit establishments. We were having a pleasant conversation, or at least, I was pretending to while my mind raced, trying to formulate a plan. As we were finishing up, I suggested, "Hey, my car's parked a little far tonight. Do you mind walking me back?" "Of course," he said, ever the gentleman. My car was parked on the far side of the lot, under a single, flickering streetlight. But beyond that, there was a well-lit gas station, its fluorescent lights bathing the corner of the street in a harsh, unforgiving glow. As we walked, I kept our conversation light, my heart thrumming. We passed on the streetlight, and he seemed fine, just a normal guy walking in the dark. But as we approached the edge of the gas station's light, I subtly steered us towards it. "You know," I said, "I think I left my phone in the car. Can you just wait here for a second?" I gestured vaguely towards the edge of the gas station's glow, where the light was strongest. Mark stopped. Not just stopped, but seemed to freeze. His body tensed, his shoulders hunching almost imperceptibly. His eyes, in the faint light, darted towards a bright area, then back to the relative darkness. He looked like a cornered animal. "I will just be a minute," I chirped, taking a step toward the light, pulling him slightly with me. He resisted. His hand, which had been resting lightly on my lower back, tightened, pulling me back into the shadows. "No, I will walk with you," he said, his voice flat, devoid of its usual warmth. "It is not safe for you to go alone." "Oh, it is fine," I said, trying to sound nonchalant. "It is really well lit over there." I took another step, pulling him a bit harder. This time he recoiled. Not just a subtle shift, but a distinct, almost involuntary jerk backward, as if he would touch something hot. His face, in the dim light, was a mass of discomfort, his brow furrowed, his lips pressed into a tight line. He looked pained. "I really do not like bright lights," he said, his voice low, a hint of something like warning in it. "It gives me headaches." "Oh, I am sorry," I said, my voice barely a whisper, the blood draining from my face. It was not a headache. It was something else. Something primal. I quickly made an excuse about finding my phone, hurried to my car, and drove away, leaving him standing there in the shadows. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the steering wheel. This was not paranoia. This was real. The next few days were a blur of terror and frantic research. I obsessively searched for any link between Sarah, it, and people who could not tolerate light. I found nothing concrete, just more folklore, more unsettling tales of shadow creatures and things that withered in the sun. But the feeling, the metallic tang in the air, the cold dread, it was all back, stronger than ever. I started to piece things together. Sarah had lured me to an isolated house, boarded up from the inside. What if the boarding was not just to keep me in, but to keep something out? Or perhaps to keep something in that could not tolerate the light. And the police found it boarded from the outside. What if it was intelligent, capable of manipulating its environment, or had minions who could? My phone buzzed. It was Mark. A text, "Hey, are you okay? You seemed a little off last night. Everything all right?" I stared at the screen, my finger hovering over the block button. But a morbid curiosity, a desperate need for answers, stopped me. I needed to know. I needed to understand what it was, and how it all connected. I texted back, "I am fine. Just had a long day. Can we talk? I have some questions." He agreed, suggesting we meet at his place. "It is quieter there," he said. My stomach twisted. Meeting him at his house, alone at night. It was the exact scenario that had led me to Sarah's house of horrors. But I felt a strange sense of resolve. I was not going to be a victim again. I was going to find answers, or at least face whatever horror was waiting for me head on. I armed myself. A small but heavy flashlight, the kind that could temporarily blind someone. A can of pepper spray. My car keys, ready to grab and run. And a small, sharp utility knife, just in case. I was not going in blind. Mark lived in a nondescript apartment complex on the outskirts town. His apartment, predictably, was dimly lit. Heavy curtains were drawn over every window, even though it was already past sunset. A few lamps cast off, amber glows, leaving most of the room in shadow. The air felt heavy, almost stagnant, much like Sarah's house, though without the metallic tang. He greeted me with a hesitant smile. "Come in, make yourself comfortable." I sat on the edge of his couch, my bag clutched tightly in my lap. "Mark," I began, my voice trembling slightly despite my best efforts. "We need to talk about some things." He sat opposite me, his face half hidden in shadow. "Okay, what is on your mind?" "Your aversion to light," I said, cutting straight to the chase. "It is not normal. You avoid it at all costs." "Why?" His smile faltered. He looked away, towards a darkened window. "I told you. Headaches. Sensitive eyes." "No." I insisted, "It is more than that. I have seen you flinch, almost recoil. It is like it physically pains you." He sighed, a long, weary sound. "Look, it is a condition. I do not like talking about it." "What kind of condition?" I pressed, my heart hammering. Is it something you were born with?" He finally looked at me, and in the dim light, his eyes seemed darker, deeper than I remembered. There was a flicker of something in them, something ancient and tired. "No," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "It is not something I was born with." A cold dread seeped into my bones. "Then what is it?" "Mark." He hesitated, then slowly, deliberately, he began to speak. "A few years ago, I was curious. I heard stories, whispers about things that existed beyond our understanding. Things that lived in the dark places. I went looking for them. I found something." My breath hitched. "What did you find?" He leaned forward, his voice dropping even lower, until I had to strain to hear him. "A house. Remote, isolated. It had a presence. A hunger." My blood ran cold. "Sarah's house." I whispered, the words catching in my throat. He nodded slowly. "I did not know her name then. I just knew the house. I went there, hoping to find answers, to understand the darkness. Instead, the darkness found me." He paused, a shiver running through him. I was invited in, like you, and I saw things. Things that twisted my mind, that changed me. The basement. I said, my voice barely audible. The cell. The messages. He nodded again, his eyes fixed on some point beyond me, as if reliving a nightmare. They were real. Every word. Trapped. He comes at night. And it. What is it? I demanded, my voice raw with terror and desperate curiosity. He closed his eyes for a moment, as if the memory was too painful to bear. It is a parasite, a consciousness. It feeds on fear, on loneliness, on despair. It does not have a physical form. Not really. It latches onto people, manipulates them. It makes them do its bidding. It makes them bring others to the house. Sarah, I breathed. She was infected, possessed. Mark corrected, opening his eyes. Or perhaps just a puppet. It is hard to tell where the person ends and it begins. But it uses them, their charm, their knowledge, to lure others. My favorite dessert. I whispered, remembering the chilling detail. She knew my favorite dessert. It knows everything about you. Mark said, his voice flat. Once it has its hooks in, it delves into your mind. It learns your desires, your fears, your weaknesses, and it uses them against you. My head was spinning. Everything was real. My sanity was not broken, it had just been stretched to its absolute limit by an incomprehensible horror. But what happened to you? I asked, looking at his pale face, his aversion to light. I escaped, he said, and there was a flicker of grim pride in his eyes. Like you, but not without a cost. It leaves its mark, a physical manifestation of its dark energy. For some, it is a slow decay. For others, a heightened sensitivity. For me, it is the light. It burns me, physically, mentally. He held out his hand, and in the dim light, I could see faint, almost transparent lines like old scars running across his skin. I can't be in the sun. It is like acid. So, you are a victim too. I said, a strange mix of relief and renewed horror washing over me. Relief that he was not it, horror that he was a living testament to its power. A survivor, he corrected, a bitter smile touching his lips. But it is a lonely existence, always in the shadows, always looking over my shoulder, because it does not forget. It wants its victims back. It wants to finish what it started. But the police, I stammered. They found the house boarded from the outside. No activity. No Sarah. It can manipulate perception. Mark explained. It can make things appear and disappear. It can make a house look abandoned or make the boards shift from inside to out. It is a master of illusion, of making you doubt your own eyes. It wants you to feel crazy, to feel isolated. That makes you easier to lure back. A cold, hard knot formed in my stomach. The police had not found nothing they would have been fooled. And I was not crazy, I was being hunted. Why did you contact me? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Why risk it? He looked at me, his dark eyes filled with profound sadness. I saw your profile, the loneliness in your eyes, and I recognized the signs. The way you talked about feeling lost, isolated. It is how it finds its targets. I knew you might be like me, drawn into its web. I thought maybe I could warn you. Or maybe I was just tired of being alone in the dark. The implication hung heavy in the air. He had sought me out, not just to warn me, but perhaps to find a kindred spirit, another survivor of it. But the danger, the profound danger of his condition, suddenly became terrifyingly clear. If it wanted its victims back, and Mark was one of them, then by being with him, I was putting myself in direct line of fire. I was a beacon, drawing it closer. Mark, I said, my voice trembling, we can't be together. It is too dangerous. He nodded slowly, a look of profound sorrow on his face. I know, but it is already too late. Is not it? For both of us. Once you have seen it, once it has touched you, you are never truly free. A sudden, chilling realization washed over me. That is why you avoid the light. I said, my voice barely audible. Because it thrives in darkness. And you are trying to hide from it. But you are also becoming more like it. He did not respond, just looked at me with those ancient, tired eyes. The silence of the room stretched, heavy and suffocating. The air, I noticed, was starting to carry that faint, metallic tang. Then, a faint scratching sound came from the window behind him. Not loud, but distinct. Like nails on wood. My blood ran cold. My gaze snapped to the heavy curtains. Mark stiffened, his head tilting slightly, listening. His eyes widened, and for the first time, I saw a genuine fear, raw and unadulterated. In them, "It is here," he whispered, his voice hoarse with terror. "It found us." The scratching intensified, growing louder, more frantic. It sounded like something was trying to claw its way in. "Get out," Mark hissed, pushing me toward the door. "Now, run." I did not need to be told twice. My feet were already moving, propelled by pure animalistic terror. I fumbled with the lock, my hands shaking so violently I almost dropped my keys. The scratching turned into a furious thumping, a sickening impact against the window pane. "Go," Mark screamed, his voice filled with agony that made my stomach churn. I burst out of the apartment, slamming the door shut behind me. I did not look back. I did not wait for the elevator. I pounded down the stairs, my heart threatening to explode from my chest. I could hear it then, a low, guttural growl that seemed to vibrate through the very walls of the building. It was not human. It was not Sarah. It was it. I reached my car, fumbled for the keys, and jumped in, locking the doors with a frantic click. I glanced up at Mark's window. The heavy curtains were billowing inwards, as if something had just smashed through them. A dark, amorphous shadow seemed to writhe and expand in the opening, reaching out with tendrils of darkness. I screamed a raw, primal sound and slammed my foot on the accelerator. Tires squealed as I tore out of the parking lot, leaving the apartment complex and Mark to the horrifying darkness that had finally found them. I drove for hours, not knowing where I was going, just needing to put as much distance as possible between myself and that place. The sun was beginning to rise, painting the sky with streaks of orange and pink. I pulled over on the side of a deserted highway, my body shaking uncontrollably. I looked in the rear-view mirror, my own reflection a pale, terrified stranger. Mark was right. It was not over. It was never over. It was real. It was not confined to Sarah's house. It was everywhere, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the lonely, the vulnerable, the curious. And it had found me again. It had used Mark, another victim, to draw me closer, to remind me that I was still in its grasp. I was haunted, yes, but now I was hunted. The memory of those nailed-up windows, the ones boarded from the inside, then the outside, now shattered, was a constant reminder. They were not just to keep me in. They were to keep it out. Or perhaps to keep the world safe from what was inside. And now, it was out, and it knew my name. It knew my fears. And it knew my favorite dessert. The words masterpiece hung in the air, thick and suffocating, like a shroud descending over my very soul. My blood ran colder than the stale, metallic scent that filled my lungs. Arthur, standing there, so calm, so utterly pleased with himself, was no longer the charming, enigmatic man I thought I knew. He was a predator, and I was caught in his meticulously crafted web. My eyes darted from his unsettlingly serene face to the rows of mannequins in the alcove, then back to the Emily figure on the pedestal. Emily, my friend. My heart seized with a fresh wave of nausea. This was not some elaborate prank, some twisted joke. This was real. The dull shine of the lockets around each mannequin's neck, identical to the one around mine, was a chilling signature. His collection, his previous works, each a perfect form, immortalized. No, I whispered, the sound barely a breath, lost in the echoing expanse of the mirrored room. You are insane. He chuckled, a soft, purring sound that raised goosebumps on my arms. Insane. My dear, I am an artist, a preservationist. I simply see the fleeting nature of beauty, the tragic decay of the human spirit. People change, do not they? They disappoint. Their essence fades, their true selves obscured by the mundane, the vulgar, the pressures of society. But a reflection can last forever. His gaze, unervingly steady, drifted back to the Emily mannequin. Emily, for instance, a sweet, innocent soul, so trusting, so pure. But even she, in time, would have faced the disillusionment of life, the inevitable coarsening of her spirit. I simply captured her at her peak, her unspoiled essence immortalized. The locket. He touched the one on the Emily mannequin, a key, unlocking that perfect reflection. My mind reeled, trying to grasp the sheer enormity of his delusion, his depravity. You killed her. I choked out, the accusation a desperate plea for him to deny it, to shatter this nightmare. You murdered Emily and made her into this. He sighed, a slight shake of his head, as if I were utterly missing the point. Murder? Such a crude word. I liberated her. I elevated her. I gave her eternal peace, eternal beauty. She exists now as she truly was meant to be, untainted by the passage of time, by heartbreak, by all the ugliness that life inevitably brings. She is a testament to purity, a reflection of innocence. The new title, Reflection of Innocence, was a dagger to my gut. He had not just killed her, he would categorize her, label her, reduce her to a twisted artistic concept. And he would have done it to so many others. I looked back at the alcove at the silent, staring figures. Reflection of obedience, he would call the librarian. What other horrors had he titled? What other lives had he snuffed out and turned into these macabre trophies? Then his eyes, those piercing, intelligent eyes, turned back to me. But you, my dear, he said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, you are a different canvas altogether. You are my protagonist. Complex. One who feels too much. You possess a depth, a resilience, a fire that makes you truly unique. You are the architect of your own fate, and you are destined for an unforgettable climax. He took a step closer, and I instinctively recoiled, bumping against one of the mirrored walls. Hundreds of my terrified reflections flinched with me, their eyes wide, their faces pale, mirroring my every tremor. It was like being trapped in a hall of horrors, every angle showing me my impending doom. He ignored my movement, reaching out a hand, his fingers brushing the locket around my neck. The metal, usually accompanying weight, now felt like a brand, cold and menacing against my skin. This locket, he murmured, his touch sending shivers down my spine, is your beginning. It is the key to your true self, the self I have been cultivating for so long. My breath caught. Cultivating. What did he mean, cultivating? How long had he been watching me? Planning this? The thought made my stomach churn with a fresh wave of terror. This was not some spur-of-the-moment madness. This was calculated, deliberate, a chillingly patient pursuit. What have you done to me? I demanded, my voice trembling, but imbued with a desperate defiance. What cultivation? I do not even know you. He smiled, a slow, predatory curving of his lips. Oh, but you do. You just do not realize it yet. I have been an admirer, a patron, a quiet observer. I have seen your struggles, your triumphs, your deepest fears and your most fervent hopes. I have seen the way you react to joy, the way you cope with sorrow. I have watched you grow, evolve, become the remarkable woman you are today. And all along, I have been guiding you subtly towards this moment. My mind raced, trying to piece together his twisted confession. Had he been the anonymous donor to my struggling art class, the one who'd sent me that encouraging note after my last exhibition, the person who'd always seemed to know exactly what I needed when I needed it? The thought was sickening. Every kind gesture, every moment of support, now felt like a poison bait leading me here to this mirrored tomb. You are lying. I spat, though a part of me, a deep cold part, knew he was not. The pieces, horrifying as they were starting to fit together. You are a monster who understands true beauty, he corrected, his voice losing its soft edge, becoming firmer, more authoritative. A monster who refuses to let it perish. You see, your complexity, your capacity for feeling, it is a double-edged sword. It makes you vibrant, yes, but it also makes you vulnerable. It leaves you open to the world's harshness, to the erosion of your unique spirit. I am simply offering you an escape, a chance to forever be the essence of who you truly are, before life grinds it away. He gestured around the room, encompassing the Emily mannequin, the alcove of his collection, and then back to me. This room, my dear, is designed for revelation, for clarity, for the final, perfect capture. The mirrors, they do not lie. They show you every facet of yourself, every fleeting emotion, every flicker of your soul. And as you face yourself, truly face yourself, your essence will become palpable, ready to be preserved. My eyes darted around the dizzying expanse of reflections. Hundreds of me, trapped, terrified, watching myself being dissected by this madman. It was a psychological torture chamber. Every angle showed my fear, my desperation, my rising panic. I saw my trembling hands, my wide, unfocused eyes, the way my chest heaved with ragged breaths. He wanted me to see it all, to feel it all, to become utterly overwhelmed by my own emotions. What do you want from me? I pleaded, my voice cracking. What do you want me to be? Another silent doll in your collection. He smiled, a chillingly patient smile. Oh, much more than that. You are my protagonist. You will be my magnum opus. Your essence, your complexity, your capacity to feel, that is what I intend to immortalize. I envision you as a reflection of empathy, perhaps, or a reflection of resilience, or even a reflection of despair. It all depends on what you reveal to me in these final moments, what true self emerges under pressure. The climax, after all, is the peak of the narrative, the moment when all elements converge, when the true character is revealed. He took another step, closing the distance between us. I instinctively pressed myself harder against the mirror wall, my breath hitching in my throat. There was nowhere to run. Every direction was a wall, a mirror, a reflection of my trapped self. You see, the cultivation process is not just about observation, he continued, his voice now a calm, almost academic tone, as if discussing a scientific experiment. It is about nudging, about creating the perfect conditions for the subject to reach their fullest potential, their most authentic state. For Emily, it was simple. She was pure, innocent. Her climax was a gentle, almost serene transition. But you are different. You require more intense experience. A journey to the very core of your being. My mind raced, trying to find an escape, a weapon, anything. My eyes scanned the room, but there was nothing but mirrors, the pedestal, the Emily mannequin, and the shelves of his horrific collection. The heavy door behind me, the one Arthur had shoved me through, was undoubtedly locked. What about Emily? I demanded, trying to distract him, to buy myself time, anything. What did you do to her body? Where is it? He chuckled, a dry, dismissive sound. Her physical form, irrelevant, a mere husk. It served its purpose. I disposed of it, of course. Discreetly. The essence, my dear, is what matters. The reflection is the true form. The immortalized spirit. The body is just packaging. A wave of pure, visceral disgust washed over me, stronger than the fear. He had not just killed her, he had desecrated her, reduced her to a disposable container. And he was planning the same for me. I won't let you. I whispered, my voice finding a surprising strength, a flicker of defiance. I won't become one of your dogs. His smile widened, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Ah, there it is. The resilience. The spark. I knew you would not just surrender. That is what makes you so fascinating. My protagonist. The struggle. The fight. It adds depth to the narrative. Does not it? Makes the climax all the more potent. He extended his hand, not to grab me, but to gesture towards the Emily mannequin. Look at her. Truly look. She is at peace. She is perfect, unchanging. Is not that what we all secretly crave? To be free from the ravages of time, from the pain of existence, from the constant pressure to be something, to do something. Here, you simply are. Your perfect, preserved self. I stared at Emily's serene, unseeing face. Her eyes, made of glass, held a blank, distant stare. Her sundress, once vibrant, now seemed unnaturally still, devoid of any life. It was a grotesque parody of her. Not peace, but emptiness. Not perfection, but horrifying stillness. That is not peace. I retorted, my voice gaining strength. That is death. That is a prison. You have trapped them, all of them, in this twisted fantasy of yours. He shook his head slowly, patiently, as if explaining a complex concept to a child. No, my dear, I have liberated them. And soon, I will liberate you. The climax is approaching. You are at the precipice of your true self. All those emotions swirling within you, the fear, the anger, the defiance, they are all part of the process. They are bringing you closer to your ultimate form. He took another step, then another, until he was directly in front of me. I was pressed flat against a mirrored wall, my reflections all around me, trapped. He reached out again, his hand moving towards my locket. I flinched, trying to swat his hand away, but he was too quick, too strong. His fingers closed around the locket, pulling it slightly, making the chain dig into my skin. This locket, he repeated, his voice now a low, hypnotic rumble, is the key. It is what connects you to your essence. It is what I have been cultivating. And now it is time to unlock it. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. I could feel the cold metal of the locket against my throat, the slight pressure as he tugged. What did he mean, unlock it? Was it some kind of device? A poison? A way to paralyze me, to make me as still and lifeless as Emily? I struggled, pushing against it with all my might, but he was immovable, a solid, unyielding wall of calm madness. His grip on the locket tightened, and a sharp pain shot through my neck as the chain dug deeper. Let go of me. I screamed, my voice raw, desperate. The sound echoed wildly through the mirrored room, bouncing off the glass, hundreds of my screaming reflections trapped in an endless loop of terror. He leaned in close, his breath warm against my ear, a stark contrast to the chilling words he spoke. You are resisting your own destiny, my dear. Your true self is waiting to be revealed. And I, your devoted artist, am here to guide you to it. Suddenly, with a swift, unexpected movement, he yanked the locket. The chain snapped, tearing at my skin, leaving a burning red welt on my neck. The locket was now in his hand. He held it up, admiring it, as if it were a precious gem. There, he said, his voice laced with triumph. The key is free. Now, let us see what it unlocks. He turned the locket over in his palm. It was an antique, intricate piece, a family heirloom that had been passed down for generations. My grandmother had given to me. On the back, there was a tiny, almost imperceptible clasp. He pressed it. With a soft click, the locket sprang open. Inside, instead of the tiny photographs I expected perhaps of my parents or a lock of hair, there was nothing. No, not nothing. There was a tiny, perfectly carved wooden figure. A miniature of me. It was so detailed, so lifelike, it was unnerving. My hair, my clothes, even the way my hands were clasped, it was all there, perfectly rendered. But its eyes were blank. Empty. My blood ran cold. This was not just a locket. This was something else. Something far more sinister. Arthur's eyes, usually so calm, now gleamed with almost feverish intensity. He held the locket, open, towards me, the tiny wooden figure staring out with its blank, unseeing gaze. This, he whispered, his voice filled with chilling reverence, is your true self, the essence I have cultivated, the reflection I have been perfecting. This is what you are meant to be. My gaze was locked on the miniature figure, a horrifying premonition washing over me. It was me, but not me. It was a shell, a perfect, empty vessel. No, I whimpered, the word barely audible. That is not me. That is nothing. He chuckled, a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. Oh, but it is the perfect form, the pure essence, untainted by the world, untroubled by emotion, unburdened by the complexities you so cherish. It is the perfect canvas, ready for the final touch. He then did something that made my stomach lurch. He took a small, silver needle from his pocket, impossibly thin and sharp. With a horrifying precision, he pricked the tiny wooden figure's chest, right where the heart would be. As the needle pierced a miniature, a searing pain shot through my own chest. A gasp tore from my throat, and I clutched at my shirt, convinced I could feel the needle piercing my own flesh. It was not just a psychological reaction. It was a real physical agony, sharp and sudden. My vision swam. The mirrored room seemed to tilt, the hundreds of my reflections blurring into a dizzying vortex. I felt a strange lightness, as if my body was no longer entirely my own, as if something was being drained from me. Arthur watched me, his face alight with a terrifying fascination, his eyes wide and unblinking. He slowly pulled the needle back from the miniature, and as he did, I felt a corresponding pull, a sickening sensation of something being extracted from my very core. The pain in my chest subsided, replaced by a profound emptiness, a chilling numbness spreading through my limbs. There, he breathed, his voice filled with a triumphant satisfaction. The transfer is complete. The essence is captured. Your true self, liberated from its fragile, physical prison. I tried to speak, but my tongue felt thick, heavy. My legs buckled, and I slid down the mirrored wall, collapsing onto the cold floor. My arms felt weak, unable to support me. My head lolled aside, and my eyes, still wide with horror, stared up at him. He knelt down, bringing the open locket closer to my face. The miniature figure inside, the perfect, blank-eyed me, now seemed to pulse with a faint, almost imperceptible glow. It was subtle, but I saw it, a faint, ethereal light emanating from the tiny wooden form. Look, he whispered, his voice soft, almost tender, as if speaking to a newborn. Look at your perfection. Look at the beauty I have preserved. You are free now, free from the pain, the fear, the disappointment. You are immortalized. My gaze was fixed on the miniature, and then, slowly, agonizingly, it shifted to the Emily mannequin. Her blank eyes, her serene, unseeing face. And then, I looked at my own hands. They were still mine, still flesh and blood, but they felt strangely distant, disconnected. I tried to move my fingers, and they responded, but with a sluggish, unnatural grace. A terrifying realization dawned on me, colder than any fear I had felt before. I was not dead. Not yet. But something fundamental had been taken. Something vital. My capacity to feel. My very essence, as he called it. He stood up, looking down at me with an artist's critical eye. The body will follow, of course, he said, almost himself, as if making a mental note. A little stiffening, a little hardening. The transformation is always beautiful to behold. but the heart of it, the true essence, that has already been secured. He walked over to the pedestal where the Emily mannequin stood. He placed the open locket, with the glowing miniature of me inside, gently at Emily's feet. It was a chilling offering, a symbolic gesture. "Emily, my dear," he murmured, addressing the silent mannequin, "you have a new companion, a new reflection to admire, a reflection of empathy. I think we shall call her, or perhaps reflection of lost hope. We shall see how she settles into her new form." He then turned back to me, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. I could feel my muscles growing rigid, my limbs becoming heavy, as if made of lead. The numbness was spreading, creeping up my body, silencing the last vestiges of my fear, my anger, my despair. My mind, once a whirlwind of frantic thoughts, was slowing, becoming calm, eerily serene. I could still see him, still hear him, but it was as if I was watching a play unfold from a great distance. My own body, my own terror, seemed to belong to someone else. Arthur walked toward me again, his shadow stretching long and distorted across the mirrored floor. He reached down, and this time there was no resistance. My body simply remained where it was, a shell unmoving. He lifted me effortlessly, my limbs hanging limp and heavy. He carried me toward the pedestal, towards Emily. The hundreds of reflections in the mirrors showed him holding my lifeless form, my face a pale, serene mask. My eyes, I knew, were still open, but they no longer held terror. They held nothing. They were just like Emily's. Blank, distant, unseeing. He positioned me next to Emily, gently leaning me against the pedestal. I stood there, unmoving, a new addition to his grotesque tableau. My sundress, like Emily's, hung perfectly still, devoid of any life. He stepped back, admiring his work, a proud artist gazing upon his latest creation. He circled around me, adjusting an arm, tilted my head slightly, perfecting my pose. My body, once mine, was now just clay in his hands, responding to his every touch with a terrifying obedience. "Perfect," he whispered, his voice filled with profound, almost religious satisfaction. A true masterpiece, the reflection of lost hope. And then, in the silence of that mirrored room, surrounded by hundreds of my own blank reflections, I felt nothing. No fear, no anger, no despair, just an infinite, profound stillness. The climax was complete. My true self, as Arthur called it, had been revealed. And it was utterly, terrifyingly empty. The metallic tang of dread was back. But this time it was not a companion. It was a lead weight in my gut, dragging me down as I stumbled through the night. Mark's scream, that guttural growl, the shadow writhing in his shattered window, it was all a frantic kaleidoscope behind my eyes. I did not know where I was going, just that I had to run. Every shadow was it, every distant siren a prelude to its hunt. My breath hitched in my throat, a ragged, desperate sound that felt too loud in the sudden, terrifying silence of the street. My own apartment was miles away, but I ran until my lungs burned and my legs screamed. My mind, usually a jumbled mess of anxieties, was now a single, frantic thought escape. But Mark had said it himself. It wanted its victims back, and now it knew my name, my fears, my favorite, dessert. That last detail, so mundane, so intimate, was the most chilling of all. It was not just a monster, it was a stalker, a twisted confidant. I finally made it to my building, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The familiar brick facade, the peeling paint on the door, it all felt alien, a thin veneer of safety that could tear through at will. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped them. The lock clicked, a ridiculously small sound against the roar in my ears. I burst inside, slamming the door shut and leaning against it, gasping for air. The apartment was dark, quiet, and utterly devoid of comfort. Every creak of the old floorboards, every groan of the ancient pipes made me flinch. I imagined it already inside, waiting in the shadows, watching me. Mark had said it manipulated perception. What if it was already here, just making me think I was alone? I stumbled through the living room, flicking on every light switch I could find. The harsh glow of the overhead lights did little to dispel the gloom in my soul. I checked the windows, making sure they were locked, then the door, adding the chain lock and deadbolt. It was all pointless. I knew it was not a burglar. It was something far worse. Sleep was impossible. I spent the night huddled on my sofa, a cheap kitchen knife clutched in my hand, my eyes darting from shadow to shadow. The silence was the worst. It was not just the absence of sound, it was an oppressive, heavy silence, like the air itself was holding its breath. Every now and then, I would hear a faint scratching sound, almost imperceptible, coming from the walls. Was it just the building settling? Or was it already here? A parasitic presence burrowing into my sanctuary. The next few days blurred into a paranoid haze. I could not bring myself to leave the apartment. The thought of stepping outside, into the open, where to find me so easily, was paralyzing. I rationed the meager food I had, my phone a dead weight in my pocket. Who could I call? What could I say? Hey, a parasitic entity that feeds on fear is hunting me, and just got my last friend. They would think I was insane, just like the police did after Sarah's house. The scratching in the walls grew more frequent, more distinct. Sometimes it sounded like claws, sometimes like something heavy being dragged. Other times, it was almost rhythmic, like a distorted heartbeat. My sleep, when it came, was a torment. Nightmares, more vivid and terrifying than anything I would ever experience, plagued me. I saw Sarah, her eyes black and empty, beckoning me back to her impossibly boarded house. I saw Mark, his face contorted in a silent scream, his body slowly dissolving into shadow. And in every dream, there was a presence, unseen but palpable, whisper my name, mocking my fear. The whisper started when I was awake, too. Faint, just at the edge of hearing, like a radio tuned to a frequency just beyond human perception. Sometimes it was my name, drawn out, distorted. Other times, it was fragments of conversations I would had, secrets I would never told anyone. Remember that time you stole a candy bar from a convenience store when you were 7? A voice would hiss, right next to my ear, though I was alone in the room. Or, you always felt like an outsider, did not you, like you never truly belonged. It was not just feeding on my fear, it was dissecting my soul. And then there was the dessert. My favorite dessert was a specific kind of lemon meringue pie, the kind with a perfect, slightly burnt meringue and a tart, creamy filling. I had not had one in months, but the memory was a comforting one, until it started playing with it. I woke up one morning to a faint, sickly sweet smell. It was lemon, but not the fresh, zesty kind. It was cloying, almost rotten. I followed the scent, my heart pounding, to the kitchen. On my counter, where I would left a stack of dirty dishes, was a single, perfect slice of lemon meringue pie. My blood ran cold. I had not bought a pie. I had not made one. It was just there. The meringue was impeccably browned, the filling a vibrant yellow. It looked exactly like the one from my favorite bakery. But I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to bone, that it was not real. It was a taunt, a promise. I stared at it, a wave of nausea washing over me. I wanted to scream, to smash it, to run from my apartment and never look back. But I was frozen. I knew it was watching, savoring my terror. Slowly, carefully, I picked up the pie plate and carried it to the trash can. As I dropped it in, the plate shattered with a loud crack, startling me. I had not even touched the pie itself, but it was ruined, the filling splattering across the bin, the meringue collapsing into a sticky mess. A faint, almost imperceptible whisper followed, a sound like dry leaves skittering across pavement, carrying a single wordless note of disappointment. From that moment on, The pie became his signature. I would find crumbs on my pillow, a faint lemon scent in my shower, or a half-eaten slice in the most impossible places tucked into my clean laundry, or balanced precariously on the edge of my bookshelf. It was never whole, never perfect, always just enough to remind me that it was everywhere, that it could breach any barrier, and that it knew me better than I knew myself. The walls of my apartment, once a comfort, now felt like the walls of a cage. I started talking to myself, arguing with the whispers, trying to make sense of the madness. My reflection in the mirror was a stranger gaunt, wild-eyed, a shadow of the person I used to be. My paranoia was not a burden, anymore it was my entire existence. One evening, as I sat in the dark, tried to conserve electricity, a futile gesture. I knew, but it felt like I was doing something the television flickered on. The screen was static, a harsh, buzzing white noise that grated on my nerves. Then, slowly an image began to form. It was blurry at first, then sharpened into a familiar scene. Sarah's house. My breath caught in my throat. The house was exactly as I remembered it, those impossible boards nailed across the windows from the outside. But this was not a memory, it was live. The camera, or whatever was capturing the image, slowly zoomed in on one of the boarded windows. As it got closer, I could see something moving behind the gaps in the wood. A shadow, indistinct but undeniably there, writhing, waiting. A voice, low and guttural, like gravel being dragged across concrete, filled the room. It was not the whispers anymore. This was direct. You left us. Did not you, it rumbled. You ran away. But where can you go? We are everywhere you are. We are everything you feel. My heart pounded so hard, I thought it would burst. I tried to turn off the TV, but the remote was unresponsive. I lunged at the power button on the set itself, mashing it repeatedly. Nothing. The voice continued, a slow, deliberate torment. Mark tried to warn you. Did not he? Foolish Mark. He thought he could escape. He thought he could hide. But we always find our way home. A sickening crunch emanated from the TV speakers, a sound that made my stomach churn. It was a sound of bone, shattering. Mark's scream, fresh in my memory, echoed in my mind. He is with us now. The voice purred a vile, triumphant sound. Just like Sarah. Just like all the others. And soon just like you. The image on the TV changed again. Now it was my apartment, but not as it was now. It was my apartment, but seen from a perspective I could not possibly have. It was as if the camera was inside my walls, peering out from behind a loose brick. I saw my own reflection in the darkened screen of my microwave, my terrified face illuminated by the flickering TV. Then, the camera turned slowly, inexorably, toward the corner of my living room, where I sat huddled on the sofa. We see you, the voice whispered, right in my ear this time, so close I could feel a cold breath on my neck. We know you. I screamed, a raw, primal sound of pure terror. I scrambled off the sofa, knocking over a lamp, plunging the room into deeper shadow. The TV screen went black, the static gone, the voice silent. But the silence now felt even more menacing. It was the silence of a predator, satisfied for the moment, but still very much present. I knew then that I could not stay. My apartment was compromised. My sanity was unraveling. I had to run again, but this time, I had to run toward something, not just away. I needed answers. I needed a weapon. Mark had mentioned it is light sensitivity. Was that a weakness, or just a symptom? And what about Sarah's house? Why did it keep showing me that place? Was it a prison? A lair? With a surge of desperate energy, I began to pack. Not clothes, not valuables. I grabbed a flashlight, a multi-tool, a few energy bars, and a bottle of water. I also grabbed a kitchen knife, my only flimsy shield against the unknown. My phone dead as it was. I took two. Maybe, just maybe, I could find a signal somewhere, find something, anything. As I made my way to the door, a faint scratching started again, this time from underneath the floorboards. It was faster now, more urgent, like something was trying to claw its way out. I did not look back. I just opened the door, slipped out, and pulled it shut behind me, not bothering to lock it. It would not matter. I walked the streets aimlessly, the cold night air doing little to clear my head. Where could I go? A hotel, too public. A friend's house, too dangerous for them. I was a magnet for it, and I could not risk anyone else. Then a thought struck me. Mark, he had been a survivor. Too. He would known about it for a long time. He would say it fed on fear and possessed people. His apartment was shattered. Mark was gone, but what if he would left something behind? A clue, a hidden message. It was a long shot, a desperate one, but it was the only lead I had. I started walking towards Mark's building, the metallic tang of dread now mixed with a strange, unsettling resolve. The walk felt like hours, every alleyway a potential ambush, every distant car a looming threat. The moon, a thin sliver in the sky, cast long, distorted shadows that seemed to writhe and stretch with malevolent intent. When I finally reached Mark's building, it was exactly as I would left it. The shattered window on his floor was still a gaping black maw, a silent testament to the horror that unfolded. The police had not bothered with it. I guess. Just another broken window, in a city full of them. I slipped inside the building, the main door unlocked, and climbed the stairs, each step echoing ominously in the deserted stairwell. His apartment door was ajar, splintered where I would last seen the shadow. The air inside was cold, stale, and smelled faintly of ozone and something else, something metallic and rotten. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom, revealing a scene of utter devastation. Furniture was overturned, books scattered, and the contents of drawers strewn across the floor. It looked like a tornado had ripped through the place. Or it. I moved cautiously, my knife held out in front of me, my flashlight beam dancing across the wreckage. The window was indeed shattered, shards of glass glistening like malevolent teeth on the floor. I imagined the shadow, it bursting through, dragging Mark away. A shiver ran down my spine. Mark. I whispered, my voice hoarse. No answer, of course. Just the sound of my own ragged breathing and the distant hum of the city. I began to search, methodically, desperately. I was not sure what I was looking for. A journal, a hidden compartment, anything that could explain it, its weaknesses, its origins. I checked under the overturned sofa, behind the broken television, sifting through piles of ruined clothes. Nothing, just more debris, more evidence of its destructive power. Then in Mark's bedroom, under a pile of torn sheets and a broken nightstand, I found it, a small leather-bound book. It looked like an old diary. My hands trembled as I picked it up. The cover was worn, the leather cracked, but the pages inside seemed intact. I opened it, my flashlight beam illuminating the elegant, almost archaic script. It was not a diary in the traditional sense. It was a compendium, a collection of notes, drawings, and cryptic passages. Mark's notes. The first few pages detailed his initial encounter with it, mirroring my own experience in Sarah's house. The impossible perception, the terror, the diagnosis of PTSD. Then he wrote about the Mark light sensitivity. He had developed it after his escape, a constant reminder of its lingering presence, a physical manifestation of its parasitic nature. He described it as an ancient entity, a parasite of perception, feeding on fear and negative emotion. It did not have a physical form, not truly. It existed in the liminal spaces, the shadows, the corners of our minds. It infected its victims, slowly twisting their reality, isolating them, until their fear became a feast. And when the fear was ripe, it would possess them, using their bodies as vessels, their minds as playgrounds. Sarah, he theorized, was one such vessel. The next few pages were filled with theories, frantic scribbles, and half-formed ideas. He wrote about it as methods manipulation, whispers, psychological torture. He mentioned how it learned the victim's deepest fears, their most cherished memories, their intimate details like a favorite dessert, and used them against them. That explained the pie. Then, I found a page that made my blood run cold. It was a drawing, a crude, unsettling sketch of a house, impossibly boarded from the outside. Sarah's house. Below it, in Mark's neat script, were a series of numbers and coordinates, and a name. The Labyrinth. He wrote that it did not just possess people, it also created nodes, places where its influence was strongest, where the veil between realities was thinnest. These nodes were like anchors, allowing it to spread its tendrils. Sarah's house was one such node. It was not just a place where I would have been trapped, it was a living, breathing part of it. But the chilling part was the next entry. Mark had discovered that it was not invincible. It had a weakness, a vulnerability. It hated direct light, yes, but that was just a symptom. Its true weakness was its reliance on perception. It feeds on fear. Mark had written, but it needs belief. If you do not believe in it, if you deny its existence, even for a moment, you starve it. You weaken its hold. It can still torment you, but it cannot consume you. It cannot possess you. He continued, his words becoming more urgent, more desperate. The nodes are its heart. Destroying a node weakens it significantly, but it is a trap. It wants you to go to the node. It wants you to confront it there. It is the strongest there, but it also presents the only chance. He had been researching a way to sever a node, not physically destroy the building, but to break its connection to it. He mentioned ancient rituals, forgotten symbols, and a specific kind of light, not just physical light, but metaphorical one, a light of unbelief or rejection. My mind raced. It knew my fears. It knew my secrets, but didn't know I had this journal. Had Mark left it for me, knowing he would not make it? Or was this another trap? Was it guiding me to this information, knowing I would be drawn to the idea of fighting back, only to lead me to my doom at the labyrinth? The scratching started again, this time from directly beneath the floorboards in Mark's bedroom. It was louder, more insistent, accompanied by a faint, guttural growl that seemed to vibrate through the very floor. It was here. It was close. I clutched the journal to my chest, my flashlight beam sweeping frantically around the room. The air grew colder, heavy with that metallic, rotten scent. Shadows stretched and danced in my periphery, coalescing into indistinct shapes that felt like eyes watching me. You found his little book. The voice rumbled, echoing from all around me, seeming to emanate from the very walls. Did he tell you the truth? Or did he just lead you to your demise? My heart hammered. I could not move. I was trapped. He always was a fool. The voice continued, dripping with contempt. So much hope. So much resistance. So much fear. A sickening wet sound, like something squishing, followed. We enjoyed his fear. So rich. So pure. I gagged, bile rising in my throat. Mark was gone. Truly gone. And now you have his little map. It purred, the sound almost a chuckle. The labyrinth. You think you can sever us. You think you can fight us. We are eternal. We are the shadows in your mind. We are the fear you cannot escape. The floorboards beneath me groaned, a long, drawn-out sound, as if something massive was pushing its way up from below. The scratching intensified, becoming a frantic tearing, a desperate scrabbling. My flashlight flickered, then died, plunging the room into absolute darkness. Panic seized me, a cold, suffocating blanket. I could not see. I could not breathe. The whisper started again, a cacophony of voices. All my fears, all my insecurities, all my deepest, darkest thoughts, amplified and distorted. You are alone. No one believes you. You are going to die here. Just like Mark. Just like Sarah. You are weak. You are pathetic. I stumbled backward, tripping over something in the dark. My hand landed on something cold and sticky. I recoiled, a gasp escaping my lips. The metallic, rotten smell was overwhelming now, choking me. Then a faint, almost imperceptible light began to glow from the journal in my hand. It was a soft, pulsating light emanating from the pages, specifically from the drawing of Sarah's house, the labyrinth. The light was weak, barely illuminating the words, but it was there, a tiny beacon in the impenetrable darkness. And with that light, a thought, clear and sharp, cut through the panic. Mark's words. Deny its existence. Starve it. Break its belief. It was trying to possess me, to overwhelm me with fear, to make me believe in its omnipotence. But if I did not believe, I squeezed my eyes shut, clutching the journal. You are not real. I screamed, my voice raw and trembling. You are just a parasite, a projection, a lie. The whispers faltered. Just for a second, the growl from beneath the floorboards seemed to hesitate. You manipulate. You twist. But you are not real. I yelled again, forcing the words out, trying to project a defiance I did not truly feel. You are nothing. You are nothing. The light from the journal pulsed brighter, a steady, warm glow. The metallic scent seemed to recede, replaced by a faint, almost floral aroma. The growling turned into a frustrated shriek, a sound of pure, unadulterated rage and pain. The scratching beneath the floorboard became furious, desperate, like something tearing itself apart. We are real. We are eternal. The voice roared, no longer a purr, but a wounded, furious bellow. You will believe. You will fear. But I held on to the journal, to Mark's words, to that fragile, defiant spark of disbelief. I focused on the light, on the idea that it was not a god, but a predator, and predators could be fought. The screams of it intensified, the building itself seeming to shake with its fury. I felt a tremendous pressure, like something was trying to crush me, to squeeze the very air from my lungs. But I held on. I focused on the light. I focused on Mark's message. Then, as abruptly as it began, it stopped. The screams died. The pressure vanished. The metallic, rotten smell dissipated, replaced by the stale air of a dusty, abandoned apartment. The light from the journal faded, leaving me in darkness once more. I opened my eyes slowly. The room was still dark, but the oppressive, malevolent presence was gone. The scratching had ceased. The whispers were silent. All that remained was a wreckage, the shattered window, and the chilling emptiness. I was alone, but I was not entirely alone. I had Mark's journal. I had his knowledge. And I had a destination in the labyrinth. Sarah's house. It was not gone. It was wounded, perhaps. Angered, certainly. But it was not defeated. It was waiting. And now, armed with a desperate hope and a terrifying plan, I knew I had to go to it. I had to face the labyrinth. Because Mark was right. It was never over. Not until one of us was truly gone. And I was not ready to be gone yet. Not without a fight. The heavy wooden door groaned open, a sound like a dying beast. Beyond it, not the absolute blackness I expected, but a deeper, more profound darkness, an inky void that seemed to suck the very air from my lungs. A stale, metallic scent, like old blood mixed with dust and something acrid, assaulted my nostrils. Arthur's hand, still clamped on my arm, propelled me forward. I stumbled, my knees weak, into the abyss. The door swung shut behind me with a soft thud that felt louder than a gunshot, severing me from the hallway, from any lingering hope of a simple escape. The click of the lock was a final, damning punctuation mark. Arthur released my arm. I could hear him breathing, calm and steady next to me. My own breath hitched, ragged and shallow. I stood paralyzed, straining my eyes against the impenetrable gloom, trying to discern even the faintest outline of whatever horrors lay hidden. My heart hammered against my ribs. A trapped bird desperate for freedom. Then a soft click. A single, bare bulb, hanging from the ceiling on a frayed cord, flickered to life. The sudden, harsh glare made me wince, my pupils struggling to adjust. And what it revealed, it was not a torture chamber, not in the way I would imagine. It was worse. The room was circular, or perhaps octagonal. I could not tell for sure, because every single surface of the walls, the ceiling, even the floor was covered in mirrors. Not the elegant, antique mirrors from the main cabin, but industrial-grade, cold, unforgiving glass. The light from the single bulb bounced endlessly, creating a dizzying, disorienting kaleidoscope of my own terrified reflection. Hundreds of me, distorted and stretched, stare back from every angle, each one a silent scream. In the center of this mirrored prison, bathed in the stark, unforgiving light, stood a pedestal, and on that pedestal, under a glass dome, was a mannequin. Not just any mannequin. It was life-sized, eerily realistic, dressed and familiar. Pale blue sundress, Emily's sundress, the one she had worn earlier that day. Its plastic face, devoid of expression, was an unsettling blank, but its posture, its delicate hands, somehow mimicked Emily's innocent grace. Around its neck, glinting under the harsh light, was a silver locket, identical to the one Arthur had given Emily, identical to the one he had given me. My blood ran cold, turned to ice in my veins. My breath caught in my throat. This was not just a trap, it was a shrine. A macabre display. Arthur stepped into my field of vision, his reflection multiplying around me, a legion of chilling smiles. "Welcome," he said, his voice no longer the charming host, but low, guttural purr that vibrated through the mirrored room. "Welcome to the heart of my collection, my protagonist. The stage for your climax." He gestured the mannequin with an open hand, a perverse showman introducing his star attraction. Is not she exquisite? A perfect reflection. So pure, so unspoiled. He took a step closer to it, his eyes gleaming with a disturbing reverence. "Emily, she truly embodies innocence. Do not you think? A perfect addition." I found my voice, a raspy whisper. "What have you done?" His smile widened, a predatory flash of teeth. "Done. My dear, I am simply appreciating. Preserving. You see, beauty is fleeting. People are so messy. They change. They disappoint. But a reflection, a perfect image that can last forever." He ran a finger along the mannequin's plastic arm, a gesture that sent shivers down my spine. "Emily, for example. So sweet, so trusting. Such a beautiful vessel for pure, unadulterated joy. It would be a tragedy to let that fade, would not it?" My mind raced, trying to grasp the full horror of what he was implying. She is still here, upstairs. She is asleep. My voice was gaining strength, laced with a desperate plea. Arthur chuckled, a dry, humorless sound that echoed off the mirrors. "Oh, yes, for now. But her essence are perfect. Unspoiled essence, I have already captured it. That locket, you see, it is more than just a trinket. It is a key, a symbol of belonging. And once I have the key, the door to their true self, their perfect reflection, opens to me." He turned his gaze back to me, and the legion of Arthur reflections seemed to close in, trapping me in their endless, mocking eyes. "But you, my dear," he said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "you are different. You are complex. You see things. You question. You feel too much. That is why you are my protagonist. You understand the struggle, the journey." He walked towards me, slowly, deliberately, his footsteps crunching softly on the mirrored floor. Each step brought another layer of dread. "Emily is the innocent, the prize, but you are the architect of your own. Fate are not you, the one who experiences." He stopped inches from me, his eyes boring into mine, an unsettling mixture of madness and twisted admiration. And for the protagonist, there must be a truly unforgettable climax. He reached out, and for a terrifying moment, I thought he was going to strike me. Instead, his fingers brushed against the locket around my neck, the one he had given me, the one with my picture inside. "This," he murmured, his voice almost tender, "is your beginning, your true self, the self I have been cultivating, shaping, since the moment I first saw you." I instinctively recoiled, pushing his hand away. "You are insane. What do you want from me?" His smile vanished, replaced by a cold, hard glare. "Insane? No, my dear. I am an artist, a curator, and you are my masterpiece. Emily is a beautiful still life, but you are a living, breathing epic, and every epic needs its grand finale." He turned and walked to a section of the mirrored wall that seemed slightly different, a subtle seam I had not noticed before. He pressed a hidden button, and a portion of the wall slid silently open, revealing not another room, but a recessed alcove. Inside, bathed in a softer, almost ethereal glow, were shelves. And on those shelves, lined up with meticulous precision, were more mannequins, dozens of them, each one dressed in different clothes, different styles, but all unsettlingly lifelike. And each one, around its neck, wore a silver locket. My stomach churned. This was his collection. These were his past victims, each one a perfect reflection, preserved in this horrifying tableau. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me, a desperate urge to vomit. "These," Arthur said, his voice filled with perverse pride, "are my previous works. Each one a unique story, a beautiful soul now immortalized. See the subtle differences in their expressions, the delicate tilt of their heads. Each one a testament to their journey, their final, perfect form." He picked up one of the lockets from a mannequin near the front. It was an older model, the silver tarnished, the picture inside faded. He held it up to the light, a wistful look on his face. This was my first, a timid librarian, so easily swayed, so eager to please. She made a beautiful reflection of obedience. He looked at me, as you know how it is. You hit a certain age, and the dating pool feels less like a pool and more like a swamp, full of murky expectations, an occasional unsettling creature. After a string of duds, and honestly, just a general feeling of loneliness that had been gnawing at me for months, I decided to give Tinder another shot. Yeah, I know. But sometimes you just get desperate for a connection, for someone to share a laugh with, someone to make the quiet evenings a little less quiet. That is how I met Sarah. Her profile picture was a little blurry, but she had a bright smile, kind eyes, and her bio mentioned a love for old movies and hiking, two things I could definitely get behind. We matched, exchanged a few messages, and the conversation flowed surprisingly easily. She was witty, charming, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. It felt promising. Like maybe, just maybe, I would finally found someone who was not completely insane or just looking for a free meal. Our first date was at a coffee shop downtown. She was even prettier in person, with long, dark hair that framed her face and a laugh that made me feel instantly at ease. We talked for hours, about everything and nothing. It felt natural, comfortable. I walked away from that date with a spring in my step, a genuine smile on my face. This was it. I thought this was finally going somewhere good. A few days later, she texted me, asking if I want to come over to her place for dinner and a movie night. She said she was an amazing cook, and that her apartment had the coziest setup for a movie marathon. My heart did a little flutter. Dinner at her place. That felt like a big step, a real sign of interest. I agreed immediately, maybe a little too eagerly. She sent me the address, and I plugged it into my GPS. It was a bit out of the way, further north than I usually ventured, bordering on what I would consider the sticks. But hey, privacy for a cozy night, right? The drive out there was longer than I expected. The city lights slowly faded into scattered farmhouses and then dense woods. The road narrowed, becoming rougher, unpaved My phone signal started to flicker, then vanish entirely. A tiny prickle of unease started to form in the back of my mind. This was remote. A little too remote for a first-time home visit. But I chalked it up to nerves, to my usual overthinking. I was meeting a new person, at their home, alone. It was natural to feel a little apprehensive. Finally, the GPS announced, in its robotic voice, "You have arrived at your destination." I slowed down, peering through twilight. There it was, nestled deep within a thick grove of trees, barely visible from the road. It was an old house, definitely 2 stories, clapboard siding that looked like it had seen better centuries, and a porch that sagged precariously. The yard was overgrown, the grass tall and wild, thorny bushes clawing at the porch railings. A single, dim light glowed from what I assumed was the living room, casting long, dancing shadows to the dusty panes. That is when I noticed it. The windows, all of them, every single window on the first floor, and what I could see of the second, was covered, not just with curtains or blinds, but with wooden planks, thick, rough-hewn boards, nailed directly into frames. And not just from the outside, like someone was boarding up a vacant house. No, these looked like they were nailed from the inside. The rusty heads of the nails were visible, hammered deep into the wood, crisscrossing the glass. My stomach dropped. A cold, hard knot formed in my gut. This was not just cozy. This was unsettling. My mind immediately started trying to rationalize it. Maybe they were renovating. Maybe a crazy ex had vandalized the place, and this was a temporary fix. Or maybe, just maybe, she was super into privacy, like extreme privacy. But the sheer number of boards, the way they were haphazardly hammered, it screamed desperation, not decoration. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the gear shift. Should I just turn around, make up an excuse, tell her I got lost or that something came up? But then I saw her stepping out onto the porch, waving. She looked beautiful in the dim light, her smile as bright as I remembered. And just like that, my rational brain got overridden by my desire for connection, for that fleeting hope of normalcy. I was already here. It would be rude to leave. "Alex, you made it," she called out, her voice warm and welcoming, completely at odds with the creepy house behind her. I forced a smile, killed the engine, and stepped out of the car. "Hey, Sarah. Wow, this place is tucked away." She laughed, a light, airy sound. "I know, right? It is my little sanctuary. Come on in. I have got dinner almost ready." As I walked toward the porch, my eyes kept darting to windows. Up close, they looked even more disturbing. The wood was old, weathered. Some of the nails were bent, as if they had been hammered in haste. There was no way any light, or air, or even a sliver of the outside world could get in through those. She led me inside, and the moment the door closed behind us, I felt it. The air was thick, heavy, almost stagnant. It smelled of old wood, dust, and something faintly metallic, like old blood, mixed with a sickly sweet scent I could not quite place. It was dark, despite the single lamp in the corner of the living room, which cast weak, yellowish light that struggled to push back the shadows. "Sorry about the lack of light," she said, as if reading my mind, though I had not said anything. "Old house, you know? And I just really love the cozy, intimate feel. Plus, the neighbors are a bit nosy." She chuckled, but the sound felt hollow in the oppressive silence of the house. I looked around. The living room was sparsely furnished. An old, faded couch, a coffee table with a few magazines, and a bookshelf that was mostly empty. Everything felt muted, like sound itself was being absorbed by the walls. The windows in this room were just like the others, completely sealed off. So, the windows. I started trying to sound casual. "Are you renovating? Or did you have an incident?" She paused, her back to me as she walked towards what I assumed was a kitchen. "Oh, those... Yeah, a bit of both. I guess. My ex was, well, he was a piece of work. Tried to break in a few times after we broke up. So I boarded them up for safety. And honestly, I kind of like the privacy. Plus, it keeps the heat in during winter, you know. She gave me a quick, reassuring smile over her shoulder. It was a plausible explanation, I supposed. An ex. Crazy exes existed, but the sheer thoroughness of it, the way it sealed off every single window, felt excessive. It felt less like a temporary measure and more like a permanent fixture. And why from the inside? If it was to keep an ex out, would not you board them from the outside? My gut was screaming at me, but I pushed it down. Do not be rude. Alex, do not be judgmental. She led me into the kitchen, which was equally dim and smelled faintly of burnt garlic. Dinner's almost ready. I hope you like lasagna. Love lasagna. I lied. My appetite suddenly gone. We sat down at a small, round table. The lasagna looked fine, but I could not shake the feeling. The silence between us, broken only by the clinking of forks, was heavy. I kept looking at the walls, at the shadows that clung to every corner. It felt like the house itself was holding its breath. So, tell me more about your job, she said, her eyes fixed on me a little too intently. I tried to talk, to make conversation, but my mind was racing. I felt trapped. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to get out. I glanced at the front door. It looked solid, heavy. My phone was still dead, no signal. I subtly checked my wrist for my watch, pretending to scratch an itch. It was only 7:30 p.m. Too early to make an excuse to leave. You know, I just remembered. I said, trying to sound nonchalant. I think I left my jacket in the car. It is getting a little chilly out there. Oh, do not worry about it, she said, a strange, almost possessive look flickering across her face. You won't be needing it tonight. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Actually, I think I will. I have an early meeting tomorrow, so I probably should not stay too late. I tried to keep my voice light, but I could feel a tremor in it. Her smile faltered, just for a second. Oh, but you just got here, and I made dessert. It is your favorite, cheesecake. I had not told her cheesecake was my favorite. I had not told her anything about desserts. A chill ran through me, colder than any autumn evening. That is great, Sarah. But really, I should get going. I have a long drive back. I stood up, pushing my chair back, making sure to make eye contact. I needed to appear firm, resolute. She stood too, her movements slow, deliberate. Her eyes, which had seemed so kind, now held something else. Something cold and unblinking. But you can't leave. Alex, my heart pounded against my ribs. What do you mean? I can't leave. I tried to laugh, a forced, pathetic sound. Of course. I can leave. I just need to grab my keys and head out. She took a step toward the front door, blocking my path. No, you can't. The door's locked, and I seem to have misplaced the key. Her voice was soft, almost a whisper, but it carried a chilling finality. Misplace the key. I repeated, my voice rising. Sarah, this is not funny. Open the door. She shook her head, a small, sad smile playing on her lips. I told you, Alex, you won't be needing your jacket. You won't be needing to leave at all. Panic clawed at my throat. I lunged to the door, twisting the handle. It was, as she said, locked. Deadbolt. I rattled it, pushed against it, but it was solid, unyielding. I turned back to her, my eyes wide with terror. What do you want? I demanded, my voice raw. She just stared at me, her face unreadable. Then she took another step, and another, slowly advancing. I instinctively backed away, bumping into the coffee table. You are not going anywhere. Alex, she said, her voice still unnervingly soft. You were going to stay right here with me forever. My mind went into overdrive. Forever. What did that even mean? I knew, deep down, it was not good. I scrambled away from her, my eyes darting around the dim living room, desperately searching for an exit, a weapon, anything. The windows were useless. Solid wood, nailed shut. My car. I gasped. My phone. I need call someone. She chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Oh, no one's coming. Alex, no one knows you are here. And your phone, it is probably out of battery by now. This house, it has a way of draining things. I did not doubt it. The air felt heavy, dead. I started running, not knowing where I was going, just needing to get away from her. I burst into the kitchen, then through a swinging door into a short hallway. Another door at the end. A closet. A bathroom. I did not care. I just needed to put distance between us. I threw open the door. It led to a narrow, winding staircase, descending into complete darkness. A basement. Not ideal, but it was a potential escape route, or at least a place to hide. I plunged down the steps, my feet clattering on the old wood, the darkness swallowing me whole. Alex, come back here. Her voice echoed from above, closer than I expected. I stumbled at the bottom, landing hard on my hands and knees on a cold, dirt floor. The air here was even heavier, colder, permeated with that same sickly, sweet metallic smell, but much stronger now. I scrambled to my feet, my hands brushing against rough stone walls. I could hear her on the stairs, her footsteps slow and deliberate. I fumbled around in the absolute blackness, my heart hammering. My eyes slowly adjusted, picking out the faintest outlines. The basement was vast, a labyrinth of support beams and dusty shelves. There were no windows here, of course, just solid earth and stone. Alex, do not be silly. There is nowhere to go. Her voice was closer now, just at the bottom of the stairs. I pressed myself against the wall, trying to make myself as small as possible. I could hear her moving, her footsteps soft on the dirt floor. She was searching for me. My hand brushed against something on a shelf. A jar. I grabbed it, my fingers recognizing the rough glass. Maybe I could throw it, create a diversion. I held it tight, my knuckles white. Then I saw it, a faint glimmer of light, far in the distance, deeper into the basement. A sliver of hope. I started moving towards it, as quietly as I could, trying to weave through the shadows and obstacles. The light grew stronger, a weak, flickering glow. As I got closer, I realized it was coming from a small, crude lamp sitting on an overturned bucket. And next to the lamp, against the far wall, was a makeshift bed. A cot, really, with a thin, stained mattress and a ratty blanket. My blood ran cold. This was not just a basement. This was a room, a prison cell. And then I saw the walls. They were covered in writing, scrawled, desperate messages, etched into the stone with something sharp. Names, dates, pleas for help. Help me. She is crazy. Do not trust her. He is next. My eyes darted across the horrifying tapestry of despair. There were dozens of names, some scratched out, others with dates next to them, dates that were weeks, months, even years old. My gaze landed on one message that made my stomach churn. The windows are nailed shut to keep us in. And to keep it out, what did that even mean? A sudden sound made me jump. A gasp. I spun around. Sarah was standing there, just a few feet away, illuminated by the dim lamp. She had found me, and she was looking at the walls, at the messages, her face contorted in a mask of rage. You were not supposed to see this, she hissed, her voice no longer soft, but a venomous snarl. No one ever gets this far. She lunged. I screamed, dropping the jar, which shattered on the floor. I ducked, scrambling past her, heading back toward the stairs. I had to get out. I had to. She was fast, surprisingly fast. Her hand shot out, grabbing my ankle. I fell, my head hitting something hard. Stars exploded behind my eyes. I cried out, kicking wildly. My foot connected with something soft, and she grunted in pain, loosening her grip. I scrambled up the stairs, taking two at a time, my lungs burning, the metallic smell of the basement clinging to me. I burst back into the living room, gasping for air. The dim lamp still glowed, casting long shadows. I had to get out. The front door was locked. The windows were nailed shut. What else? What else? My eyes landed on the fireplace. It was old brick with a heavy iron poker resting against it. A weapon. A tool. I grabbed the poker, its weight surprisingly comforting in my trembling hands. I spun around just as Sarah emerged from the basement, her hair disheveled, a furious glint in her eyes. "You are not leaving." "Alex," she snarled, advancing towards me. "You are mine now." "Stay back," I yelled, brandishing the poker. She laughed, a chilling, insane sound. "You think that can stop me? This house that takes care of things." I did not wait. I ran toward the nearest window, the one in the living room, the one with the thickest, most haphazardly nailed boards. I brought the poker down, aiming for the glass, hoping to shatter it, hoping to make enough noise to draw attention, hoping to create some kind of opening. Clang. The iron poker hit the wooden board with a dull thud. The board barely budged. The nails held fast. "You are wasting your time," she said, her voice closer now. "Those boards are old growth. And the nails, they go deep. Very deep." I hit it again and again, desperation fueling my strength. Clang. Clang. A small crack appeared in the glass behind the board, a spiderweb pattern. But the wood remained firm. She was right behind me. I could feel her breath on my neck. I spun around, swinging the poker wildly. She dodged it, her movements fluid, almost unnatural. She moved with a strange grace, like a predator. "You won't break free." "Alex," she whispered, her face inches from mine. "No one ever does." Her hand shot out, grabbing my wrist, her grip surprisingly strong. The poker clattered to the floor. I struggled, but she held me tight, her fingers digging into my flesh. Her eyes were wide, dilated, completely devoid of reason. "You're going to be so happy here," she said, a manic grin spreading across her face. "Just like all the others." "No," I screamed, a primal sound of pure terror. I kicked her hard in the shin. She cried out, recoiling slightly, her grip loosening for a fraction of a second. It was all I needed. I tore my arm free, grabbed the poker, and swung it with all my might, not at her, but at the nearest window frame, aiming for the part where the board met the wall. I heard a loud crack as the old wood splintered. A few nails popped out, flying across the room. Light. A sliver of moonlight pierced through the gap. "Hope." "No," she shrieked, lunging at me again. I did not look back. I jammed the poker into the gap I would created, using it as a lever. I pushed, grunting with effort, my muscles screaming. The old would groan, protesting. More nails popped, showering me with rusty dust. With one final desperate heave, the entire section of the board ripped away from the frame, tearing a gaping hole in the window. Cold, fresh air rushed in, smelling of pine and damp earth. Never had anything felt so good. I did not hesitate. I squeezed the jagged opening, tearing my shirt, scraping my skin on the splintered wood and broken glass. I landed awkwardly on the overgrown grass outside, stumbling to my feet. "Alex, come back. You can't leave." Sarah's voice, a desperate, broken wail, followed me. I ran. I ran faster than I ever had in my life, not looking back, not caring about the thorns and branches that clawed at my skin. I ran towards where I remember my car being parked, through the darkness, through the suffocating woods. I could hear her screams echoing behind me, fading slightly as I gained distance. I reached my car, fumbling for my keys with trembling hands. I jammed it into the ignition, turned it. The engine sputtered, then roared to life. I threw it into reverse, spun the car around, and floored it down the unpaved road, dust and gravel flying in my wake. I did not stop until I hit the main highway, until I saw the first streetlights, until my phone miraculously reconnected and buzzed with a dozen missed notifications. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely grip the steering wheel. I drove straight to the nearest police station, a small, sleepy one in a town I did not recognize. I stumbled in breathless, disheveled, covered in dirt and blood, and tried to explain what had happened. It sounded insane even to my own ears. A Tinder date, a house with nailed shut windows, a crazy woman, a basement full of names. The officers listened, skepticism etched on their faces, but they saw the genuine terror in my eyes, the scrapes and cuts on my body. They took my statement, promising to investigate. I waited for hours, pacing in the sterile waiting room. Finally, a weary-looking officer came back. "Mr. Peterson," he said, holding a notepad. We drove out to the address you provided. There's an old house out there, exactly where you said it was. My heart leaped. So you found her. You found the basement. The names. He shook his head slowly. The house is abandoned, sir. Completely empty. Looks like it has not been lived in for years. The windows, they are all boarded up. Yes, but from the outside. Looks like a derelict property that someone secured to prevent squatters. There's no sign of anyone currently living there. No fresh tire tracks. No lights on. And no one by the name of Sarah lives in that area. According to our records. My blood ran cold again, a different kind of chill this time. No, that is not right. She was there. I was just there. I broke a window to get out. He looked at me with pity. We checked the windows. Sir, they are all intact. Just old boards. No signs of recent damage. I stared at him, my mind reeling. It was impossible. I knew what I had seen, what I had felt. The fear, the struggle, the cold air rushing into the broken window. They eventually let me go, telling me to get some rest, to maybe take a break from online dating. They clearly thought I was either delusional or had made the whole thing up. I went home, but I have not been the same since. Every shadow makes me jump. Every knock at the door sends a jolt of terror through me. I deleted all my dating apps, cut off contact with anyone new. I moved apartments, even changed my phone number just in case. But the image of that house, with its nailed shut windows, is burned into my mind. And the messages in the basement, they haunt my nightmares. The windows are nailed shut to keep us in. And to keep it out, I still do not know what it was. Was it something even worse than Sarah? Something she was trying to protect herself from, even as she trapped others? Or was the whole thing just some elaborate, twisted game she played, making me believe things that were not real? Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the world outside is dark, I wonder if Sarah's still out there in that old, empty house, waiting. And I wonder if those windows, nailed shut from the inside, were meant to keep people like me from escaping or keep something far more sinister from getting in. I do not know, and I am not sure I ever want to find out. But I know one thing for sure: I will never look at a stranger's invitation the same way again. And I will definitely never trust a house with nailed shut windows. Not ever again. That is the end of today's daily story. But the world of dating apps never sleeps, and neither do the stories. Subscribe now so you do not miss tomorrow's tale.